Yeah, baby, we're live. What is good, everybody? How are we doing? And if you haven't already seen, good morning, team, with a nice little coffee. You know the rules. Stay happy, stay healthy, and more importantly, stay hydrated. Guys, it is warm. It is hot and heavy out here today. Let's make sure we're staying hydrated. Or also, guys, make sure that you've got a coffee, because you know the rule. Every single time I am on stream, you'll see me with a coffee in my hand. This time we've got my little espresso cup, because you know that I like to start the mornings with an espresso, followed by a cappuccino in the afternoons. So guys, make sure that you are going to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and welcome to the 5ers family. Also, guys, if you haven't already, I've got a swifty little accessory with me today. It is indeed, I have got my whiteboard with me today, so you're going to be seeing this a lot more in some sort of Instagram reels and some more like educational site sort of content. Not so much in the live stream. It's going to mostly be in the back when it comes to the live streaming. But I thought I'd bring it out. I thought I'd show it off. You know, I thought I'd put a nice little message for you guys there today. Anyway, so also I tried to draw a coffee. Doesn't look so good, but it's my attempt of a coffee mug. Anyway, what is good, guys? How are you doing? Hopefully you're all having a fantastic week, because, guys, it is indeed a Thursday, and you know what that means. Unfortunately, it is the last trading day of the week for us here at the 5ers, and it's also my last trading day in general. So, I say, without any further ado, make sure you're going to come out here and smash that like button. Come say hello to me. Let us know where you're trading from and what you're trading as well. Let us know how your trading week's been. Because Azrael Trade, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Azrael Trade. How you doing, brother? Good morning, Shajith. We have got crewmate, you two. Good morning. What is good? Let's go. Yes, my man, bringing up that energy. Let's go. No gold today. We'll see. We'll see. I've got gold here ready to trade, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not seeing much. We had a bit of a drop off after 7 o'clock this morning, so you know, from eight onwards, we did have a bit of a drop on gold. So you can see here, you know, 8 a.m. onwards, we had gold. We had all the indices drop as well. So maybe we'll trade, maybe not. We'll see how the markets go. You know, we'll see how it goes. But indeed, yes, the 5ers. Good morning, traders. It is a brand new day, and we are live for another full session of market analysis. Indeed, guys, if you want me to check out any trades, just let me know. MGN, greetings. What is good, MGN? Long time no see. It's not like I saw you 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago. Cowish, good morning, London boy. What is good, Cowish? How are you doing, brother? Good to see you in. Indeed. Modern loneliness. It is an energetic intro. This is the only way to introduce the stream, is with good energy. So that is what we're getting, is a nice energetic intro. Where is the Protea Mafia? The Protea boy is having some hymn time, and he's on a bit of a holly bob. So he's taking a bit of time out, and he's having a nice long weekend. But he will be back on Monday. It looks more like a mouth than a cup. You reckon? I can kind of see it. I thought it was a pretty good. I mean, I could do a mug. Maybe I'll do like a. Hang on. There it is. What do you reckon of this, guys? There we go. Bosh. What do you reckon of that? Is that better? Is that a better mug? Maybe, I don't know. It looks more like a beer stein. Good morning, William. What is good, Rafael? Bom dia, brother. How you doing? Big shout out to my Portuguese speakers out there. MGN Kaush, he is on leave, back next week. He is indeed. Last day, yes, we only trade on the YouTube Monday to Thursday, But do not worry, we will indeed be streaming tomorrow, but that'll be in the Discord. So get yourself in the Discord, guys, if you haven't already. Go over to your 5ers hub. You must have purchased an account at some point in your life as a trader, and then get yourself into the Discord through the 5ers hub. King Chris, what is good? What is good, Your Majesty? How are you doing? Good morning. Short GU at the moment. Let's have a look. Okay, I rate that. So, Raphael, I'm sure you're from London, I believe. So I'm going to go with anytime after 6 that you were short in this. I'm going to assume that you were shorting from around this level here somewhere. Am I correct? I'll keep catching up with chat. Let us know if I'm close. Abradov Linkler, good morning, William and the 5ers. Good morning, Abradov Linkler. How are you doing, bro? Chacho? Good to see you in, my man. There is already a mug on screen. Bitch. True that. Charles, good morning from South Africa. Can you share your thoughts on the US 30? Absolutely, of course I can. So I'll just star this comment so I can come back to it. We shall check out GU, then we shall check out the US 30. Big shout out to my Saffers out there. Big shout out to my South African viewers. Modernlonius, try a Mona Lisa on the board as well. I'm not that good. Yeah, not that good, my man. Yes, Will, I'm from London. I thought you were. Okay, so I'm going to go with any time after 6 a.m. because I feel like 6 a.m. is early. So I'm going to go like 7 onwards. Yes, pretty close. 133.77.3. 133. Okay. Oh, that's not. Yeah, that's okay. That's not too far. I didn't. So there was 2 breaks that I would have anticipated. It would have been the break of this zone or the pullback, which would have been around this zone here. So yeah, fair play, dude. I rate that. What time would that have been? 8:30 as well. Nice. Yeah, awesome stuff, man. Nice trade. Maybe LJ should show him. You know what, dude? Fair. LJ is an artist, and he's a good artist as well. Maybe I should like post this to LJ so he can have a go. Good morning. I traded $50 for 3 months. TP at $6 to $9 each trade, except Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and now $200. White man, awesome, dude. Well done, man. That's fair play. It goes to show, everyone thinks that they need $100,000 account. They don't. They need to compound it. Once you compound an account, you'll start to realize what it takes. But if you just try and fully fledge a small account and just go for the big numbers and the big golden tickets, you'll blow the account. If you actually understand that small, slow progress eventually mounts up to a huge progress over time, and you have the patience, then before you know it, yes, you are going to be up a huge amount. Like you can say $6 to $9 TP each trade, and before you know it, you're up $200. Amazing. Raphael, I entered a little bit late. Yeah, dude, like, if that's what you saw, though, that's what you saw. And as long as it was valid, that's all that matters. If you entered late because you were afraid that you'd already missed the move, that I do not rate. However, if you entered that trade because you're like, I'm a little bit late, but this is still a valid trade, here's why, then, dude, I rate that, man. You're gonna smash it. Even if you hit stop loss, who cares? Do you come live in other channels daily? I go live every day on my Discord community with my brother. Me and my brother do some trading, but not really. I'm pretty much live here every day. I do have another YouTube channel, but me and my brother are live there once, twice a week. It's so, and that's just basically teaching my brother trading. Well, that's basically just him trading. So not as much as I do here, and that's only for like half an hour. Whereas I am live here every single day, Monday to Thursday. And then, but yes, I am also, I do trade live with my community in Discord as well. Hello, best community ever. I love this community. Absolutely, man. Yeah, there is nothing better and no other place to call home when it comes to trading than the 5ers community. It really is the best trading community. You've got absolutely everyone from myself, Rich, LJ, Griff, you've got Dirk, you've got Samir, who's an absolute legend. You've got so many traders here with all sorts of wealth of knowledge, wealth of experience, just everything from technicals to fundamentals to just pure trading mastery. So yeah, the 5ers really is the place to be. And plus, it's all free. It's all free here at the 5ers, so you don't get this anywhere else. Indeed, there is also live sessions in the Discord. So if you do go over into the 5ers hub and get yourself live in the Discord, you can indeed find more live sessions. Not from myself. I don't go live in the Discord, but Richard Wells does go live. He does live sessions when it comes to his performance coaching in the Discord. Also, you have Akram or Void and LJ. They go live in the Discord. You got Victor. He goes live in the Discord. So yes, you do get some awesome sessions over in the Discord, and that is 5 days a week as well. As you'll trade, I'm waiting for better price action in GU. Dude, I'm waiting for better price action in general. Price is really slow at the moment. We had this drop off, nice little drop on gold. Nice little drop on the NAS. NAS is coming back though. NAS is coming back. We're starting to mitigate that move. S&P is the exact same, and so is US 30. US 30, we had consolidation, slow order flow to the downside under the 50 EMA, consolidation, break consolidation, then drop base drop, and then we've just continued to start moving lower. So pretty cool, pretty cool, but we'll see how it goes. I'm not seeing much at the moment. I'm heavily bearish as we look at the charts right now on the 5-minute, even on the 15-minute. We are seeming to be heavily bearish. So if we can get a pullback to a nice little zone, I think I'll sell this. Maybe not on US 13 or on the S&P, but perhaps on the Nasdaq. Also, guys, those looking at my chicken indicator. We did end up with a fried egg. So I did take out early, which is fine. We only had like 0.3% loss in the end, but it did end up being a full fried egg. Cowish, how are you, Will, and everyone in chat? Bro, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, man. I had a good sleep last night. Woke up a little bit later than I wanted to this morning, but I still felt good. So I feel like my body needed it. I thought I've done something to my back, maybe pull my back out or something. So need to start doing some stretching or something a little bit later after stream. I think I'm just going to try and do some yoga poses and try and stretch my back out. But other than that, dude, I'm gravy, baby. But yeah, what about you guys in chat? How are you all doing? Hey, Master Will, how are you doing? Perfect, my friend. Perfect now that you're here. Hamad saying that 5ers are the best. Comment of the day. 5ers are indeed the best, guys. They are indeed. Will, I am long in GU, targeting previous daily highs. Entry was after Asia low sweep. We have got our first hedge. There we go. No, this is EU. No, this is pound dollar. Okay, 15-minute. What time frame? Looking at, okay, so we've got Raphael, who is in shorts from this level here. We have got Bekus, who is in longs. Let's have a look from the Asia sweep. So let's have a look, see where Asia is. Okay, so Asia low. Okay. Are you on the 5 or the 1 minute? I'll have a look on the 1 minute. I don't want to, but I will have a look. Get this out of the way. I prefer sells, if I'm honest. I rate that Asia sweep, continuation higher. I rate that. I think I prefer sells, I'll be honest. Price action's a little bit too heavy to the downside, and we seem to be getting some impulsive move to the downside now on the 5 minute. I haven't said that's the 5 minutes. Have a look on Forex Factory. Is it going to? There we go. Okay, let's see what we got out today. Because like I said, Thursday we're having a little bit of news out today. So Aussie dollar, those in Australia, 2:30 a.m. we had Aussie dollar out unemployment claims and employment change, or unemployment rate. Sorry. We also had 115 for the euro. We're going to have main refinancing rate as well as the monetary policy statement. That's at 115, 130. So 15 minutes later. Unemployment claims for the dollar. We're going to have that at 1:30. So all these are UK time as well, by the way, if anyone's wondering. 1:45. So again, 15 minutes after that, we have got the ECB press conference for the euro. So a lot of news coming out for the euro today. May have a little bit of a slow euro. Dollar, we've got unemployment claims, still an orange folder event. So nothing at the moment. Can't see it being too volatile, but we'll have to wait and see. Yo, again, what's good, my man? Yes, yo. What is good, bro? Chat. How do you do with your... I'm sure you were looking at S&P. Were you short in the S&P? I can't remember. Let me have a look. Let me bring the... Yeah, I thought you were. You were short in the S&P. Oh, it flipped. Okay, so you flipped long. Gold looked like in a wonder reverse up. Sorry, okay. Yeah, gold is... Dude, gold's a bit of a weird one. We've consolidated at this low here. Try to put you in there. Oh, it is forming something though. Maybe we could... It's potentially forming some form along. Trying to work out why it's pressed pause at that level though. Okay. Oh no, actually, to be fair, there we go. We've got this nice little area here. Maybe we want to sweep the low of it. If we can press pause, hold here, consolidate a little bit around here, and then break above, I think we can have some longs. But again, we're very, very bearish. Very, very bearish right now. Lol, good luck, Becky. Absolutely. My internet is not good. Somehow I will be in or out. So I will be in or out. Yeah, no, dude, that's fair. Well, we're here all day, man. You know, we're here all day. So just come in when you can and do not stress, my friend. My S&P 500 short and XTI USD long both hit TP2. Oh, dude, sick. Awesome stuff, man. Yeah, to be fair, I just did. Yeah, I just had a quick look now. Like I say, if we can now break and both, in fact, actually, what I'm going to do is mark out where I want to see gold break. Because like I say, if we can, yeah, S&P just flipped long. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I think if we can come up to, I think we'll be long until 7492. I think we could be long until there. Same with US 30. US 30, I'd say it's got an area here. I'm going to go with this. Yeah, I'm going to go with this area just here. I'm going to go with 52,183. Right, I'd say long until 52,183. NASDAQ. Yeah, NAS, we've got this pause point here. Nice little consolidation. Are we long? Are we... Yeah, okay, fair. You've just noted out long there. So in fact, same here as well. I wouldn't want to trade this long though, because this look at that candle. You're going to be longing from this level up here, and your stop loss would be huge. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't. That wouldn't be in my plan to trade. But yeah, we seem to be moving to the upside and certainly mitigating that move. Thank you, Remy. Remy stuck some music on for me in the background, so I don't go insane. Ooh, am I frozen? I apologize, guys, if I just froze. I just looked at myself, then I just completely frozen. I like this as well. Beku saying, some we win, some we lose, part of the game, Rafa. Absolutely, my man. Yeah, absolutely. All part of the sport. Win some, lose some. And someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. EU and GU, 15-minute turn bullish. Planning to enter long position at Asia low. Your analysis, please. So pound dollar, I'm still very bearish at the moment. I think if we hold through this area here and break and close above this level, which is the 133,765 level. If we can move something a little bit like this, just hang out here for a bit, and then look something like that, then from this point I'll consider changing my bias to long. But right now we're still bearish. You know, there's no bullish movement coming in here, especially if we break and close and disrespect these wicks and these lows here. If we can break and close under that, I'm still bearish. Euro dollar, heavy bearish. I've got no intention of even considering bullish price action right now. You know, we've got a nice little area over here, which we seem to be disrespecting. Next level for me is down here, which is about 3 pips away, but yeah, I'm not too interested in bullish price action right now. I'm not looking for longs. But look, don't listen to me. Trade your plan. So at the end of the day, you know, if your plan says to trade long now, go for it. Me personally, I couldn't trade long here because purely based on the fact that you're catching a falling knife. Gold is again still bearish. You know, there's got no reason here to go long. Yeah, I'm still short on gold right now. Yeah, we've broken and closed under. If anything, pullback, entering short looks quite nice. It does feel overextended. I'll admit it does feel overextended, but we'll see. Good morning, just log in now. How many minutes time frame? So this is the 5-minute time frame, my friend. But welcome. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the 5ers. If you have, then just smash that like button. S&P stop loss below the entry candle. Oh, okay, is that how you do it? I rate that. So your entry would look something like this. Entry, and then stop loss here. Okay, yeah, dude, you know, I rate that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that. Yes, my man. 5-minute time frame. You can see up here. It says, look, 5 minute. I don't know. Can you see that okay? Yo, love from, oh, it just says NG. It looks like, that's the Nigeria flag though, right? Looks, I'm gonna go with Nigeria. Love from Nigeria, respect to you and the 5ers. and this community. Please, I want to know how long the live session lasts. I would love to join every day. How do I join the Discord? Dude, welcome. Love. Big shout out to you, King Chris. Big shout out to Nigeria. If I am wrong with Nigeria, please correct me. But yeah, thank you very much for joining. Make sure that you do subscribe to the channel and click the bell notification so you know when we go live. We go live every single day at 9 a.m. UK time, so 9 a.m. GMT plus 1. You can catch us for 6 hours, I think it is. I'm sure it's 6 hours, but we're live every single day for pretty much all day up until things like 3 p.m. GMT, UK time, GMT plus 1, 4 p.m. So yeah, dude, Chris, you know, come out, chill out with us, hang out, join our streams. It's not just me going live as well. You know, it's me and Rich in the mornings usually. It's me solo today for the next half an hour, but we will have LJ coming on a little bit later. We'll have Boo in as well. So, you know, we have all sorts of hosts coming through. We'll have Victor and Samir. So, yeah, stick around and we'll have all sorts of traders coming out for you. But big shout out to you, my man. I think GU is bearish, heading down to 33.22.1. 33.22.1. Oh yeah, you're a 4-hour trade, aren't you? $33.22. Why isn't my mouse moving? There you go. 22.7. That's all. That's all you get. You reckon? What's over? In fact, let's go up under the 15. Let's have a look. Why that level? We haven't reached that level since 8th of July. I don't hate the level. I reckon we're going to come down 133.54.9 around that area there. I reckon we'll head down to. I feel like this is a bit of a stretch. It may still be possible. I just feel like it's a bit stretched. Path. The next giveaway is coming, so stay subscribed and keep the notifications on for the official announcements. Yes, guys, there is indeed, because we have now hit over 110,000 subscribers on the YouTube, there is indeed going to be a big 110,000 subscriber giveaway. We're also going to be doing a giveaway for the competition next week. So next week, we are going to have Griff and Pedro, I think it is. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, so Griff and Pedro will indeed go up 1-to-1 against you guys in the audience. And then the winner of that will get a 50K account, I believe. So a $50,000 account. NQ long 28,850. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm just not ready for it. I don't think. I'm still bearish on this. That's what I mean. It's still against my time frame. Long or short? What asset are you looking at, my man? Let us know what asset you're looking for, and I'll have a look. Yes, so I was right, 3 p.m. Okay, there we go. So yes, the live show runs from Monday to Thursday, 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. GMT. Discord is for members. Purchase the program at the5ers.com. So link is in the chat now. Then use the Discord link on the left-hand side of your dashboard. Exactly that. Culdip, good morning, sir. Good morning, bro Chacho. How you doing? That's a weekly fair value gap. Ah, got you. Okay, fair. That's what you're seeing. Weekly fair value. How to grab it? Grab what, my friend? The giveaway. Get yourself into the community next week, and get yourself into the live stream next week, and I'm sure Rich will let you know how to put your name forward for the giveaway. King Chris, thank you. And yeah, you were correct. It's Nigeria. God, I'm good. My geography's crap, so I'm pretty impressed with myself for that one. It's Nigeria. Thank you for the info. Of course, man. Awesome stuff. Well, big shout out to Nigeria. Welcome in, brother. In the meantime, I'm going to have a quick sip of my coffee, guys. So you have to give me 2 minutes. Good coffee. Okay, 2 minutes is up. No rest for the wicked. Let us know what you want to see, guys, because wow, Euro is... That's what I mean, guys. I can't be long in this. Euro is dropping. Will, are you going to be alone today as well? Yeah, I'm going to be alone now for the next half an hour. It feels like an hour. Then I believe LJ will be in, and then I don't think I'm going to be alone for my second session. Just the morning session, because Rich doesn't love me anymore and he's ditched me. I'm only kidding. He'll be back Monday. Well, that's only 42 pip move to that level. That's true. It's because I'm on the 5-minute time frame. It just looks bigger. Yeah, when I went up onto the 15 and the hourly, it didn't actually look that big. So yeah, to be fair, you know, Raphael, that could very well happen. Sir, Mr. or SRMR. Good evening, Will. How you doing, brother? Good evening to you. Got it, sir. Thanks for giveaway. Absolute pleasure, my friend. What's your win ratio? My win ratio is... Let me have a look. So on my journal, I got an 82% win rate. That's across the board. On my streaming recently, I don't know, I've got an average of anything from 55 to 58, all the way up to, well, 82. You know, so 82 is high for me. That's unusually high. I've only clocked one loss as well. The others have been break evens. So that's unusually high for me. I have had a fantastic couple of weeks, which you can see I am up, 16.7%, which is absolutely bonkers. That doesn't happen often. I usually go for around 2%. But a comfortable win rate for me is about 62. So 62, personally speaking, is a nice little win rate for me. How do we join the 1v1s for next week? So that will be released next week, I believe. I don't think we can enter that right now. I think that'll be on the day. No, that can't be on the day. I don't know. Maybe I'll message Rich. I'll message Rich and see if I can come back for the second session on it. You'll have to put your name in for it next week, I believe. But that is a good question. That is a good question. I don't know if we gotta put our name in next Monday and then ready for Tuesday, or if we'll do it on the day Tuesday. My GU short looking okay so far. Currently running 1% on my eval. Dude, congratulations, man. GU is looking nice. EU is looking hella nice. GU is also following suit quite comfortably. Yeah, that is looking fresh, to be fair. Got a nice little close below as well. Oh, excuse me, people. Excuse me. Brain needs oxygen. Right, there we go. So also, guys, in fact, I'm actually going to grab the YouTube. I'm gonna open up the 5ers stream, and I wanna see at least 50 likes. So like 3, 2, 1. 23. Come on, guys, 23 likes. Do you not like me? I deserve more than that, surely. Also, there's a polling, guys. Did you follow your trading plan this week? I am hoping you're going to say yes. But if there's room to improvement, that is not a problem. Because that is the whole point. We're here to keep each other accountable and make sure that we are following our trading plan. But more importantly, guys, well, less importantly, to be fair, but please smash that like button. It means a lot. You know, shows me you guys care. Let's get at least 50 likes by the time. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna refresh my page at 1:45. So what's that? 8 minutes time. In 8 minutes, I'm going to refresh the YouTube, and I want to see another. I want to see another 26 likes on the stream. So guys, make sure you absolutely smash that like button. And if you are new here, guys, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Hey bro, what's good, my man? How you doing? Good to see you in. Welcome. Where can I learn to trade, especially gold? How long will it take? Dude, this is an amazing question. So how long have you got to spend? How long do you want to take? How long, like, what's your plan with trading? Best place to learn to trade is here at the 5ers. You know, we've got courses in the 5ers that are completely for free for 5ers members. We've got community, we've got a Discord community, which you can be in completely for free for lifetime access, providing that you have purchased a 5ers account. And we've got the YouTube stream. You know, we've got the 5ers YouTube live stream. Now, if you do want to progress further in your journey, I always recommend getting a mentor. Be very careful when looking for a mentor. Make sure you're going to go with someone reputable, like, you know, myself, Rich Wells, Rich Butler, Victor, Samir, you know, Pedro, Griff. Make sure you're going with someone who genuinely wants you to succeed. Don't go with someone who's flexing the Lamborghini on you. You know, don't go, you know, someone who wants you to win because it makes them look good. Don't go with people like that. Go with people who want you to win because it makes you better and it makes you a good trader. That's what you want to do. We love you, Will. Try to add... where have I gone? Try to add love button as well. Dude, that'd be sick. Maybe we can put like a little love heart button instead of a like button. Dude, I appreciate it, man. That's made my day. Want to see Will smile? Smash the like button right now. Guys, absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, I'm already smiling after this comment here. This is a hell of a comment, man. This made my day. I could answer the poll. There wasn't a what trade. So MGN couldn't answer the poll because apparently there's not a what's a trading plan option. So maybe just go with room to improve. MGM. By the way, he is trolling, guys. He is trolling. I hope. You better be. I'm looking to win again in 1v1 because last time I was substitute. This time I want to come as a proper challenger. Karish, dude, you're going to smash it, man. I reckon you'll come in as a proper challenger and you will just wipe the floor. You got it. I believe in you. You're the best, man. Keep up the good work from Namibia. Dude, I really appreciate that, man. Big shout out to Namibia. I'm the best. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Guys, stop it. You're making me blush. Is the one-to-one enough for... is one-to-one enough for prop firm? How do you mean, man? Yes, so, okay, I don't quite know what you mean, but I'll give you a little bit of information on this one-to-one. It's going to be one-to-one against Griff or against Pedro. They're both 5ers traders. It'll be one-to-one. You'll be given a $100,000 account. and then you'll be head-to-head, one-to-one with them for half an hour live on this very stream. So I don't know if that answers your plan. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, I do apologize. I've misunderstood the question. Feel free to ask it again. My trading plan is simple. Never touch my terminals unless something really does go wrong. Let my EA do its thing. You know what, bro? That's a trading plan in itself. I rate that. You know, it's yeah. Some people I rate shouldn't touch the charts. You know, it's you know, like you said, you know, you've designed an algorithm to trade for you. You should not touch the charts now unless something does go wrong. Dude, I love coffee, man. I think I've got an addiction. It's becoming a problem. I'm trying to limit myself to 2 coffees a day, but when coffee's that good, it's tough. Someone saying, please explain the strategy on board which you keep behind you. Oh, that's not a strategy, my man. That's just me saying good morning. I don't know if you can see that okay. I don't know if I've gone on the right one. I do apologize. Remy, can they hear me? Is there a soundboard behind this? I've just gone onto the dynamic screen. Should I be on no screen? Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Let's go on that one then. So it's just a whiteboard saying good morning, team. With bye. Oh no, I shouldn't have gone by. Right, I'll tell you what. Hang on, let me redo this. Where's my pens? We want to. What color? Let's go with blue and green. We want to buy low, and we want to move. Sell high. There you go. Strategy. Buy low, sell high. But no, it's just good morning, team. There's no strategy on there yet. There may be though. Maybe I can, because that's the whole point. Is this whiteboard is going to be featured in a few more like reels with the 5ers, where I will be explaining a little bit more. No, I just got rid of the wrong one. A little bit more sort of like strategy, a little bit more educational. You know, showing you guys, you know, exactly why I'm here, pretty much, because you know, it's a lot of people want to learn, and a lot of people want to actually do well with trading, and sometimes it's difficult to actually explain that on a reel. You know, I do a few reels, and you know, a few have been posted on the 5ers, so you know, it's hard to put it into just real form where you're talking in front of someone. So that is the whole point in this board, is I'll actually be able to write out and explain it to you guys exactly what's going on, exactly what I'm seeing, exactly what I'm talking about and why I'm talking about it. So that's the whole point in this board, but there's nothing to go on it right now. I haven't made one of those reels. So yeah, I've just put good morning, team. So yeah, that's that's all that is, man. But I can explain my strategy to you. You know, it's very, very simple. I got a... Oh, Remy, I've done something. I did a whoopsie. Can we undo? Thank you. Dude, I need to stop fiddling. So yeah, no, dude, my strategy is super simple. It's literally follow trend, consolidation, and then break and close above, break and close below, buy, sell, whatever. Yo! What are you doing, handsome?
Morning, I heard you were lonely, so tried to jump in.
No, you didn't. You just heard everyone complimenting me, telling me I was amazing. You were like, I want a bit of that action.
Dude, what is this whiteboard thing? What is good morning, team?
Clicking it, dude.
I saw you.
Okay. Remy, I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna bring the screen back. What is it? Which screen was it? Old layout, no screen. Okay, I got it. Dude, what do you think of my coffee?
That's I think it needs some work. I don't know.
Really?
It
Oh,
kinda looks a
what?
bit
Dude,
more.
this...
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not
Well, it looks
Banksy
like
like
a
you.
soup, right? Like it's too long. It's like a soup. It's like a bowl with a
Okay, fair.
with a
Maybe,
handle for
yeah.
some reason.
Okay, fair. Hang on.
I can get my own. I got a blackboard here as well. So what we want to do is
It's a bit small, but... Buy high, sell low.
Sell low.
Exactly. That is exactly how you become a profitable trader, guys. Is you must buy highs and sell the lows.
It's backwards because I think my camera's like flipped. But
Yeah, you've got
you guys
got
can
inverted camera.
you guys can definitely read
Give us-
backwards, right? Like it's all good.
Give us the coffee though. I want to see like Lockie Banksy. Well,
I just tossed it. I just tossed it halfway across the room. I can go back. Yeah, but maybe next time we can do some more stuff.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
next time, guys, we'll get to see Lockie Banksy.
You're gonna use that for webinar stuff. You're saying?
Yeah, exactly, man. So yeah, a lot more like webinar stuff, a lot more like social media reels, interaction, and because like a lot of the reels that I've spoken about and I've done, a lot of the reels that I do are sort of just me talking and explaining stuff. Well, I don't want to and it's hard to like. A lot of people struggle to actually, understand that from just listening to it. So good ideas or good opportunity to just literally get it physical, get it in front of people, and they can actually see it then. So yeah, I think
do more of like a
yeah, exactly.
gradual
There's a
walkthrough.
few ideas. Yeah, there's a few ideas we got going on in the background here. So and again, guys, it's all to help you. I don't need to do it, and truth be told, it's going to take time from me. So I don't need it.
Yeah, that was something I thought about doing this a while ago. I had similar stuff.
Yeah, he's gone back to
more,
get
like
it.
complex shit with like maths and this and that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
I shouldn't be cutting that just came out, but I mean this is all half rubbed off the thing, but yeah, because I was also like trying to think of ways to put stuff better together, but rather than just sort of talking and showing some graphics, like sometimes you actually need to do a bit more of like a walkthrough, like which then leads to this, which then is that, and you explain it as you go, right?
Because you see like a lot of streamers or a lot of traders will have AI graphics, or they'll be like, oh, if you buy high, if you sell low, this happens, and then it'll be like AI graphics, and yeah, it looks good, but sometimes it's nice to literally, this is what happens if this happens, and this is what happens if this happens, and then it leads to that, and you're able to physically show people where they can watch it. I think it just helps a lot of traders.
And I think it allows people to sort of digest it as you're writing things out, as you talk.
Exactly.
There's like a slight breakdown rather than just like a screen coming up and then you start talking, people trying to figure out the screen whilst they're hearing you, and it's showing like the next 3-4 points that you're going to talk about. And so they're just seeing the screen and then jumping all the way to the end and trying to go like, what are we... Yeah.
What are we even talking about here? Like in it? Yeah, exactly.
I read it.
Please explain the strategy on the board. Yeah, so that was just a good morning. But yeah, my strategy is super simple. I'll show you the most simple version of my strategy. And again, you guys can copy it if you want. Make it your own. Do whatever you want to do. But just be very careful when it comes to copying people's strategies. It doesn't always play out how you expect it to. So, simple strategy. We got a nice 50 moving average. You can see here, boom, there we go. Nice 50 moving average. We're clearly in an uptrend. We've got consolidation. We got the break and close above the consolidation. Stop loss. Oh, go away. Stop loss at the low of the consolidation. Hit a 1-2 hour. Literally that simple. That has that simplicity in strategy has paid for holidays across the world. It's paid for my M4. It's taken my partner away for her birthday. It's given me opportunity to stream here at The5ers. It's that simplicity in trading is key, in my opinion, when it comes to my strategy. So yeah, that's and again, just be careful when you are copying it, because it is so simple. It can also be made overcomplicated, and it can also be. It's sometimes it's more difficult to simplify something than it is to complicate something.
Yeah, I agree. I've, funnily enough, been trying to play around with making an algo today. I've spent, I don't know, not too long so far, about like 3 hours or so, trying to code something like a very simple algo, which is kind of based on that sort of 10 moving average that I often talk about. Dirk likes the 8, and then Bart likes like the 7, the 6, depending on time frame, that kind of thing. But we all use a very like similar thing, and depending on whether it's a swing or like intraday type stuff. I've shifted it up a little bit, but with like an EMA. I'll show you. So it's an EMA on like 14 period EMA. So that's back test from 12th of the 1st, 2023. So basically January up until now. Seems to be working pretty well. It's like 157% profit, 18 point or 19% total drawdown from like peak to absolute max, which is not too bad. But yeah, it's something that's very simple, but it started out over here, and actually it was down here. So 111, then started tweaking it, and 40% drawdown, not so great. Keep going further. We got 163 with about 25% drawdown total. Similar deal here, about 160, 25. Keep iterating on it, and eventually start, trying to reduce that drawdown whilst keeping that same kind of profit tier through there. So, yeah, this is something I was playing with. I'm trying to get more into, or I was doing it a while ago, like automating strategies and stuff for a bit. And now I've come back to it. So we'll see where we get with this.
Yeah, dude, that's sick. Keep me updated with that, man. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Just kind of a quick catch up with chat as well. Also, guys, 44 likes. We're 6 likes away from 50 likes. Come on, guys. There's over 100 of you in right now. 50% of you have to like it. We should have 100 likes. Every single one of you should like this stream right now. So smash that like button. Also, we've got Cowish saying, I'm going to win the 1v1. Just need to know who will be my opponent. It will either be Pedro or Griff. Either one of them. So, dude, there's some strong competition as well, Cowish. Azrael Trade, I'm also waiting for the 1v1. Azrael Trade, my man. We'll see, bro. We'll see. Get yourself in there. MGN, 2 coffees a day. Addict. But no, I'm struggling to only have 2 coffees a day. I'm itching for more. I'm making a really good coffee at the moment.
That said, actually, before I take over and you have to jump out, I might just refill my coffee.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, sweet, man. Yeah, no worries.
I'll jump back in. Sweet. Morning,
guys. Kawhi saying, are you a graduate in university? No, I am not. I refuse to go to university. I did get accepted, but I refused to go to university. I thought to myself, if I go to university, I'm just going to end up in that rat race. I'm going to end up, getting a job, and one thing will happen before another, and before I know, I'll end up I'll never end up pursuing my dreams, and I didn't want that. My dreams were to become fully financially free. And at the time, I was actually new in my trading journey back in college. So I applied to university to become a pilot. And there's a commercial pilot's degree that you can do. So I got accepted to become a commercial airline pilot program thing. But I didn't go because, like I said, it was my dream to be financially free, and I just started trading at that point. So I wanted to become a trader, and I thought to myself, you know, if I go to uni now, I'm going to be stuck in uni for the next 4 or 5 years, and then I'm going to go off and become, yes, a pilot, pretty cool. That's awesome. But at the same time, then I'd never have that opportunity to actually become financially free. Even though I'm traveling the world, I still wouldn't have that true freedom. So no, I'm not a graduate uni. I don't have a degree. I have an extended diploma from college where I studied business and travel and tourism. But again, that's all. Today I hit a new target in EU and GU. Dude, absolutely amazing. Dude, big congratulations to you, man. That's awesome. Theo saying, hey, Will, I'd like to enter on gold. Entry 4081, stop loss 4070, TP 4103. So you're looking at long in. Let's have a look. You are looking... let's go with entry. You're looking at 4081. Yes, 4081. I can't be asked to put the decimals in, so... No, that's 4085. 4081. Fine, I'll put the decimals in. Oh, no, you haven't put decimals. Okay, cool. Why is it going 85? Oh, hang on. That's why. Let's try that again. Right. 4081. There we go. That's better. Okay, profit is 4103. Is it? 4103, yep. And your stop level is 4070. Let's have a look. Okay, I rate that. So you're coming down to this area just down here. I quite like that. I don't know if we'll go that far. If we break and close above the 4097, I don't think we'll get as far down as your entry. But if we fail to break above 4097, then yeah, I think your entry's strong entry, man. Unbiased Trader, good morning all. Yo, what's good, bro? Is there any room for beginners here? Damn right there is. We love to see beginners here because this is a healthy space for any trader, whether you're a beginner trader, an advanced, intermediate, whatever. Whatever level you are, then yeah, 100% there's opportunity for you here. Will, coffee addiction has gotten so far out of hand. He is drinking coffee out of bowls instead of cups. Dude, that's not a bowl. It's a mug. I'll show you my second session. What the mug that I took the inspiration from. It's got to say, dude, I'm just jugging it. I'm just pouring espresso straight into my mouth, drinking it straight from the. I'm actually putting coffee beans in the kettle and boiling him. Game fan, hey Will, what's good, man? How you doing? Will, what's your YouTube name? I have like 50 subscribers on YouTube. I don't really do much on YouTube, but it's just Will Davis Official. Or Apex Brotherhood, but yeah, I don't really do much on YouTube. You're better off going to my Instagram. My Instagram's Will Davis Official. You'll see more of me there. You're better off going there. I don't really... most of my focus on my YouTube and on my social side is on YouTube is on the 5ers. So you're probably better off seeing me on the Instagram or in my Discord community. Welcome, Aussie Bossy. Yeah, he's gone now, but he'll be back in 2 minutes. Is it the right way around if you turn the board upside down? Normal for Australia. Exactly that, man. Good morning, LJ. You just interrupted WD. He was just explaining a $1 million strategy. Oh man, don't worry, guys. It's all good. I'll explain my $1 million strategy. Just breakout strategies, consolidation, breakout, following trend. Nice pullback, jitters maybe with the mags and semis along the AI energy issue, not to mention Trump and the war. Good luck today. Bro, why did half of that feel like it wasn't English? Yeah. It's the same. Game fan, Will, do you trade for a living or do you have a job? I trade for a living. This is my full-time gig. You know, I'm a full-time trader. I also trade with the 5ers, so I do get paid to stream, which is nice as well. So look, guys, I have lots of supplementary incomes as well. None of them are as much as I earn with trading. So trading is my main story, my main gig. But I also do believe in having external sources of income as well. So most of them are still in the trading industry, but I do try and diversify outside of the trading industry as well, just in case the trading industry flops and the whole sorts of hoo-has and stuff like that. So when there's turmoil in the works in trading, I try and keep some aspects of my trading outside or income outside of trading, but that's a whole different strategy, which I could go into another day.
This is wealth creation stuff, like trading, and you keep adding. Yeah, you got other businesses and that kind of stuff, or business interests,
no longer
or
trading. It's
like housing, or that kind of all that kind of thing.
So, I mean, look, guys, if you're interested in something like that, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a wealth creation advisor. But I mean, we could make a stream about that maybe, like what to do with trading profits. I feel like that could be a cool webinar.
Yeah, I think all of us on stream, like our primary income is just straight from trading.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like we said, we've all probably got other sources, but our primary focus is trading. And it's probably why I get such a bad back and it's probably why I talk so much about fitness and staying healthy. Dude, literally, it's just punching into my chest all the time. You'll see me on stream every now and then just do that. I'm like trying to stretch my back out, man, because I get such a bad back. And dude, like I'm not a desk jockey. I'm not used to this. Yeah. So, for the past 4 years of full-time trading, my back has suffered. So I gotta walk, I gotta do like stretches, I gotta
hip mobility, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, mate, literally that.
It's like Jonathan used to always say, he's like, "Oh, spent too much time at the desk, like I'm turning into a shrimp." Like the crunched over.
Yeah. Crunched over. Dude, I'll be walking around like that.
Yeah.
Like Quasimodo, like hunchback and archdown.
How are we doing, guys? I am back, indeed.
Unbiased Trader saying, simple trading plan has given Will the ability to have a mistress, but has complicated him. LJ, have you seen my assistant in the Discord?
No. Wait, what?
Go into my Discord. I've now got Will's assistant, and I had to have a word with ChatGPT to build me an assistant. And it built this assistant. I was like, damn. I was like, yes, ChatGPT, bang on the money. I was like, that is my assistant. All the boys in the Discord was like, well then, Will, this is some kind of assistant.
Oh, okay, now I found it.
Open the profile pic.
Nice, yeah.
I was like, damn, she's hot as hell.
Dude, that's great. That's so funny.
Even on the background, on her monitors in the background is my logo.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was just peeking in, because I was like, I'm pretty sure,
like,
isn't that
what?
Apex? I was like, yeah.
Literally, like, how sick is that? So yeah.
Do you have like a line to like call in? You can just have a chat for a bit.
Dude, like no joke, I'm gonna see how much I can develop that. I want audio. I'm gonna have a word with my missus. I'm gonna see if I can get her to do like an audio thing, and then I want to see if I can get her to create like audio files and do like live calls where you can actually talk. I'm gonna see how far I can push my assistant and see how real I can make it. See, it's like, hey guys, Will's assistant here.
Hi, Will's assistant. Should I move my stop loss? And she's like, no, darling, you shouldn't. Like, never do that.
That's probably a really bad idea, hun. You should definitely stick to your plan. Like, I wonder how far I can push this assistant.
That's actually really good, though. That's great.
It's sick, isn't it? It's really cool.
I got more morning videos to send as well. Let's get some profits.
Let's get some profits, boys.
It's good banter. Good banter.
Oh, it's so funny. Right, I'm going to look at opening up a gold long. We've just broken and closed above. So, high risk, but I think this could move up nicely. So, I'm going to fire up the terminal. I'm going to risk 1% on this long on gold.
I don't mind that after like the dip down we had. I'm kind of waiting. I've got like a bit of a eerie-ish feeling.
Okay. Sixth sense for Trump or
well, just I mean the Nasdaq's been moving pretty heavy during Asia. Obviously we've had earnings out this week in general. Plus last night we had like Google, Tesla, IBM, was it Intel? I forget. Some of the tech players and stuff coming through. We got more coming through today and tomorrow. But we've seen like oil's up like 3% today, now 4% actually. I haven't seen any major headline stuff. Obviously, dollar yen is running on as well. We're seeing a move in the bond market, which is shifting everything, and correspondingly with oil, I guess, around the Middle East situation. And there were some comments around China tariffs and things, but I haven't seen anything large enough to actually warrant the kind of move.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
That we've had. So
quite a bit of a drop as well. So I thought to myself, maybe a pullback, maybe some form of mitigation of this, I think would be quite cool.
Yeah.
Did you see that I've added financial juice to the Discord now as well?
Oh, did you?
Yeah. One of the guys said to me, they're like, Will, can we add financial juice to the Discord for World News? And I was like, yes. I was like, I know LJ loves financial juice. So I thought this is going to be, I was like, this has got to be a valuable. So I'm just like searching everywhere to see if I could like find it. I found it. And unfortunately, I can't like modify the name or anything, which is a shame.
Where's it come through? In
It's called news. The channel's called Newsfeed. On the Discord, it's like at the very top.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cool,
Gotcha.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's cool. That's really good.
Dude, be sick, man.
Nice.
Although it does
nice.
ping every like 10 minutes, so I'm like, maybe I'll mute it.
10 minutes? I mean, dude, that's too delayed. It should be around.
My brother came up to me and goes, well, what the hell have you done to the Discord? I was like, why? And he's like, my phone keeps spamming and it's not anyone messaging, it's just a bot. I was like, yeah, no, it's the news bot. So now like every Sunday night I'll post the news that we got coming out for the week ahead. But then we've also, so MGN has now programmed a bot to tell us what's coming out 10 minutes before it comes out. And now we've also got Financial Juice posting like every 5 minutes. So you're just being bombarded full of all sorts of news events coming out. So I'm like, guys, if you ever miss news or if you ever like lose because of news, there's no excuse. I was like, you can't do it. You know everything that's coming out.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe you can like cap it to just like the majors or like just the red.
That's what I'm
stuff,
thinking now as well.
Because like like Equinor, ASA, UBS lifts target price on Norwegian krona from 380 to 340.
Yes, I kind of
like, who cares about Norwegian krona?
I feel like I am doing work with my co-workers. Thanks for session. Dude, that's sick, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So
Appreciate
guys,
it,
we got the chicken and the egg back up. So the organic food is back. So guys, the egg
really
is
like
now
this
ready to
indicator.
hatch. It's cool, isn't it?
Is there a way we can make it that like, because you still have to place them individually, right? Can you put them in like a set so it like?
I don't know. No, because I have different.
Like I don't know.
Than I
Yeah, like someone who's probably more
MGen. Where is MGen?
Yeah, or could you make an algo with this
whenever
you place like a? Yeah.
that I have to place, and then I can drag and drop where my eggs go.
Yeah, or even when you place the trade.
It automatically sets the.
Yeah, it puts it next to it, like some algo thing. I don't know.
Dude,
And maybe there's like a shortcut key to go long or short, and then it places it and puts the chickens next to it. I don't know.
Dude, that'd be sick.
I don't have these skills, unfortunately. Yeah.
Don't have the facility for that, big man.
One of my lacking areas is being a code freak.
Yeah, no, same as that, to be fair.
I'm highly amateur, so.
I've been trying to get
wizard.
into code. Not so much coding, but like working with like ChatGPT or Claude or something. My
Vibe
brother's
coding, more so.
Yeah, my brother's really good at it, so he's been like sort of teaching me how to use it. I'm getting there. It's okay, but when like ChatGPT, I feel like this is a bad idea. No, it's not. It's a great idea.
Mine has to have ducks on it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And it can go from like a.
Well, I'll have chickens, and we'll have it, or like the duck and chicken race.
Yeah, an egg. I guess it can still be a fry pan egg because there's probably not an emoji for like pate or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So it can be
Like a duck
fry pan egg, baby duck, and then like a full-grown duck instead of the chicken.
Yeah, dude,
Which would be a
that
full-grown
is
duck.
a fantastic idea.
There we go. I think that sounds
so. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go head off now. I'm gonna go sort some stuff out. Meanwhile, come in. Here he is. Look at this. Look at this absolute handsome devil. God, it's just nothing but good-looking gentlemen today on stream, is there? And LJ.
Yeah, and me. Yeah, I'm the outsider right now.
Oh man. What's
here.
How are you doing, brother?
How is everything on your side, both of you and those who are watching currently and in the future? How are things?
Future.
Those who are watching the
Doing
stream,
well, man.
not live.
Yeah,
If
doing
you're
well.
watching the stream and it's not live right now, drop a message down below. Has Victor's...
We are talking towards everyone,
You got
concurrent viewers, but also future viewers, right?
you gotta send that message though to like you in like or someone else in like 80 or 100 years from now.
Yeah.
Right? And like leave some kind of like cues and like
Yeah.
some kind of Terminator.
It's like a time capsule.
Sarah Connor, John Connor, save the world.
On the 5ers' 20th anniversary, 10 years ago to the day, I messaged the 5ers saying hello.
Or like the AI took off, the AI robots took over the markets, and we had Terminator didn't actually play out in real life, but it did in the markets and destroyed everything. We need to fix that.
Oh man. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave you in the weird and wonderful brains of Victor and LJ. Guys, I'll see you in about 2 hours time. Thank you very much. Peace.
See you, man.
Take care, Will. Thank you for sharing some time with us. All right, let's switch
Hello.
to yours, indeed. How
sorry, I didn't have my screen up just yet.
Yeah, no problem. So we've had quite some movement on EU and also on other pairs as of this morning. Here you can see, yeah, we definitely have. Not very. London, is expected to move the market significant, but this was a bit more than expected. Especially if you consider, if you look at EU, we did come into a very beautiful area, which I might talk about in a couple of minutes. After I say hello to everyone in the chat, Abrador, we have Usman, Safar, Kawish, and many other, MGN, Thalander as well. And I see many great viewers. Thank you for watching, and hopefully we're gonna have a wonderful time together, you and all of us here. LJ, so I checked the financial juice, and I checked the Forex calendar. You know, those are the sources that I typically go to check. You know, what is happening, what fundamental driver could be the cause of the moves that we see, and I'll share the tab, right? So on this is today, 23rd of July, and we didn't have a lot. Actually, we didn't have anything on the dollar that could move the market. We still have later on, so it could be preemptively moving the market, but we have the interest rate, the euro interest rate coming up. That's going to be very significant. And if our viewers look at the financial juice, I like to check that website. It's a very recommendable source. It's free. It's quick. Not 10 minutes, but still very, very quick, where you can get the information. I don't see anything in red, meaning nothing really. I mean, I didn't go through all the titles or the links one by one to see if there's something hidden there that isn't identified as a high impact news, but still is likely to have moved the market. But I don't see anything. So it is kind of a little bit of a mystery what caused all of this. Do you have any idea?
No, I was saying before to Will, like, I can't find anything significant that would actually move the market. Like, we've had some general headlines, but nothing too crazy that we've seen already. So from the moves today that we've had, and it has been very broad-based. Like, it's not just one asset that's had, like, an outsized day. We saw the NASDAQ moving around. We saw the S&P drop off. We've seen the dollar-yen run further higher. Short-term yields are popping up as well. That seems to be driving the FX flows. Yes, we do have the ECB later today, like you're saying, Victor. The thing is, though, we actually moved to a further position of traders pricing
your voice is a little bit in a enclosure. It sounds like a little bit, at least to me. I don't know for our viewers. I think now it's maybe better. I don't know.
Better?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'll just start again. So yeah, I haven't seen anything myself either that is significant enough to be moving markets like they are. And the thing is, it's been very broad-based. So it's not like one singular asset or maybe one or two here or there have like broken certain levels and they're just running on like a technical sort of basis. We've seen NASDAQ drop heavier. It's been swinging like 200, 250 points throughout Asia, which for Asia has had some of those ranges in the past, but normally it's when we get a momentum drive, not so much of a back and forth type situation. We've seen S&P drop off. We've seen currencies move up. The Aussie did have employment data come out today, so that's fair enough. It was good data, so it's driven higher. That makes sense. We've seen the euro push up, but now come right off. Pound is all about the place. Gold has come off. We've seen the dollar yen cracking back up into those 163s, about 163.40 or so we peaked around. We've got oil up another 3%. So we've definitely got a very broad-based movements, but I haven't seen anything that is really like a pure catalyst to actually be driving this. And even with the euro, like you were saying, we had this drive higher and now we've come all the way off. And yes, we do have the ECB later on. However, traders have now started to price in a further 2 rate hikes by the end of the year, which I think is completely wrong. And if on that measure, you would see it holding up. Certainly. So the bond market is shifting around as well. Like there seems to be something going on that maybe some select people in the know have knowledge on. That
what about the comment here by Rahul Sharma, someone in our viewer who is also very active, I must add, in our Discord community. More about our Discord community later. But what do you think about maybe it's a delayed assimilation of the news of the escalation? The yesterday Trump posted, I don't remember what time it was, but posted that very significant escalation, but very proportionate as well, by saying for every tanker, every oil tanker that is attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, they will bomb one bridge or one power plant, which is, power plants and bridges being civilian objects are typically not on
And
that list. But
core infrastructure in general for any, whether it's government or civilian activity.
yes, and so that
Actually,
was on a that was on an exclusion list for a long time, and rightfully so. But so this is I read it as a serious, significant escalation, but also proportionate, meaning a set for everyone. So he's gonna be doing as many as the oil tankers are going to be attacked, which we might not be agree. I don't agree with violence and things like that. But I mean, in a military framework, it makes it's very proportionate. So it's a kind of a nice solution if you wanna deter oil tankers being attacked.
I agree. Yeah, there clearly seems to be something ratcheting up. I mean, the Al-Mandeb Strait, definitely spoke about that a while ago, I don't know, 3 months ago, basically mid of the peak of the Middle East situation with Strait of Hormuz. If that also escalated on top of the Strait of Hormuz situation, then we'd have a real problem. Talking about this, 2.5 months ago now. God, it feels like it was actually we started this in March. It's actually ages ago now. But yeah, with Dirk, I was talking about that. So yes, that is going to be a problem. But right now, we've not actually hit that point of it actually being an issue. It's just sort of theoretical and threats and a bit more ephemeral. It's definitely on the horizon. But just like how we've had the ongoing situation with the Strait of Hormuz, we've started to disregard it, because at the end of the day, even when the strait was closed, there were a lot more tankers going through from all accounts now that we're seeing, under the guise of switching off the transponders and that kind of thing. Even when we had those old charts of people trying to track that and saying, yeah, stuff is being switched off and it's this many getting through, it seems to be 2 or 3x the number actually that got through. We've had that going on. We've got the East-West pipeline with the Saudis and stuff going on through there. That's taken up a bunch of barrels. We've got other bits and pieces up through the top end. So basically, we were originally, in short form, missing about 20 million barrels a day. That pretty quickly went down to only missing about 12, and then 8, and now at this point, it'll be about 4. So we can definitely weather 4 million barrels. Right, for this whole period, it's been 8 to 12 plus, and obviously that's when we actually saw crude and everything come off, and we got a bunch of tankers on the ocean right now, basically waiting to hit delivery. As far as this, the USA-China trade deal is driving the dollar at the moment. Not quite, not yet. That's been in talks for a while. We've had that chatter back and forth. It's definitely a component and something to look at. But we're not quite there. There's nothing concrete. There's nothing. It's just all airy-fairy threats and such. And the same thing after we had the talks with Trump and Xi in Beijing. They came together on a kind of agreement with oil. Obviously, China stopped buying oil altogether, which helped shut down Iran and actually get the strait opened. Basically, shut down that revenue channel that they had. So China's like, okay, we can just stop buying. We don't have the exact details, but I assume it's US has a bunch of oil. If you guys stop buying to help us with this situation, not to help us, but just to quell it, per se, we will then refuel you with the difference of oil at cheaper prices than market, because we have an abundance later on and it becomes net. So it's like a mutual agreement. So we definitely saw that, and hence we saw oil come off. And I've got a bunch of charts for that, for China purchases. Right now, as far as driving the dollar is definitely a factor, but we're seeing a very broad-based picture. There's much greater than that. There's other stuff going on right now. We've also had EU envoys coming into the picture around the Iran situation at the moment. We had the UK allowing some of their bases in the area to be used by the US for Middle East operations. So that's definitely a further escalation and an allowance that we didn't really have before. Before, everyone was pushing back, saying like, "Nah, you can't do that. Like, we don't want this to kick on." So there clearly seems to be something else going on, which we're now waiting for, and it's going to pop off. But people in the know probably already know. But I think we can definitely see that coming.
So
Whether that's actually impactful longer term is the question. Or if the market's now just trying to forward anticipate that, seeing those obvious pieces, and then we get the actual reveal, and then the market goes like, okay, it didn't really matter in the end.
So do you suspect that the move today on EU, because I mean, it probably is the question for most people when they open their chart and they can't, explain it. Do you think that has anything to do with everything you just said about something happening, but we don't see it yet in the public eye? And actually, when you were talking about the 20 million that was missing, and it was now 12 to, or it was up to now 8 to 12, and now will be likely to be 4. You're only talking about the shortage or the delta concerning the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah, so that's barrels of oil. The actual problem for the economy is less so the actual oil. Got oil flowing, but there's been problems with like refineries, and there's secondary products that have to be produced from those refineries, which are now chokeholded because there was a lack of oil, and now we've got a bit of a glut, and people want to catch up on that same production. So that's actually where we hit an issue with the refineries, especially across the globe. Refineries in general have been majoritively shut down across the world because of the whole sort of renewable energy transition and that kind of thing. So there's no extra capacity. So for instance, in Australia, like we used to have, I think 8 or 9, literally back in like 2012, and now we've got 2, and that's it.
Refineries.
So yeah, refiners, right? Because you got to take the actual crude and then refine it into usable products. So once you've had that sort of lack of supply, there's been compression, a lack of certainty. Other people pull back orders, and then because they don't know about costs and that kind of thing, then they want to onboard the orders, and all of a sudden you've got this flood of demand. But you've got a certain cap of how much you can produce to actually take that crude raw material and produce it into usable things, whether it be fuel, gasoline, plastics, whatever else, right? Jet fuel, that kind of thing. So that's where you get that bottleneck, the same way that when we had COVID, everything shut down. And for instance, like timber prices went through the roof because there was no cutting of timber. Then all of a sudden everyone wants timber, and they shot up like 10x. So it's a similar situation, not quite that bad, obviously, because we don't have a global shutdown. It's just a percentage of disruption for some of these raw materials through the strait. But that's the larger concern than oil itself. And then obviously, if you do have that does have further consequences for input prices and then inflation, which seems to be what we're now concerned about, hence with the yield curve starting to rise once again, and that inflation picture, and potentially the Fed and other central banks either holding rates or increasing rates from here. So I'm a bit skeptical about that actually playing out. You know, like I feel like we've been through this situation before, kind of like with the tariffs and even post-COVID and stuff. Like people get it like a little bit off, So we'll see, but I think there's just a lot of vagueness, and we're in a bit of like a fog with it all because we only get tangential information, we get headlines, that kind of stuff. It's very hard to get a full holistic picture of all these instruments across the board, as well as then when you go into the tech picture, chips and everything, you need like helium and that kind of stuff. To get the full complete picture is very difficult. So I think we're taking a bit of a plus minus sort of degree, not hedging, but expectations going forward. So hence we get more volatility, a bit more whipsawing. Some people are going to jump out, some people are going to try and buy up opportunity, and others are going to be hedging throughout. And we've definitely had a lull where we haven't cared about these kind of fiascos for some time. So I think now people are going, okay, this should have been worked out, and now it seems to be escalating, and it was escalating, but then it come off, escalate, come off, and now it seems to be firmly escalated and doesn't look like it's actually going to calm at all. And so people are speculating on what this actually means going forward. That's my deduction overall. So we haven't had any direct headlines, just like you were saying, Victor, but I think this is more speculation on the general eeriness of the collective of things going on. Not any specific headline itself, but the collective, and going like, this doesn't feel like we're going in the right direction. So we now need to have some kind of concern of where it starts to blow up later on.
Exactly.
That's the only deduction I can make right now.
And one thing actually, I think you start mentioning about the strait, the one that the Houthis are menacing to close the Bab al-Mandeb strait. Do you have any estimates as to what will that be? I mean, if they go full blown and they want to do their best to close that up, what the effect would be on oil supply and in extension of that to the economy, the world economy, the energy economy?
I do somewhere here. I just got to find what folder this is in, because like I was saying, spoke about it a while ago when this started kicking off, and then throughout. So I got so many charts for you guys. I'd have to look for it, Victor. I don't have it on hand right now.
No problem.
Because we talked about it before, but
no problem. Take your time if you think you can find it quickly.
Yeah.
Not the booties are menacing. No, the Houthis. The Houthis. I mean, the rebels in Yemen. Just in case, I just don't want to be. Just want to take that confusion out of the world. Not the booties. Okay. Let's take a look at.
That was great.
Let's take a look at. Okay. So
do you want me to jump to your chart, and I'll try and find stuff if I can?
Yes, that would be great. I in the meantime, I will do some top-down analysis. Some people have been asking about EU, and that's exactly what we're going to be giving them. Let's see where we have. I was going to mention that. Well, the movement I can't explain because I didn't find any headlines, anything that could explain it. That was actually the topic. That was the intro to the trigger of the conversation we just had. But we can certainly talk about EU in terms of the technical analysis. I mean, in the end, at least for me, not for LJ. LJ has a broad fundamental basis to talk about. I look at the technical. I'm a technical trader, and I look at the headlines to see if it fits in or not. But I'm mainly, almost exclusively, only talking about the charts, the PEA, the lower time frame, says Robert Draghi. Yes, we will be going there. Obviously, we will not stay at the monthly. We are traders in the end. Well, some of you might be also investors. But the higher time frames, just to indicate that we are in between two monthly levels. That means, the market here, you are the closer you come to the supply to the demand area, the more the likelihood that it will start going in the opposite direction. The same thing as the supply. But when you're in the middle, both of them can exert influences and push price. Basically, you're in the middle, right in the middle of nowhere. That's just the one thing I wanted to indicate. Other than that, we don't have anything. We are on a move down from the supply zone the last time we touched, and there's nothing stopping us less these weekly structures, which are at all not very significant in my viewpoint, right? Not being any specific, they're not fresh, they're not part of a quasi, they're wide, they're on top of, they are not overlapping each other, etc. So on the weekly time frame, we are seeing that the quasi pattern, the reversal pattern that was created as and during and after we had that monthly supply zone being hit, typically you would see the once we conclude, this is the conclusion line for that quasi. Once you typically see a kind of a pop before we continue on, perhaps the resume the reversal, and that not even that happened. So long as we're staying at these current levels and not having that drop, things will look quite bearish for EU on this time frame, meaning it's going to have an easy time going lower if it starts breaking the recent lows. On a daily time frame, we do have let me show you guys, we do have a supply zone on the weekly there that will likely be, if we continue with this, this impulse, and if this consolidation continues, and we have if this demand zone, because right now we are between these two levels, right? Those are the supply and demands on the daily time frame. If the demand zone that we're currently, just yesterday we tapped into, has its way, and we start going higher, then likely that weekly would be the likely next level to be aiming. On the 4 hour, so there is that open question whether or not this daily is going to have what you expect of it, right? Another leg up, and perhaps continue this this counter trend that we're seeing here. This is a bit higher, right? The impulse, which is the direction that market actually wants to go. This is the counter trend, and the question is whether that counter trend is going to continue or not. So if we go to the H4 to get some readings, what indication do we have technically? What structures, patterns do we see in the market that could indicate one way or the other that we're actually going to be reversing from the daily order block below or not? So let's see. So there is a pattern. There is a reversal pattern, the one that I use all the time, which is this, which fits the reversal pattern. And actually, you can even draw it from the previous area where it takes out the neckline. And we're going back into, we already had a reversal pattern that was, a demand zone, entry order block that was invalidated before. But we still have one area here that is of interest. Whenever we do get there, I would be very interested to look if we have, indication on the hourlies, on the 2 hourlies, and eventually on the minutes to get my entry to get a move up. I'll be, the pattern has this as the target, but depending on the day, on the range of that day, I might be able to hold it only to perhaps this high, or depending on that day, something closer by, and also depending whether or not the daily could be giving me a signal or not. If the daily does give me a signal, then I have more reasons to target that daily structure that is in sight right now. So that's the whole area. The whole range does have a nice looking entry order block on that H4. However, what can we say about the daily order block that was retested yesterday? What happened? What does the PA tell us? After we hit that level, is this enough as a reversal pattern to push price higher without needing the level below? I think that's the question that could guide us today. Not only also for the fact that we have the interest rate decision on EU today. These are the biggest, EU driven news of the whole month, if not even longer, right? So the dollar could move EU much more if there's something from the Fed or something else happening. But EU driven, that would be the interest rate decision. So that's something you want to be watchful. Today it's going to be in about 3 hours from now, 2.5 hours from now. So what can we see if we see this through the eyes of quasis and order blocks? Okay, so let's see. We hit a daily demand zone there. We can clearly see that there is a reversal pattern. It is at play, but does it have enough to warrant looking for longs? That's the question, right? So we have the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, and it is clearly has been activated, and coming back to the level. So the quasis has been activated. So the question then is, do we have any structures that has been left behind? Yes, we have. This now becomes an entry order block on the H4. This is the area. If it doesn't hold, there will not be any H4 reason for this level for this structure to be identified. So I think we are right there. We are right at that moment, and it's actually not a coincidence that it's in 2 hours and 30 minutes. There's going to be an announcement on the interest rate decision, because that level, that area, will, price will likely stay there until the news comes out, because this is the intersection. This is the place where price will, the market participant will decide whether we're gonna be going lower. If we don't hold this level, right, it's likely that we're gonna be going to the next H4, right? And if we do, that could be the quasi that leaves us in any case to this high, but possibly going to the next level. So we are right there at the intersection where we decide we go lower or we go much higher. Right? Well, not for sure, but going initially to this level and possibly to the next level above that, since that's the next level that makes sense on the charts. We are in the. This is a great moment to start thinking strategically whether or not you want to be part of this move. The move is going to come, likely, since there's news. And there is that, we know there's going to be a likely trigger for a next move. We don't know which direction it's going to be yet. So few things you could do. You could start getting in now, plenty of time before the news, and having a adequate stop. Just in case the market starts, and just in case the market starts moving in your direction, you're already in. And the news, has a, volatility on the news comes in and maybe goes 15 pips against you, 20 pips, and probably you could be already in from a much lower place where your stop is still relatively safe. Or you say, I'm gonna wait for the news to come out, for the dust to settle, and to understand with the PA that comes during and after that release of the news, to understand, okay, which side it's going to be. Meaning, once we clear this path and starts going, we start starting creating bullish structure, we then can create, all right, I'm gonna be taking the next entry, the next signal that comes, the next buy signal that comes out after the news, and targeting initially this high, perhaps the next ones, which are these highs, or eventually all the daily that we have here. So that would be the more conservative approach. But there's something to be said to taking the trade right now without waiting, because sometimes this will happen, right? So if we go, I'll go to the 1 hour as well. You can see that I've already marked this previously, or before I came on. This area is a overlap of these multiple time frame, telling me that the chances of I think my can you still hear me?
I can still hear you, but yeah, your
Yeah, but
camera has frozen. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
can still hear
Okay.
you. It's fine.
In the meantime, maybe
Uh,
until my camera comes back, maybe you can show us what you found in that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think your screen itself is frozen as well.
Okay, so it's
So
come back now,
now you're back,
but
at least.
yeah, no problem. But go ahead.
I will touch on what you're saying about the euro as well, Victor. Yeah, that's one thing with the ECB meeting coming up. So, yeah, as you can see here, traders fully priced 2/4 point ECB hikes by year end. Now, coming into the meeting, we're getting that, and yet we've seen euro dollar fail to hold the higher areas here. We've come back off. So is this, the market calling the bluff on that? And you've got portions of the market in the rates market and like bonds and such pricing that we will get that, but like currencies are often the canary in the coal mine, sort of front running these things and get sort of more of the true move per se ahead of time. And we clearly seem to be wiping that out because you would expect this should be a bit higher given that. So yeah, that's definitely my concern that either that gets confirmed and hence the FX market right now is completely wrong and therefore we drive higher pretty aggressively, or that's confirmed and we probably only get like a smaller move lower. But like you were saying, I do like where we are. I think you've got some good defined levels if you want to enter here and have your stops pretty tight between these two areas. And then either you got it right or you got it wrong, so it's not bad. Now, as far as looking up the other bits and pieces I was trying to find before, I've definitely got some more charts and things, but I couldn't quite find them. I've got folders on folders on folders of all sorts of things buried over the months and months. But basically what we're looking at, obviously, this is Strait of Hormuz. The Bab al-Mandeb goes through here. So it's, just by Africa. And the other portion is you have the Suez Canal that goes through here, right? So what we've seen is America or Trump or the US administration or whatever you want to call it is certainly trying to gain a bit more control over a lot of these oil pathways. So just like we had before, Trump renamed Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. That's why it's in quotation marks. Obviously took over Panama again, right? The Panama Canal. And then they've taken, control in Venezuela. That locks up that entire portion. Obviously also then talking about Greenland and this waterway through here, which, has Europe and Russia involved. Then the other big ones are the Strait of Hormuz and the Strait of Malacca. Now, Strait of Malacca goes to China and that kind of stuff. I'm sure we're going to have issues around that going forward in the next year, 2 years, whatever. But right now we're dealing with the Strait of Hormuz, and just in here, this is the Bab al-Mandeb pass through there, right? So this is now what we're dealing with. And if we go to this guy here, Bab al-Mandeb, we've got 3.2 million barrels that go through there, and then the Suez Canal at the top, right? So this is where it does take, if we get this completely locked up, even though we've got the situation in Strait of Hormuz reduced, and we're probably only missing now 4 million barrels a day. As you can see, it's about 26 before. We reduced that to like 16 and then to 14 to 12, then to 8, and then now it's about 4, so it's not a big deal. But if we now go and add another about 8, it does make it a big deal again, right? It raises everything that we have secured in the Strait of Hormuz to now being in that kind of risk type area. So that's basically the situation we're looking at. Whether that happens, whether Houthis can actually really do that sustainably, like for a long time, or if this is more of like a shot in the pan, or somehow we get like a dual war of attrition. I think if we start getting that, other countries will get involved, as we've already seen that they're now being willing to offer their services or certain ports. I think they're now going, okay, yeah, this is getting out of hand. We do have to jump in. We don't want to be a part of the war, but at this point, it's now affecting everyone if this is going to continue and we can't quell it altogether. So at the same time, yes, it's a risk, but I also see that if it does escalate, everyone else jumps in. You get the European Union, you get the UK, you get all the other Western countries. You get China also arcing up because China doesn't want this. They have their own future visions for AI and technology and that kind of stuff, and they need the oil, and they need helium, and they need all these resources for themselves for their future goals. They don't care about what's now. They're thinking about like 2050, right? So this just disrupts their progression to that 2050 type thing, and they're pretty neutral otherwise. So that's basically what we're looking at. It's a developing situation. I say it's probably too early to call like a definitive trade on this, unlike the Strait of Hormuz escalation, which was much more clean when it started happening. It was clean, pretty clear, massive drop-off, very binary. This is more vague and obfuscated. So at the same time, just a quick wrap up before we go through, we've still got a whole bunch of oil on the ocean ready to be delivered. So this was the peak that we had just before. We had this massive drop-off with the Strait of Hormuz closure. Now we've got a bunch more oil on the water. And this is also the piece I was talking about, China, where they just stopped buying, which helped shut down the Iranian side of things, and them trying to like just rake money from being allowed to actually sell oil again and having their sanctions voided temporarily. So, yeah, we'll see. But let's see if your chart is working again, Victor. We'll get
Yes.
back.
One question before we go back to mine. You were talking about the Houthis strait there. It's not theirs, but I mean, we all know it's related to them.
Yeah, basically the Houthis are here in Yemen, right? So
Yes.
if we zoom in a bit, you guys can see it. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
The 3.2 that says there, that goes through, that transits that area, if that's shut down, it only affects actually the southern direction of the Red Sea's oil supply, so to speak. I mean, because we can still go to the Suez Canal.
Correct,
So
correct.
it's still that also that increases the actual, it makes it even more difficult to assess what the actual effect is, because you gotta understand how it does it really affect, because you gotta know the direction, right? In this case, it's of course those that are in the everything that comes from the Strait of Hormuz will not be able to pass going north, going to the Suez Canal, and anything that comes from Saudi Arabia from that pipeline they have will not be able to go to Asia and so on without a huge detour around Africa. So
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you got the east-west type situation. So there's definitely more ships through the Strait of Hormuz that go sort of to both ends of the globe, both corners, if we want to put it that way. The Bab al-Mandeb, obviously, some of the guys that couldn't go, sort of through here, reach wherever they want to go, they've started, transiting ships back and forth through the Bab al-Mandeb and then up through the Suez. There has been a number, obviously, because we did have the Houthis popping off during the Middle East situation with the Strait of Hormuz, right in between. And so there also has been a number that just completely skipped this altogether and have already started just taking longer routes all the way around Africa and going up. And yes, it'll cost more, but the people on the other side are like, yeah, it costs more, it takes a bit longer, but we know we're getting it. And they'd rather just pay a bit more and, there you go. So that's why, as much as it's definitely an issue, it creates like a problem, I don't think it's anywhere as big of an issue as the Strait. And also the Houthis don't have anywhere near the capacity that Iran does. So it might last for a while, but it's kind of like a flash in the pan. It's very annoying, but doesn't kill everything.
Yeah.
You put one US ship in through here, and everything changes. So
Yeah, that's the premium to be paid for security in the supply chain. Makes sense to It's not only about the price; it's about actually getting the crude. Because if without that, there's nothing. There's no revenue downstream to be had. So your losses are much higher. It's way better to just pay the premium. to avoid to guarantee or to secure your supply chain. Makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense. So
It was-
we'll see. We'll see. Go ahead.
There was one other comment from a while ago. Sorry, Elvin. I saw this before. This was like 35 minutes ago now. LJ, yes. Victor, question is the same as with me. It seems quite weird to see gold going back to the last week lows, while I heard of a lot of Fed banks bought gold. Yes. So Western central banks have started buying up gold again. China has not. China has been the big buyer. And Russia also has not right now because they're having to dump gold to fund the war and that kind of thing. So the two biggest buyers are still off the cuff. The other piece with that is right now gold is tending to track, like I was saying earlier, the interest rates different. I've got a chart that's giving me like literally half a second. It's got to be here somewhere. Where did I put? Oh, it might be in this folder.
Take your time. This is life.
It's right. It's right. I got it. Here we go.
I mean, I don't mean it in the wrong way. I mean, it is live, so the viewers will understand that since it's live, there's no way you can have everything at a click distance. It's logical that all of this is unscripted. So
yeah, I got so many tabs.
Whenever you get an idea and you say, all right, I got a graph for that, a chart for that. Let me look it up. It's obvious it's gonna take some time. So take your time, I said, so you don't feel pressured at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah. So basically, this is when, especially when the war kicked off, and everyone was talking about, okay, gold. Why is it dumping? Even though it's a precious metal, it's meant to be security in bad times. Like it's a safe haven, that kind of thing. And if you guys recall back then, I was saying like, no, it depends. It depends what the situation is. So right now, we were seeing the situation with the Strait of Hormuz, locking down oil. That increases input prices, increases in inflation, a whole bunch of risks on the horizon. Gold is a zero interest bearing asset. On top of that, it's already had an incredible run. A lot of that was driven by central banks as well. So overall, from the speculative portion of the market, if you got this massive asset that has run really well and you're now getting crushed on other trades, there's margin calls that happen or just margin rebalancing. So you take profit on some of the crazy trades, which are definitely way outperforming on like a decade plus long multiple. This is not just a yearly outperformance. This doesn't happen, this is one every 15 years type thing. So They're going to sell off that, cover the losses on, say, like stocks or other equity holds that they have, wait for that to recover. And the other big portion, though, is if this actually continued, you would have to impute higher input prices, higher rates, higher inflation overall. So therefore, you don't want to be holding gold when it's a zero interest-bearing asset. So this is a chart right here of the gold price plus the market pricing for a 25 basis point rate hike at the end of this year. And you can see just how neatly this is tracked with gold the whole way through. And just this past while, I had this chart is from like a week and a bit ago. You can see that the market pricing for December rate hike started to jump up, and we have seen gold this past little while jump up a little bit. If we go to gold here, let's go to the 4 hour, we'll hide all this jazz. We basically hit these bottoms and started to recover. Now we're having a bit of a falter today, but that's basically where that came from. And today we're seeing in the market that pricing for a December rate hike, it was reducing before, okay, in this graph, that means it's going up. Now it's gone flip the other way. So therefore gold also comes off at the same time. But this is just a very good example of that iteration, like I've been talking about, how gold is mainly moving on the forecasting of rate hikes or holds or cuts going forward, and the bond market and the front end of the yield curve, rather than any other kind of dynamics. But yeah, I just thought this is really nice, very nice chart to exemplify that right there. So hopefully that like helps you guys. On top of just me just saying this stuff, now you've got like a visual picture.
Yeah, I do like I do appreciate the visuals, the quantitative part of your opinion, basing it on actual analysis that you're showing us. We have Ziggy Zag, who is very interested in the probability of euro going higher or not. What are your take? Are you even able to give a percentage?
I could not say right now because the market pricing right now, like if we look at like active spot, is very different to some of the other calls, rate high calls. Like I was saying, today is being shuffled around by the bond market. So for instance, some of that pricing is going to bleed over from like the US into things like the ECB. Now, that pricing in the bond market then eventually reflects into FX, because obviously you got the yield differentials and that kind of thing, and that drives the differential between the euro and the US in rate differentials, which then hence reflects in the actual spot price of the currency, right? Now, ahead of that, we have the ECB. Christine Lagarde, obviously, last time they hiked rates just before we had the whole Strait of Hormuz thing ending, so-called ending, if we want to call it an end. And a lot of people will be saying that's a misstep, right? Policy misstep. So what do they come out today and say? Do they stick stalwart now that the situation has kind of re-escalated? Whereas if it hadn't re-escalated right now, they might have gone, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done that and we'll probably just stay flat. Now it's re-escalating. They might keep the door open that they will raise rates. So on that measure, since we've come off, you could argue that there is actually the basis hope that Christine Lagarde does say we are going to be stiffer for longer, or wait and see, and we're not talking about any kind of rate cuts, definitely not, and potentially there's scope for rate hikes. That would end up a very bullish picture. So given where we are on the spot price, I would say we've got a slightly higher probability of going higher, but I wouldn't have like a major confidence level on that. So if you had to call it, it would be like maybe like 57-43. So 57% to the upside, 43 to the downside.
Why the 7?
That's not. Sorry?
Why the 7?
Because it's not quite 60-40 and it's not quite 55-45, right? It's just in between. I feel like that comes closer to average. Once you're breaching 60, like 60-40, like that's enough of a differential that you could actually trade on. 57-43 is slightly too low that I wouldn't be betting on it. So if I did take a trade through here, we do have some kind of construction. Like you've obviously got this sort of just a rubbish trend line through here that you could lean on. So you do at least have some kind of structure. So in that sense, I wouldn't mind taking a, hang on, what's that? Wouldn't mind taking a long if you're going to take that position, because you do have pretty defined risk, right? And you could see that break there. So as far as a risk reward, I'd say like, yeah, great. But as far as confidence in that actually playing out, that is very different. And then you have to multiply your confidence in the trade by the actual risk reward of what you actually get from the trade. So even if I took this, I'd still take it in like a reduced sizing overall, because I don't have that high confidence level, even though it is good risk reward, you know.
I think if you convert, you interchange that confidence level terminology into expected win rate, or if you do that, then this trade makes sense. I mean, if we assess, you know, it's only an opinion, but if you assess that the probability of going higher is 57 or whatever, but in any case above 50, and you have such a risk reward ratio profile, I'll take it any day.
Correct, and that's why I'd still take it, but just on a reduced size, because the win rate is, the reward is quite high. But there's other times where we might be at a less favorable position, but I'll have a very high confidence on the macro outcome of a certain release. So I'll take a higher lot size trade here with a worse risk reward, but I've got a higher confidence interval of it actually playing out. So technically, you could see that as lower, like a worse trade because it's lower risk reward. But the confidence interval of the trade actually playing out is higher. So you're going to multiply them between each other. Now, because this one is much larger, even though the confidence interval is lower, it makes up for the fact because the potential profit is higher. So exactly like you were saying, Victor. So hence these would be kind of equal if you had like a much higher confidence towards like 75, 80% up here and entering through here as this does when it has a much lower confidence interval.
In the end, it is what fits you better as a trader, right? Do you want to get in when you have less probability or to see the direction in advance or see the market, the PA developing, which is right now? Or do you want to see the news come out and you have perhaps more confidence because you have more data, more, the X factor of the news is out of the way, but then you will have a worse entry and likely a larger stop, and but it compensates because you can have a better confidence because it depends on which side. I mean, there's no wrong here. Depends on what kind of a trader you are. And talking about type of trader, there is no one better to talk about that than this gentleman who just joined us while we were talking about EU going up or down. That is, of course, Mr. Wells, which is our in-house. We are so lucky to have him, our in-house performance coach at The5ers. Welcome.
How we doing, gents? What an introduction. And talking about difference between traders, I don't think there could be much more of a difference between the styling of TP targets between Victor and myself. Am I right in thinking you're still sort of larger TP targets as opposed to smaller TP targets?
Yes. Yes, actually, on the main strategy, yes. On the main strategy, nothing has changed. I'm still targeting hourly, sometimes even daily levels with 1 minute entries and 1 minute stops.
So talk to us for a minute about how you feel when you see a trade go up 2R, 3R, 4R, and then starts to pull back towards the entry, maybe even go into drawdown. This is a conversation we've been having in the Traders Journey in the 5ers Discord recently, and it's, Rich, how do you trade larger TP targets when I'd much rather have smaller TPs and I just hit 1s and 2s and get out? And myself, just for those who don't know, I aim for very small TP targets, 1-to-1. That's kind of my mechanical system. Victor, he goes for 1 to 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. There's a lot of digits attached to his TP.
1 to 20, 1 to 30, 1 to 500.
Not all the time, but I do that from time to time. Yes. So how do I feel? The question is, well, at the beginning when I started trading this, it was a horrible experience because the emotions you go through as the market was going up and down, and it does that all the time, almost, is just not very pleasant at all. It makes you even nauseous, physically nauseous, seeing the P&L go up and down the way it would and it will. So what I have, so the question was, how do I feel and what do I do? How do I deal with it? Well, I felt at the beginning horrible. Right now, I don't care anymore. And how do I deal with it is that I stopped looking at individual trades. And I don't look at, what happened intra-trade, an hour ago. Let's say I entered and I'm just this occasion. I'm not saying this is an actual trade, but let's just assume I have something like this and I got in, I don't know, something in on the lower time frame, risking. In this case, that would be 2 pips, but let's put it a little bit less dramatic, something like a couple of pips, which is still at all not a lot. Let's say 4 pips, and I'm targeting the next level high here. And if I get into this trade, there is a good probability, regardless whether I get my TP at the end or not, that I will see positive TP, because my TP is so high. Here it is 1 to 6. Actually, that's not very high to me, anyways. But I mean, because I will not get out until I get my high risk reward ratio TP hit. That means that by definition, I will see 1R +2, even +3 on a regular basis, even those that go to stop loss. And if you focus, on every trade, every minute of the trades, and you go through the feelings, it's not beneficial. So I let go of that, of looking and thinking, what could I have done with that money? I could have, paid this or that. I let go of it, and I zoom out on a larger scale and see not just one trade, but a sequence of trade, meaning how did my day go? How did my week go? And I let go of worrying about any individual trade, because if I want to get the results that I know I can, and I'm already getting, but I mean, at the beginning, that this was my rationale. If I want to get the results that I knew I could get, there is no other way than to go through that process. And why do I want to make myself suffer in the process? Why? Well, there's no reason. Just take the trade, apply the strategy, and let go of the emotion as much as you can. So I just try not to focus on it.
And this is a very learned skill set. As Victor said in the beginning, this isn't something that naturally comes easy to traders. When you watch $1,000 turn into 3,000 and then maybe pull back to 1,000, we get these little thoughts of, man, I should have closed that. And even today, I get these feelings of, maybe I'll skip this trade. You know what? I've had a win. Maybe I'll just not take this, and I'll just bank the profit. And I remind myself that my job isn't to pick a winner. My job is just to execute on the trade. I don't know what the market does. I genuinely haven't got a clue. I can take 5 losses in a row. I can take 5 wins in a row. And each of these causes me to feel differently. And it causes me to have different emotions towards the next trade. And again, my job is just to execute on the trade. So we were talking about this in the Trader's Journey in the Discord more recently, that we can split trading into 2 skill sets. So skill set number 1 is to have an edge that you know when it presents. So it's to not look at the market and go, I feel like maybe I should take a buy here, or I don't know, maybe I should sell here. It really helps for a trader to know exactly when their edge presents, because then what they can do is simplify, okay, my edge is now presenting, my job is to now get into skill set number 2, which is to be the trader that can get the same result that the edge wants to produce over a big sample. And if a trader's struggling with psychology and they're jumping in and out of trades, closing early, cutting losses, adding into losing trades, it could simply be that the trader just isn't clear about their entry model. And we actually spoke about this in the Discord, and the trader was saying, you know what, I'm trying to fix a psychological problem when I'm not sure about my technicals. And I see we've got a comment in chat, and I want to bring this up. It says, hang on, let me just scroll up. When will the limbo stop though? Always looking for more and more and more and more data. This is a loop that traders can get caught in, of just saying, I need more data before I feel confident. As traders, we never know what's going to happen next on the trade. So if you're trying to build confidence around being certain and just gathering more information that the next trade is going to be a winner, you're looking in the wrong place. You're not going to build confidence because you haven't got a magic lamp that tells you what happens next. So as a trader, how do I build confidence? I build confidence in my ability to identify this is valid trade and this is what I should do. And my confidence comes from knowing that over a big sample size, I can do the thing and I can execute on the trade and I can hold the trade to objectivity, because naturally I want to cut my winners short and I want to let my losses run. This is a natural state of a newer trader. And I recognize this, but I build a process around it that actually means when I go into drawdown, I'm fearful, which is why I honor my stop loss. When I go into profit, I'm greedy, which is why I let the trade hit my TP. It doesn't mean to say that I adjust the trade. It just means that I hold the trade to the outcome that the market wants to give. And it could be 5 losses in a row. It could be 10 wins in a row. Like, genuinely, as traders, we have no idea. So starting to build that confidence around your ability to execute the plan every single time it presents. And it gets much easier when you know mechanically, this is my valid setup and this is what I should do. This is why I encourage traders to first build that skill set. And then if you think you can outsmart your edge, and you think you can be a bit discretionary, if you think you can pick between the winners and the losers, then build evidence that supports you can. And how that looks, for an example, Victor just charted up a trade on the screen. Now, imagine we were looking at this trade, and in our spreadsheet, we had 3 columns. Our normal entry model with our entry stop loss and the result that produced. And then we have a second column, which is the Smarty Pants column. And this is Victor saying, you know what? I don't like this trade. I'm going to skip this trade. Or maybe Victor goes, you know what? I actually really like this trade. I'm going to pull my stop up a bit tighter. Or maybe there's a discretion in the price action and I'm going to aim for a slightly lower TP. And what Victor would have to do is record the results of that trade based on his interpretation of what he thinks happens versus his mechanical rules-based. And then he would have to do that hundreds of times. And what he gets is 2 sets of data, and the data will not lie. It will be able to clearly say whether or not Victor can outsmarten his edge, or whether Victor can actually he's trying to get lucky and he can't over a bigger sample. And most of the times, traders cannot pick winners. They just don't have the experience to do it. So start with something simple, a rules-based entry model, a rules-based TP, or a rules-based way of managing that trade by trailing the stop. And as you gain the experience and you start getting these urges and these feelings, there's a fine line between your gut telling you to get out of a trade because of pain avoidance and your gut telling you, hey, I should manage this trade based on this because I've seen this 1,000 times. And what we should do is let the data speak. And most traders are too irrational in their approach that their P&L doesn't tell the story. So if we can't rely on P&L alone, what can we rely on? Spreadsheets, data, mechanical TP targets, 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3. And then we have a spicy boy column where you look at it and go, right, I think I can get 9R out of this trade. And you record it. Maybe it goes 6R, goes back to stop loss. Okay, that's a -1. On that one occasion, you would have been better to stick to your mechanical TPs. But what about on the next 100 trades? It takes a lot of work, but what we're talking about is the difference between refining your edge from maybe a 0.15 expectancy to maybe a 0.25. That is, do you know what businesses would pay to enhance their profitability by 60%? Like, there'd be businesses out there that would pay hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. As traders, all we've got to do is just put in the right kind of time, the right kind of work as well. So if you're struggling with that kind of stuff or you want more insights to it, you can catch me in about 4, maybe 4.5 hours from now. We'll be in the Discord. We'll have one of our performance coaching sessions. We've also got the Trader's Journey in the Discord where you can join and just create your own channel and have a chat with us about kind of what you're going through with trading. And there's over 100 individual channels that traders have created, which means if you sign up for the role, it's completely free as a 5ers trader. You can just spend your whole day reading through what other people are going through as a way of inspiration. And we've got everything in there. We've got traders saying that, you know, how do I follow my plan when I'm at break even or drawdown and I see other people getting funded and getting payouts? Like, it's such a common thing, but why struggle alone? Why not go through that, work through it with other people and see what other people are going through as well. But yeah, just something that we were touching on more recently to do with the Trader's Journey channel. And it's dude, I'll never be short of things to talk about. It reminds me of all the things I've either worked through as a trader or all the things that I'm still going through as a trader. And it's there's a good nostalgia effect there because a lot of the traders are putting in like really high quality work and they're now reaching their next stumbling block. And I'm like, okay, I remember hitting that. Or even more scary, I haven't hit that point. Oh, how would I deal with that situation? And it's good. It's good to get other people's perspectives on stuff. But ultimately, your plan is your plan. And one thing I say repeatedly in the coaching sessions we do is, Victor said something to me probably a year or maybe 2 years ago, which still sits with me to this day. When you see price action move and you're not in the trade, That's just someone else's trade. And that has reconciled my FOMO so many times. And genuinely, if I met up with Victor again, I would shake his hand for it. And you can hold me to that, because the amount of money I haven't given back to the market by stopping, thinking of the next exact right decision, which is a nod to LJ, and then reminding myself, hey, this price movement, this is someone else's trade. My entry model isn't present right now. My job is to sit on my hands. And that's how I wrap processes around my behavior. And for the most part, it's like them what's it? When you go bowling and you pull the bumpers down, it's like the bumpers are down when I'm trading. It's a little bit, it helps that bowling ball navigate to the pins. I mean, I still probably only knock 3 or 4 pins over, but at least the ball gets to where it's meant to go, which is a bit of a help. So processes over profit, always.
Yeah, and I agree, with this as well. I think at some point you have to take action, right? It's the same thing, if you're thinking about a business, that kind of thing, at some point, people come up with all sorts of good business ideas or potentials and that kind of stuff. And they have all these, they might have a portfolio of, they've written down all this stuff, but it's the guy that just goes and or guy or girl, whatever you want to say, goes and actually just picks one, executes, actually starts doing it, that actually goes on, builds something, great, right? And you're going to have all these same troubles. The same thing with trading. At some point, data, but you just got to test in the real markets, because as well as we know, backtesting is great, but it's always difficult. It's not quite 100%. The past is the past. The future is not going to be exactly the same, as well as it depends on your quality of data from the past and all these kind of things. So you always at some point have to just execute, and the more you do that, you'll be able to pick things up on the fly, and you can iterate and edit things. So long as you're not, when you start or you jump in with that, you're not going full bore, completely ham, and it's going to blow you out in 2 seconds. You test on the fly, right? So a lot of trading, a lot of the time, or really pretty much all the time, it's kind of like you're flying the plane, you build something that is good enough, the strategy that you hypothesize or theorize, it's good enough that you can get it off the tarmac. It's starting to fly in the air, but as soon as you're in the air, it starts kind of breaking down. And you got to repair it whilst you're flying, right? So you're constantly repairing panels and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, it's a bit ephemeral. Normally, a plane would just fall out of the sky. But you get the analogy. So you're repairing and building the plane as you fly. And hopefully, as you keep flying, you build, repair, and potentially improve the plane. And it becomes not just a commercial airplane, it becomes like a jet fighter or something else, or eventually like a rocket ship, and you can go to outer space and go to some other galaxy or something, right? But yeah, so it's a getting it going, and then it's a progressive flywheel that you have to keep curating as you're already running the whole time. So it's definitely a unique skill set, but the quicker you can start to actually get onto that, obviously you need those skill points, and you'll get better at doing that.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add to that.
Pocket.
The thing I enjoy about trading the Forex market, they're shut on the weekend, which means I get to touch wheels down on the weekend and just put the plane in the garage just for a little minute.
For how much longer?
Right, yeah, time to do a weekly review, and let's just start picking through this stuff. And because trying to adjust things mid-air is there's a lot of flying components, right? Excuse the pun. But over the weekend, you get to objectively look at this thing and say, how's my investment vehicle taking me to the destination I want it to go to? And sometimes it's like, you park it up and go, oh, mate, I lost 5R this week. The wheels have fell off. The engine's knackered. And it's just like, hang on, is 5R enough to tell you that your edge doesn't work? Like when you talk about quality of data, and this is one thing I would absolutely stress about. I've been guilty of this before. If you are sitting there in the barn polishing your plane, thinking this'll fly amazingly one day, and you've spent months building it, and you think, hang on, no, let me just tweak this one thing, and then I'll tweak that, and I will fly it one day. You're never going to get anywhere. As LJ says, just get in the thing, even on demo account, and just fly the thing and just see how it executes. You will have a difference between back tested data and forward testing. You won't just have a psychological difference, you will have a physical difference. Your execution price may not be the price you want. Your stop loss exits and TP prices may not be the prices you record. You might notice little nuances that you discover, hey, I can extend the TP out slightly here, which can massively improve an edge. And you're not going to know this stuff sitting your ass on the ground, looking up at the sky, thinking one day I'm going to fly up there. All of us figured out the little insights we've got in trading by getting up in the air. And how many times have we nosedived? How many times have we said, I think I've got it now? And then the plane starts smoking out the back end and it's like, right, okay, maybe not this time. All of us have gone through the school of hard knocks and we've learnt the hard way. But this is, to become a great pilot, to become a great trader, you just got to get yourself in that hot seat. And I'm not talking about risking the family farm on it. I'm talking about put yourself into a demo, start feeling those emotions, start learning about processes, and one foot in front of the other. This is how we improve.
And I think a good example when you are backtesting, like if you can try and, especially these days with AI, communicate your approach that you want to build that out, and find some kind of backtesting software, and then have the settings set so you can adjust them. And you'll definitely see that just minor tweaks can either double your profit or half it very quickly, or completely put you on the ground from very minor changes over like 2 or 3 years. So a lot of people as well, when you want to do back testing but use it through like a forward tester, like on TradingView, where you just go the what's it called, where you replay, right? That is very good because you can, especially if you're trading more active and manual, but it's very hard to go back like 3 or 4 years, and then even if you put it on fast forward and place each individual trade, like that's gonna take ages. It's going to be very tedious, very strenuous, and you're going to have to slow it down to make sure you actually got the trade where you would put the trade and all this kind of stuff. It's going to be very taxing. So one of the good examples is to try and put it into a algorithmic setting. It will be more fixed. You might have a general idea of that approach. Now in live markets, you'd probably have a bit more discretion. That's where discretion should come in, where you're like, okay, this looks like my kind of setup, but I know that there's like FOMC or CPI or something else, but this is not a normal CPI or normal Fed meeting. This is much more higher risk. It's much more going on with the rest of the economy. And other times you have CPI or Fed where it's kind of just like by the by, it's going to be a bit of a misnomer, right? And that time you might decide to jump in. That's hard to like code in because that's very much real time. And you can only update it as you go. So I'd say work from there, see how much, like when you tweak small parameters, it increases or decreases your profitability or your max drawdown. Like I've been working on algo today. I showed it to you guys earlier on the stream when I was on with Will, and adjusting just a few parameters. The first instance over the past 3 years, 160% profit, added some more components. The first piece had like a 55% equity balance drawdown, but 160% profit over 3 years. End profit is pretty good, but that's a steep drawdown differential. Kept adding to it, and now this was in 3 hours. It's now at an 18% max equity and balance drawdown, but the same 160% profit, right? Just from changing some of these small tweaks of parameters, and that'll also help you guys in finding out certain things that work to tweak and that you can adjust or decide to ignore as well. Sorry, I probably went on a bit of an off tangent there, Rich, but...
No, it's all good. Sorry, my computer's just trying to update for probably the next couple of minutes, so bear with me.
That's right. What is this? LJ, no, I don't want to fly a plane and learn while flying. 100% you will not hear from me again. That's fair enough. You know, we can do it together. We can fly like because you got dual cockpit, so we both either fly together or we go down together. You know, that's my shout out. At least I've got skin in the game. Then there you go. You know.
EU is moving quite nicely.
I'll risk it. I'll risk it.
Before I jump out, I would like to show something very quickly to our viewers on the charts, if my platform allows me. We do have an area here on this is EU. We had, let me give you the context. So we do have an area on H4 plus on the H1 that indicate that we could have at least of a pop here, not necessarily a complete continuation to go and break this level. Maybe will, because we do have ECB rate coming up. That could change everything, but we do have an area below here where we can see currently there isn't any quasi. As you can see there, the neckline is on the 2-minute and it hasn't been activated, but who knows, maybe we can see some in the near future, in the next couple of next hour or so, see some kind of a reversal pattern, which would give us some kind of an entry perhaps as it goes up, something like this, and then if we are a bit lucky, the news comes out and market is a little bit higher, and you can hold that trade from now on and have a piece of the action before the news actually comes out, or not, or maybe you decide to not enter now and wait for more information on the before the rate decision. That's it. Actually, unfortunately, I was plagued with some technical issues right where I wanted to interact with.
Such a shame. I thought you were going to hang around.
Wells. Yes.
You can if you want. It's up to you. If you got to go, you can go. But you're welcome to stay. Put it that way.
Thank you very much. Actually, I don't have that option. But thank you very, very much, everyone watching, for the time we spent together. LJ, Richard, as always, it's been a pleasure. And I'll be looking forward, Rich, to stream with you again and go in depth in all those biases and tricks and tips you give to our viewers, our traders on here on YouTube, as well as on Discord. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Beautiful. Cheers, Victor. Thank you for being here. Cheers, man.
Catch you in a bit.
Bye.
Cheers, mate.
See you, brother. Yeah.
And then I was thinking that Victor was thinking really hard after we were talking. He had just stopped, and I was like, okay, no, that's too much thinking. And then he's free.
He's like, frozen. Yeah. Before we kick on, I just wanted to address this. Martin. Well, LJ, same trade. Just my entry was at 28915. You're a bit higher than me, so you're basically where we are now. How flat? I like that. And target is at the bottom. Not below, so here-ish, rather. And you've got a slightly higher entry. I like that. I like it. I will see how far we go. I actually could see this going a bit deeper, but I've taken this on the futures, so I've actually got the consistency cap type rule that I've got to adhere to as well. So that's why I got the TP down here. We'll see how this plays out. I don't know. I feel like today we could go either way. We could actually charge higher, reclaim these highs after earnings yesterday, or we could just dump off. So we'll see. But I like it.
Is that consistency rule to do with the profit target in a single day being too large as a percentage?
Not a single day, just overall.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
We should have asked Victor whilst Victor was on, how does he navigate such environments as a trader who goes for such big TPs? I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is just reduce risk. If a trader's got to hit 6% and they're doing it at 1 to 6 risk reward with 1% risk, they're going to hit that in a day. And all of a sudden, their profitable day is 100% of their profits. So if there's a consistency rule, the trader's now on the wrong side of it, and they've just got to keep trading until eventually, averagely, it works its way out. But if a trader is
Is-
trading with heavy risk and a big risk to reward, they can be building a massive bank that they couldn't touch until the average consistency sort of works its way out.
Yeah. Sorry, just Rich, you know this. Is the for the summer plans, is it a daily or is it overall? For
It's
the
overall.
consistency. It's overall.
So,
Okay.
no, sorry, it's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's not overall. It comes down to when we talk about a 50% consistency rule. It means when the
It's just
trader
total
hits the
trades
target.
that you've
Yeah,
taken.
yeah, just
yeah.
yeah. But I'm not sure if the 50% consistency rule is worked out on a day-to-day basis or a trade-by-trade basis. If anyone knows in
I
chat,
think
feel
it's
free
total
to,
net profit.
okay. Okay.
And then, so obviously, assuming you've made the targets, like yes, for the first target, you're going to have to be under the consistency. But then after that, you don't have to reach the full, like 10K to withdraw. 'Cause you get the
Yeah.
out. But in the, frame.
Maybe we can get a little bit of feedback from chat. See if you can. See if you can hear
Remy,
it.
can you hear us, by the way?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Rich is gone.
I've gone.
Stream has now come back.
So, LJ, can you still hear me? On
I
your
can
side?
hear you now, but I can't see anything.
Okay, so what I can see on my screen is we're sharing your screen. I can see you, I can hear you, and we're getting feedback from chat saying that all good. They can hear it on this side.
Yes,
And
everything is fine.
background saying we had a Remy's voice reveal as well, so I think we're actually getting all the way through all channels. So as far as I can see, we're still live.
Okay, I can only see myself. I can't see my own screen either, and you are also blank, but I can hear you.
Okay.
And Remy, so feel so alone.
So Wesley is saying, "I thought your plane just crashed, LJ. Maybe this is what's going on."
We didn't repair it in time. Rich, you wouldn't have a screen to put up. I might restart because I myself have now frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, no probs. Give me 1 second, because if I share this screen, I'm going to drop off. Okay, no probs. Well, we'll leave it like this for a sec, just until LJ gets back. And I will use this opportunity to have a shameless plug of some of the cool stuff that we've got going on in the background within the 5ers. So we've just released the summer plan accounts, and there's a little bit of mixed emotions around these because the daily loss is smaller. It's at 3% typically rather than 5%. And we've got a consistency rule of 50% as well, which means that the trader can't make more than 50% of their overall profit through typically just one move or one trading day. Now, when I saw these models come out, I got incredibly excited because one of the things that I am absolutely on a mission for is to not create better prop traders that are better at passing challenges and getting more payouts, is to actually create better traders. This is something that is massively passion of mine. And we see that in the prop space, what we end up with is we get traders that are focused on building out their trading journey, building out their track record. And then we get traders that get caught in this loop of, well, what do I do when I take one trade and I'm in profit on my prop firm account? Do I just stop and get paid? All good? And we were talking about this today, actually, or yesterday, I think it was. And it was, a trader was saying, look, I go for higher risk to reward. I'm risking I would consider quite aggressively on the account. And they're saying, what do I do after I have a winning trade? Do I reduce my risk? Do I keep trading? Or do I pause the account entirely and just wait for my payout? And it made me think to trading a personal account. LJ, when you trade your personal funds, do you just take one trade and then stop entirely and go to the bank and quickly withdraw the profit from that one trade and then wait until the money hits your bank account and then continue to trade your trading account?
No, I keep trading whenever trades are good, and I only withdraw when I absolutely need it, or there's like tax time, or something like that. Otherwise, it just keeps compounding, and I just sit there. And,
and this is where
I don't know if I missed the first part of what you were saying. If that was
not at all. This is where what we see in prop firms is traders are trading at such a size that the money is significant on a trade-by-trade basis. So a trader, for an example, they might have $500 to their name, but they just hit a $3,000 swing on an account, and all of a sudden it like massively increases their net worth, and so they get all precious about the money they've made, and they focus on the profit, not the process. And what we encourage traders to do is bring that risk down to a size where you can just trade your plan, and if there's profit there after the end of your payout cycle, then you can collect your profit. If not, you're always skimming off at the next winning trade. You might take a winning trade, go, okay, I'm going to wait 2 weeks now and get paid. And your edge might produce another 3%, 5% over the next 2 weeks, which you're not in the market to allow your edge to perform. And so it kind of turns into this mini game of, I'm going to try and time my payouts in a way that, it's like getting a huge return on my trading capital, and it becomes like I'm going to trade the prop, not trade the markets. And we see this sadly, we see this quite a lot. I can see in chat says you have a lot of gamers within this space. It's because the prop industry is seen as a way that you can pay a little bit to suddenly get access to a lot more. And although that's true and the numbers are true behind that, what it does is it starts to affect the trader's behavior, and it puts the trader into a position where they're overly focused on the profit. Now, we're all in trading, I should imagine most of us at least, to get a return on our time, to get a return on our money. So it makes sense to pay yourself for your work, but you're not maximizing your edge if you're trying to just score one move and then get a payout and then go, nice, that payout pays for 2 more accounts if I blow this one. You can't do that on a personal account. So what it does is it puts the trader into a place where they're no longer a trader, and they're focusing way, way, way more on how to gamify their experience. And this is why I absolutely love when we see accounts come along like the summer plan accounts. And LJ reminded me with the consistency rule, because this encourages traders to actually have a plan and follow the plan. I looked at the summer plan account and I was like, oh, 3% max daily loss instead of 5%. That means that the risk has got to be knocked down. I can't trade at 1% risk and take 4.5 losing trades in a day anymore. Like, now all of a sudden, what do I have to do if I wanted to take 4.5 losing trades? I've now got to trade at maybe 0.6 or 0.7% risk. So those kind of rules really help traders slow down the P&L and focus on the payout. Another one being that the trader has a max cap payout of $2,000 or $2,500 per every 2 weeks, which, as we spoke about, once a month, that's a 40% gain on the drawdown of the account. And the drawdown is the amount you can lose, which is ridiculous. If you can consistently do a 40% return on your drawdown month after month after month after month, you don't have a capital problem, because it's going to be what? If you could do that with a 2-3 year track record, you're going to have people queuing up at your door to say, take my money, put it into the markets, because you have a ridiculous edge. and it's.
Do you want to hear my opinion though, Will?
I'd love to hear your opinion, sure. And this
so-
goes for chat as well. If you've got a different take, if you've got a different opinion on it, have a chat with us about it. Because, like I say, your feedback on this is incredibly welcome. So I want to start with LJ's. What do you got for us?
So I agree with the thing. The only edit I would have is the daily drawdown and the max drawdown, right? Some of them are larger. I forget now because there's like 3 different types. I forget, but like the 3%, right? So like you were saying, if we just put it that way, 3%, because you've now got that, you've got to reduce your overall exposure in general, right?
Sorry, run that
Correct.
past me again.
Like you were saying, so because it has 3%, you got to reduce your overall exposure
Sure.
rather than having the 5% daily, right? So you're going to
Yeah.
do it in line with that percentage terms, right? Now, only thing with that is I feel like that's kind of arbitrary with the drawdown, daily drawdown or the total drawdown. I think more so the thing is the cap. I think it'd be better to have the cap, if we're talking about producing better traders that are more consistent, to have the cap, but keep the overall drawdown the same. Because otherwise it just becomes a mathematical thing. You're doing the same thing, but just at a reduced rate, essentially then. But you've still got a certain cap. So regardless, it's going to take longer. You hit the cap, whatever. But nonetheless, even if you are trading very well, you're still going to hit the cap, and now you're just being pulled back by that cap regardless, because you have to do more entries for the same element to get the same cap, like the top end is. And I understand the motive and all that kind of jazz, yada, we won't get into that, but I think it's kind of the same, even like with what I was talking about before about trying to put your strategy or approach into like an algo and test that, and where you can start to reduce those the stops or the exposure, you get the same thing, but it's just less, even though you're doing the same work. That's the only thing I don't like. So I can acknowledge I would prefer to, like, if I had a number of good trades and not having to be so concerned with that stricter cap, have a little bit more flux, right? Obviously it's still very large. You shouldn't be hitting those numbers every single day anyway. But nonetheless, you hit your certain target and then you just pause and stop, and you maybe work on something else or another account, or work on back testing or refining your approach. But when you reduce the drawdown total and the daily, you still have to place the same amount of trades and potentially more trades, because you have to reduce it to reach the same number. Whereas I think it'd be more healthy to hit that on your regular approach, hit it early, be able to pause, step away altogether, and not have to fuss about it because you're at the certain limits. And then that actually does give that breathing space and that room, but the return is still the same. But it offers that angle that you've already completed that, and now you can work on something else or refine the approach, refine the strategy, and that kind of thing. Come back with maybe one of the other accounts that you have, if you're not trade copying all of them, and work on something else there. So that's the only thing. It just gives like a slight, should be able to hit it in the same way a touch earlier, and then have a bit more of time to work or reflect on certain things. I don't know. That would be my idea. I don't know if I'm communicating the idea in my head perfectly in words, but yeah.
As
Let me know.
always-
Like, did that make any sense, or just like you have no idea? Like, what you can literally say, like, I don't really get it. Like, that's fine. Like,
Makes complete sense. As always, LJ the outlier, and so he should with 20 years experience, right? Now, LJ's talking about like, look, I can drive a 1,000 horsepower car. Give me the unlock key. I don't want to drive it on like limp mode. I want to use that potential room to kind of like accelerate that journey. Now, this is also a trader that doesn't really get too emotional when he loses. This is a trader that knows how to manage risk. This is a trader that knows his edge, who has it dialed in. Now, most traders respectfully, and I mean this with the utmost respect, just from what I've observed, most traders do not possess that as a skill set. And so,
fair enough.
going back to the bumper analogy that we were talking about earlier in bowling, most traders are throwing gutter balls because they're not managing risk, or they take on losses and they get incredibly emotional about it. And this is normal. It's not a pick on traders. It's not a, to take a dump on traders and say like, you all suck. I suck. Everyone sucks at trading as a default. We're not good losers. And so when we recognize, okay, I need some kind of process around this that actually helps me to be objective, that's what I believe these accounts offer. So for a trader who's like, look, I want to min-max my experience and get the highest return, sure, we're talking about two different things. But as a trader who's building a core skill set, we would see, sadly, traders go, right, I've got a 5% daily loss. I'm going to risk 4.9%. And traders will try and stop on the dollar of risking the 5% max daily loss and just average into losses until they're like, this is getting really close to 5%. And by the time the trade is down 3%, 4%, all objectivity has just gone out of the window. And so what it does is it creates these massive swings on accounts. So if the daily loss is slightly tighter, it gives the trader less room to do that behavior and more opportunity to get caught out if they do, which as a result means the trader can't do it so easily. And this is where, traders can look at it and go, well, that's a restriction, or they can look at it and go, well, that's actually a trading aid. I know myself, when I traded the bootcamp account with lower leverage, I actually, where you were forced to place a stop, I became a better trader for it.
Yeah, no. On this, actually, Rich, you're right. So I thought the other two steps had a 6% max loss drawdown as well. It's only the one steps. Okay, so that I actually don't mind in actuality. Right, so it's only one step that is 3% daily and then 6% overall. The two step is 3% daily and then 10% overall.
Yes, yeah. So
but that's
it's only
I thought they were all 6, right? Which I felt just condenses the same thing. It's kind of just the same thing but different numbers. No, you're right. So sorry, go on. I just realized that.
Yeah, no, when we're talking about a 6% overall loss relative to a 10, they're very different things. When we're talking about just a 3% daily loss to a 5, in my mind, it's just a hammer. It's still a hammer, but it's just slightly smaller. Which, in respect, actually, so is the 6% max loss. It's just a slightly smaller hammer, and the trader has to be a little bit more conscious that, okay, to try and make a 10% return on this or an 8%, it's gonna take a bit of time, which helps the trader surrender into the process, which helps the trader actually, follow the process, follow their rules, and over time build a more objective trader. And I hope, genuinely, that we see much, much more of that. But you've got to understand my bias is I'm a performance coach for the 5ers. But why am I a performance coach? Because it's my mission to create the best traders I can. Not the best prop firm gamers, but the best traders I can. And where does that passion stem from? From 8 years of trying to become the best trader I can and realizing what helped me on that journey, which is nowhere near complete, by the way, but realizing what tools helped me on that journey and then sharing those with others, which is why we created the course, which is why we got the Trader's Journey. And you can just talk from muscle memory about so many experiences you've had in the market. And it doesn't make you right, but it helps you navigate as a trader and then align your edge with a company to then maximize the returns, not the other way around. A trader who can't trade but wants to just maximize returns because they see that's what's normal on social media. It's still not normal on social media. It's just what's posted typically on social media. If you took all of the payouts on social media and you average kind of like, what's really happening there, that's not the true picture. That's just like the face full of makeup after, or the pump after the gym, or a day in the sauna. That's almost like the best case results. And it's good to manage our expectations around, even as a trader doing all the right things, you can still have a mare of a week. You can still have a bad day, a bad run of trades as well. And it doesn't mean say your analysis was wrong. It just means you followed your plan and you need a bigger sample size. And that sample size will tell you whether or not you have edge. But the trader won't know it until they stick to that and glue themselves to it over a long, long period of time, which is, it comes back to, if you're not getting the results you want in trading, you've got to look at, are you performing consistently? And this is where we went back to a few weeks ago and we said, traders inconsistently act on an edge they don't know if it's true or not. They expect consistent returns and get emotional when they don't get it. It's the same behavior pattern that just keeps traders in a loop again and again and again. And the carrot from prop is so big that traders like, yeah, but I'm going to get funded again on a 100k account, and when I do, I'm going to make the same payouts I see on social media. And that is true, but if you want it consistently, you've actually got to behave in a consistent manner, and you've got to learn how to track the information that's presented, not just from a P&L standpoint. And that's what we teach in the course. That's what we teach in the Trader's Journey. We'll probably do some webinars over it at some point. Maybe not webinars, but some Discord sessions where a bit more intentional around how to collect data, how to track your processes, and how to identify. Because one of the strongest things, when you can identify what's holding you back and you build a process that shows you very clearly this is why you're not moving forward in the way you want, that's the kind of insights where a trader can become unstoppable. They can genuinely self-correct, and given enough time and willpower and work ethic, that trader can bring themselves to a state where they can execute relentlessly on an edge. If that edge performs, then the trader's going to get funded. The trader's going to get a payout. But it will always be a byproduct of following consistent, great processes. And LJ, real talk here, we're traders of many years. You look at prop firms and you suddenly see this opportunity that I can take my edge and I can do amazing things with it. And even for an experienced trader, the 5ers have just released all these wonderful new accounts, and it's as an experienced trader, it's a massive opportunity to suddenly just double your allocation or triple it, or for some traders, take it to that next level. And in the course, we've got a video that talks about scaling safely. And what can happen is you can literally go to the 5ers right now. You can buy, I think, 700K's worth of allocation, pretty much, for probably less than a couple of $1,000. And is a trader ready to trade $700,000 of allocation? Is a trader ready to see, a $21,000 trade for hitting just a 3R at 1% risk? And it takes a lot of mental development to be able to see those numbers. Even I have my copier, and my master account is a little cheeky 5k funded account. Why? Because I want to see $25 move. I don't want to watch bigger numbers move. And you can bet your bottom dollar the moment a trade closes out, I'm on that copier and I'm having a look and I'm looking at the numbers. One, to make sure it works consistently, but two, just to remind myself, okay, you're trading at a bigger size now. Let's be responsible and sensible. So even as a newer trader, when you look at prop and go, this is the holy grail, it won't be your holy grail if you can't conduct yourself as a consistent trader. And even experienced traders, you can get caught in the loop of looking at these props and thinking, this is just an absolute cash cow. And it's got to be a two-way relationship. It's got to be, and that's why I love these consistency rules and lower daily loss limits and payout caps, because it teaches the trader to actually be a trader. And as a result, the company gets more information about the trader. LJ turns up 5% max daily loss, hits a 1 to 2 risk reward trade and goes, I'm funded, pay me. And the company's like, we have seen one of your trades. We know nothing about you. And then LJ turns up next day, hits a $10,000 win, pay me. And it's like, we've seen 2 trades off this guy. Who is this guy? Is he like, does he have the Holy Grail, or is he just a gambler that got lucky? So when we start bringing that risk profile down slightly, LJ's then got to take maybe, as you said earlier, 20 trades, 30 trades, 50 trades. And eventually, LJ gets to the same destination, but it takes him a bit longer. What does that do? It creates evidence that this person is way less likely to just be lucky, and they actually have edge and they can conduct themselves both through the wins and the losses. To me, that's a sustainable relationship where the company can look at the trader and say, we can work with this guy. Now, obviously, that's company's discretion as to what they do on the back end. But for me, I can only control what I do. And what I want to do is present enough information to the company to say, hey, I've kind of got an edge here. This is why one of my accounts with the 5ers has got about 7,000 trades on it. And it's like, okay, this is me. This is my track record. This is my equity curve. This is how I manage drawdowns and manage daily losses. And there, if I was in that protocol, and I can talk about it from a performance lens, but if I was managing risk around it, I would want to see more information and more evidence about the trader. And this is where I think I started to mature as a trader, because I was thinking long term, not how do I just look at this company and get massive money out, but actually how do I work with this company for years and still get massive money out, but it's beneficial for both sides of the coin as well. And it's a very different journey to rocking up, taking on a challenge, banging in 4% risk, trying to get a cheeky 2.5-hour trade, and you're through the funded stage. So that's just my personal preference on it. But do I earn as much as some of the others? Probably not. But will I be doing it from? How you doing, mate?
Good mind you. Sorry, carry on. Don't let me interrupt.
Who's this guy?
Who's this?
Who's this?
William Davis, don't you know?
Yeah, God, who do you think you are?
Davies William. Is that him? Is he here? Is this guy?
Tis I.
How we doing, man? Welcome back. But yeah, Rich, I agree. I think like compounding over a longer time frame, just kind of like what you were saying, like in condensation, is definitely the way to go. Like you were saying, obviously us traders who have been trading for a while, you come to prop and like, yes, there's a lot of capital on board that you could significantly increase your overall capacity, and there is the temptation to punch certain things. Also, there is the prop sphere in general, which has its own issues and problems with certain players and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I think the big point is to find the quality players, the reliable partners, firms that you can actually trust and that kind of thing. And then, honestly, just take it steady, compound gradually. Compound growth is what it will take you to the moon. In short summary of what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Do you know, mate, I'm more interested in what has Will got in his background. What is Will graffitiing?
We went through this before, Rich.
I need to know. I'm sorry if you've already heard it. I need to know what this is.
He's been going to drawing classes recently, and also learning how to actually write. He didn't go to school before, so his handwriting's not very good, but he's been practicing. And at the same time, because they're already using pencils, they tried to teach him how to use, like do some drawing. Okay? So apparently at the bottom, he's got a coffee, but it clearly doesn't look like a coffee.
What is that? Hang on, ready?
It looks like a soup. No, it's too wide. That's like a soup bowl with a handle, which is weird. It doesn't make any sense.
Hang on then.
Am I wrong, Rich? Tell me I'm wrong.
I like your story probably a lot better than what the truth is, but well, we all know that Will loves his coffee, so and I think it's probably not a big enough mug for him. I think the amount of coffee Will drinks, I reckon it needs to be a bucket under there.
Mate, I think he's got.
There you go. There you go.
That's definitely better, but yeah, Rich, I think he's got a big enough mug on his shoulders, so he can compensate for that, right?
True. With that, tends to be the facts. Yeah, what do you reckon? What do you reckon of my new snazzy board? Rich?
That's definitely better. I think I'll give that the thumbs up. But yeah, Rich, what do you think about it?
I love it. There's yeah, I love it. I think it's. I want to see what you do with this moving forward. I can picture
I've
some
got some
ideas.
plans.
Okay.
There's some awesome plans, to be fair, involved in this. Not just saying
Hang on,
good
Rich.
morning and good afternoon. There's more to it than just greetings.
I've got one as well, Rich. Hang on.
Buy, sell. Buy high, sell low.
To be fair, you can't see my little. Shall I try and make it a little bit
This
bigger?
is pretty good. I think this is a very good strategy and approach. If you guys just adopt this through Rich's trading plan, you can find his trading plan all over the Discord, and you will do very well. I followed his trading plan, and now I have 30 Lamborghinis and a orange Bugatti.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, LJ. What colour's your Bugatti?
Orange, mate. To be honest, I really didn't know where I was going with that. I was kind of like, you know, so anyway, but a bit of fun.
Wait, Will's done it back to front. He's putting sell high, whereas yours is sell low.
Exactly.
yeah, I
now
think that's
you can
the
trial
one.
and error, whichever one works for you.
Excellent. Look, I'm going to leave you guys to have a draw off or whatever it is that's going to come next, and I will catch whoever's about in the Discord session, which is going to be in 3 hours 40 minutes from now. If you're not in the Discord and you're a 5ers trader, hop in there and you'll see the events tab at the top. Click register for that. It's totally free, and we're going to be there a little bit later on and have a chat about some of the stuff a little bit more deeper than what we've been touching on the stream, but we'll go a little bit more probably into the psychology stuff.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna-
Thank you so much, Rich. Thank you for coming once again. And yeah, everyone jump into the Discord, follow this amazing man, and you guys will get so much more in depth, and you get direct point touch connection with Rich right there. So
Also,
That's the
we're giving
place.
away HUD credits and a trading account as well. So there's always that cheeky little bonus.
there you go.
Which is there as well. All right, I'm going to shoot because I might watch Will from the background for a minute because I'm intrigued.
No, what is he doing now, dude?
See you later.
I should sit there,
alright.
Rich. Have a good one.
See you, Rich. Well, dude, I feel like your handwriting like degraded. Like it was better before, and then the buy low was just.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely gone downhill. It's definitely gone downhill. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I've now decided, since writing on a whiteboard, I no longer have good handwriting.
It's actually more difficult. I'll give you this.
It's
It is more
so
difficult
hard to
because
write
you
on a
gotta-
whiteboard. It's
You can't
unbelievable. I'm there like that.
put your palm and write. Like you gotta do it like
Yeah.
pointed.
Dude,
You
it's
can't put your
hard.
palm on there and yeah.
And
So
then
I'll
I
give you
forgot how to
that.
spell
Don't worry.
yesterday. So it came yesterday afternoon or like late afternoon. So I said to my brother, so we started like doodling on it and doing some stuff. I bought like a pile of pens. I guarantee I'm gonna run out of ink. So we were like scrolling on it, and I have not had to. You know when you're reading in your head, you can read perfectly, and you read out loud, and then you
Yeah.
turn into someone who's never read before. It was like that writing. So I can type, I can write, I can, I'm fine. The minute it came to my brother watching me while I was writing on the whiteboard, I just forgot how to spell. Everything, like, I turned into like a 3-year-old, and I was like...
Dude, how?
And has a D, right? I was
Bro,
like,
you've done enough like presentations on stage. You should be fine
You'd
with
think,
this. You
wouldn't
should
you?
be
You'd
comfortable
think.
right now. But when you speak, apparently when you start writing or doing something manual,
yeah,
you
maybe
just
I
like
need to start
fall
learning
apart,
to
like-
write while I speak. It's just...
There we go. Yeah, exactly. So there's a lesson: never bring a whiteboard or a chalkboard or something up on stage when you're speaking, because it'll it'll
never,
just fall apart.
ever gonna happen. I'm
Right.
actually a little bit nervous to do webinars with this thing because I'm just gonna expose myself to thousands on the fact that apparently I can't spell.
I think you'll get used to it. You'll get in a flow, and like you don't have to be too particular. Like once you get into the just
Dude,
draw
I'm
something,
gonna
like everyone's like,
abbreviate
yeah, they can see it. They
I'm
can
gonna
understand. Yeah,
everything's gonna have
Most
an
cases.
abbreviated nickname. Like higher lows HL, I don't want to risk being able like misspelling low because you know
Misspell low. I feel like that's the easiest.
that's my point.
Easiest thing ever.
Exactly. It's like hang on.
Probably more
Low-
likely is miss.
Low has an E, right? But guys, buy low.
You're making it way too more difficult. That's too much extra. I would have felt like you'd spell high wrong and you just put HI instead of HIGH.
You gotta
like
guys, you gotta buy.
you overcome too much complexity with that.
See, simplicity, guys. Don't get a whiteboard.
Oh, guys. Anyway,
Oh man.
I'll jump back over here real quick. Also, side thing, just as we continue. I don't know about over there, but have you found that whiteboards and chalkboards and that kind of stuff are actually weirdly expensive
Mate, yeah.
for some reason?
So I wanted to get like a big wide one. It was like 200 quid.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm sorry, when did that become 200 quid? Like 200 sterling, 200 £200.
And it's just a board.
That didn't come with pens or rubbers. It was just a board.
I found the same thing with like whiteboards were definitely cheaper, but I was trying to find like a chalkboard, or pretty much like I have here on the screen, like an old school kind of chalkboard you find in like a university or that kind of thing. Buy like a big one I wanted to put on the back of my wall or whatever, and actually use it. But yeah, they were asking like I don't need a full slate one, obviously, or anything like that. But it was still like $300, $400, $500.
Yeah, dude.
Depending on the size, going from reasonably big to bigger and bigger. But I was like, dude, this doesn't make any sense.
It's alone cost me like
It's
$100.
silly. It's silly. Yeah, it's mate. You can buy like a phone. It might be a cheap phone. But you can buy a phone for that cost.
It may not be the brand new iPhone, like 28 Pro Supermax Plus.
Nonetheless, still more far complex. Like I mean, like a new phone, not just like an old phone that's now depreciated, like one of the very cheap phones. But
Bottomed out.
it's a phone. It still has, like this is a whiteboard. It's just a sheet. Anyway.
The whiteboard is dangerous. Next thing we know, Will's spelling Seychelles in Australia or Welsh. Yeah.
That'll be good fun.
I will
We
give
got
you
this
a
question.
Geography.
How
is not
do you guys
terrible.
join the Discord? So, if you guys have a 5ers account, if you go into the hub, there will be a little like Discord symbol up in the corner, and you can click that and get the entry through that. I don't know if you can bring it up on your screen. I can try and bring it up on mine. I will. I don't know if you'll be faster.
The Discord.
Yeah, the link in the hub.
Bear with me. I'll race you.
Yeah, I'm trying. You can see I'm trying. I'm getting blinded right now as it loads. I'm trying.
Okay, I got on, but I just need to log in. As it loads. Loading.
But yeah, so long as you've purchased a 5ers account in general, you'll have access to the Discord. You can go in there. It's lifetime access, so even if somehow you fail the account or something like that, like you'll still have access to the Discord, no problem. But it's up in the top left corner.
Okay, I'm there now. If you're, have you got it, or do you want me?
No, mine's still loading. It won't log in.
I'll bring mine up then.
I actually need to log into my hub just in general to pick my other accounts. Like,
There we go. So as you can see, live, 5ers, Discord, Bosh.
yeah. So if you click that, that'll like send you a link directly. You'll have to log in. I think it goes to a web page first. You log in into Discord on the web page, and then it will open your Discord app.
Yeah.
You have, and it'll basically say accept the invite.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, it's okay. So if you don't have access, it'll be grayed out. Then you got to go purchase an account, and then it'll come up with the little blue Discord icon, and then you just click that, and then it'll take you to the link.
Do you not have access, Will?
Apparently,
What is going on there?
I don't have access. By the way, guys, you can see me in the Discord. I am in there, but apparently there's something wrong with my account because I don't have access. Even though I have funded
That's weird.
and evals running at the moment, so I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, that's really weird because
that is actually really strange.
yeah. Anyway, oh well.
Oh well, yeah, literally that.
Mine won't log in for some reason.
Okay, so we've hit
Oh, well,
stop.
doesn't matter.
So I just need to head
Deal with
over.
that later.
Actually, I need to download that image, and then I just need to upload it to my. So minus $2,000, and then I need to upload. Bosh. Okay, there we go, just like that. So we did indeed lose today's trade at minus $2,000.
What is this?
This was.
This is your.
Oh yeah, this is my journal that I made.
This is like a journal.
Yeah,
Okay.
This is my all-in-one journal. It's got trading, sleep, movement, performance, nutrition, psychology, history. So yesterday I didn't trade at all. I've had a fantastic week, a couple of weeks actually. So given that this is how well I've been doing, I'm pretty okay with a $2,000 loss, if I'm honest. Trends, it gives me trends on everything, how my performance has been.
Can you do it like per account, or is it just like aggregated?
This is aggregated. I'm going to develop a feature that you can have it per account.
So yeah, it's in development, of course.
It is in development. I haven't released this yet. Only I've got access to this. I'm speaking to my web guy this week, hopefully, and he's gonna look at implementing it into my website and developing
I like it though.
Yeah, because what you can do then is you can go onto my website and actually develop, like, sign in as an account or like whatever, and then you get access to this then, which is
With the health stuff as well, can you put like I guess that's sort of more like health, nutrition, whatever, like
yes,
gym
so nutrition
stuff you had.
I have actually filled mine out today. I'll do mine at the end of the day. But you can add meals, breakfast. You've got breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, pre-workout, post-workout. What did you eat? Calories optional, protein optional. Notes how you felt, like why did you have any cravings? Why did you want to eat? What did you eat, etc. And then keep on. You can add as many meals as you want. Then
That's cool.
also, when it comes to performance, I need to change this. Oh no, I've done it now. So morning, afternoon, evening. So you got morning. How did you feel? What was your energy like? What was your focus like? Energy in the afternoon. What was that like? It's probably about a 7. Focus, still feel pretty focused. And then obviously energy in the evening. I'll need to fill that out later. And then notes, deep work sessions, wins, blockers. What did you do? How did you feel? Did you feel like you were in a bit of a lull period, etc.? Sleep, how many hours do you sleep? How well do you sleep? What time do you go to sleep? What time do you wake up? Notes, dreams, do you have nightmares, etc. Same with movement. Movement, did you go for a run, walk, cycle, swim, weights, hit, yoga, Pilates, sports, rest, whatever. Duration, how long for, what sort of intensity, what sort of steps have you done for the day, and then notes on that as well.
That's pretty cool.
Say his name and he will appear.
yeah, I was like, yes, he's here. Oh.
Everyone, I'm good. How is everyone doing today?
I'm good.
Doing well, brother. We're going strong, as ever. Except for Will's trade right here. He's in the fry pan. Look, he's in the fry pan.
No.
I've actually had 2 eggs now. Hang on, how can I duplicate?
He's gotten cooked twice.
I've had 2 meals.
Yep.
Chicken's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually just gone. I've closed my gold trade out, and I have just decided to go short on the higher time frame with a stop around
Is that on gold?
4. Yeah, on gold. Yeah.
So we've frozen.
Nope. No, I'm still here.
No? Oh, okay. No. Maybe it's me. Oh, wait, no. We're back? Okay,
Wait,
it
am
might
I
be just me. Anyway,
I think we just changed positions.
yeah, I don't know. We did. Yeah, so you want to go short here, BU?
Yeah. So
I
this
was
is.
going to say this is probably where I'd potentially go long if I wanted to go long. I mean, this was
Ooh.
from yesterday, but
Yeah, on gold, I thought we could have longed at this point, but I've had 2 attempts at it now. I'm done for the day.
Yeah. So on the 4-hour time frame, I'm actually looking at a short, but again, I'm looking at the stop loss being at those very highs from that swing. So
yeah.
But it's
I
a
mean, this
weird
was
one.
from yesterday, obviously, hence the draw through there before we even pushed the highs on the 200 moving average on the 4-hour. So I probably just need to get rid of this. This is kind of less relevant now. I could see down to here, to be fair, and then potentially push higher, or just a straight push lower, depending on yields and stuff. But where we are, I actually don't mind that. Now I'm looking at the high time frame. I haven't looked at gold today, but you got this these sort of wick highs here with this lower trading cluster. So I could see us actually coming down through here. I don't
Yeah.
mind that. I don't know where you're targeting. We can jump to your screen. You can actually tell us rather than me just yapping about nothing. Probably a good idea.
Oh, you don't yap about nothing. Right, so I was in a gold long up until now recently, and it doesn't show quite the thing hasn't picked up on my screen, but we do have these equal highs here with a high at 4141.715 and 4141.275. So looking at those equal highs at these 2 points, so I'd look down at a 15-minute time frame, and this, it's nice. It's done on the 15-minute where the red balls are. That's where I'm looking at it being rejected. I like to confirm the rejection by waiting till it closes the FBG. So if you're on a 15-minute time frame, your first TP might be down at the blue watts. We're not going to say the other word for what's down there. And on the higher time frame, I don't know. I'm being a bit adventurous, targeting all the way down to these 4K levels. Might be a bit of a stretch, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out.
4K.
Yeah,
And
that
it's
is
on CFD, not like features or anything. This is CFD.
Yeah, this is CFD.
Okay. I think that is adventurous. I don't know if we'll get quite there. I'm looking at 4,030. I think we'd have to have something really change to get deeper, especially today. But yeah, I don't mind the shorts. But I just don't know if we'll get that far into the. Sorry, what are they again? Blue what?
Blue watts. Yeah, blue watts are what they will be called from now on. But this is more part of my general. I think the market is flipping on itself now. So yesterday we were talking about the indices and potentially going lower on a higher time frame. I did get into a Nasdaq short as well. That was tough. As soon as the market opened, it was like boom, back up, and has now started to grind down lower. I still confident in my trade. I reckon we're going to see lower on the Nasdaq. I also pointed out the same thing would be happening on S&P 500 and US 30. Those look to be playing out at the moment. We'll see what happens when the market opens at 2:30. And we do have news coming up in 45 minutes or so, which is the Euro financing rate, which I will have to keep an eye on because I did open up a Euro trade yesterday I decided, in my infinite wisdom, to go long on Euro NZD. And I'm just trying to find that trade now. Give me a second. It was a bit of a late trade for me. Not gonna lie, I should have got on at the rejection from this low here. I actually did spot it. It was at the very end of the stream yesterday, but by that time I was like, I'm gonna take a little break from the screens. I'm gonna take a little rest. So I think I jumped off around here, and it would have just activated around here for my long position. But it's looking pretty nice at the moment.
I like that.
And those are the trades I'm in. I think I decided at midnight to close and reopen the trade just because I'm cheap and I like to get around swap fees, which is why you'll see the entrance a bit higher here. But even then, I'm still pushing for this level up to 1.98 roughly.
I like that, and I agree with it fully. Nothing much more to add. You've definitely got that differential from the macro perspective, that kind of thing. You've definitely got the technical push right there. That's a great trade. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah,
By the way, I need to catch up. I feel like I'm not part of the crew anymore. There's blackboards or whiteboards being shown, and
yeah, you're gonna get one.
I don't have one. I am
You'll get yourself
missing
one,
out.
You. Come on, what are you doing?
Just look. Wait, Bu, you've got a wall behind you, right?
Just start.
Yeah. Do you have
This is a wardrobe.
Just start.
I can't exactly like write on the
No,
mirror.
that's
That
the
would just be
mirror.
weird.
That's to the side. That's to the left. Like the wall. Okay, so you
Yeah,
gotta draw
what you wanna
around the
do
window.
is start
here.
drawing on the wall directly. Thank you.
So you gotta go to what do you guys have in the UK? What, like Tesco's? I don't know, whatever it is. What do you guys have?
For what?
We have it's Smith's
Go like-
still around.
Smith's?
Yeah, go like Tesco's, man.
Sperry's?
Yeah.
Fucking Woolworths? I don't know. Whatever.
A B&M.
Get some crayons. Start drawing on the wall, and you're fine.
Okay.
Easy.
Ooh. Sorry. Let me try and lower my volume. I don't actually know how to lower the volume on the mic itself. Apologies if I have blown your ears off.
Dude, just start whispering.
I think you're fine.
Yeah, there you go.
It's alright.
Yes, brother.
Yeah,
what
dude.
about NAS? We just covered NAS, GBP USD longs. I'm just going through the chat now to check up on a couple of the comments. Bear with me a
GU
second,
longs
let
is
me-
interesting, given that Raphael was in GU shorts a little bit earlier on, and yeah, to be fair, William, my GU short is looking juicy now, bro. It is. Yeah, no. So for those of you who were looking at longs earlier, myself and Raphael both concurred on the idea of shorts. I preferred EU for shorts, but GU also. You know, GU did consolidate a little bit. You know, we messed around. In fact, I was going to say, let me bring my chart real quick. So we mucked around a little bit here on GU. EU, however, was a lot smoother, a lot nicer to the downside. So EU and GU would have been really, really nice. But yeah, Raphael, bro, your GU shorts, even now, are still taking off. They're looking really, really, really nice. Juicy. As
Where
said.
did you guys enter though? Earlier today or the past while?
Who, Raphael?
Well, both of you.
I haven't entered
But
GU.
you're.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
thought-
in
I
the
thought so.
GU trade. I just
Yeah. No, I'm not in GU.
I would be concerned, like coming up to ECB. That's the only thing. I definitely think we have a bit more downside. I can see that right now. Like I don't mind it, but I think we could have a snapback higher potentially. So that's the only concern. So if you're in it and you've had this run, depending where you got into, especially if you got in earlier today through Asia or even yesterday, I'd start to exit overall. I think today we've got a bit of weird capitulation overall. I prefer downside on the indices, just like you had, BU, with the Nasdaq and such.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't
I think
found
that's
any,
pretty
like,
good. currencies, I have far less confidence in general. Put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's.
I prefer
Now
gold.
I don't
Even
like too much gold. Yeah, gold's looking really nice.
if yeah.
I thought we could have caught this reversal here. I thought this would have been a reversal. I don't counter trend trade. I'll probably go spank myself later for taking it. If I'm honest. But I'll journal it and I'll understand what happened, why I took it. I'll probably have a sit down. I know my brother also took a long on gold, so I think the indicator also suggested long on gold as well, which was quite nice. So, not only did myself and the team who developed this indicator, we all looked at a potential long on this. So there's a couple of things that I'm looking at here that I need to go back now, readdress, go back and just journal behind and make sure it's all good, and then I think would be gravy then. But it's counter trend trade. I can see shorts playing out. We're even under the 50 EMA. Should I have taken this short? Possibly not. I did say it was high risk, but it's still within my trading plan to a certain degree. So I'm happy that I took it. But I'm done for the day, and I will journal behind it, and I'll probably give myself a tap on the wrist.
Fair play.
And just to address MGN, thank you so much in advance. I would love to test the new alert because that would be amazing. We'll find a way to connect. I'll see what I can sort off stream. And we can hopefully make this a thing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
What indicator is this?
The one that I'm using, the equal highs and lows. So I have been saying for the last few days, it would be fantastic. And just to show people the indicator I'm talking about, it's this one, equal high EQH/EQL liquidity zones Lux algo. Been saying they do make great algos.
Indicators, whatever.
Yeah, indicators. I've been saying that I would love to turn it into alert because I've seen other indicators get turned into alerts. For instance, this one, breaker blocks with signals Lux algo, is one I've been trying to use as a kind of replacement. But you can add alerts on when it does different things in a chart. So I was like, if it's been done for this one, I reckon it can be done for this one as well. And that would actually save me a lot of time because what I'm doing manually is I've drawn a red line and a blue line where I basically manually move it up and down whenever I see the red balls and the blue watts appear on the screen. So if I had something automated, it just pops up. I get a notification on my phone, hey, something's happening, and then, hey, Bob's your uncle. We make our lives a little bit easier.
I like it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I really like
MGN will hit you. Like, I'm keen to see it progress as well because that's definitely pretty cool. I need to learn coding. I swear to God. Sometimes I feel like, but so much time and investment. Like, God damn. Maybe I just got to outsource some stuff to MGN, to Sean. Even though he's got so much already going on, and he does this stuff just on the side. I'll throw you a couple of dollars to do it for me.
Usam
Coding
is
works
not
sometimes,
my
but not-
uncle.
I don't know what to say to that. Is Bob your aunt? I don't know.
Fanny is his aunt. Bob is not his uncle, but Fanny is his aunt.
Right. I've just brought up USDX because we did have a quick request to check on USDX and oil, I believe. I'm just
Real quick, Bu, before you bring that up, why were you? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Before, but dude, you had a banger trade. I'm pretty sure you're close to TP. It was I took it off the chart before, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to here. How will I manage it now? Like, I'm still going to be sitting down for this lower end TP overall. I'm pretty sure you'd be pretty close. So if you're happy with that, just below the wick lows, then take it. you can always see if this actually eventuates and actually drives lower beyond that. And potentially we get a deeper push. Like I was saying before, I've only got the TP here because of this is on the futures, so you have the restrictions in total profit per trade, right? So yeah, if you're running and you're trading on CFD and you've got a good trade, then let it run. It's up to you. I'd say you're pretty much right at your TP just about now, off memory. But I will be managing it right here, so you'll see it as we go overall. Also this is yeah, definitely agreed. Anyway, sorry, go on. Didn't mean to interrupt. I just didn't want to
and actually you do raise an interesting point on managing trades. I think we were talking earlier this week about using take profits versus trading stop losses. So say you were in this trade, would you have the take profit right at the bottom?
This one right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a trade I'm in, but only because of the consistency cap on like the futures. So I'm trading, this is a trade on the futures with the 5ers. So because of that, I gotta make sure I segment that across the total profits. So hence, otherwise, typically, if I had a CFD or a personal account or something, I'd run this longer. I'd see where we test here. I might take like a partial off, and then let the rest run all the way down if we actually kick on, right? But for today, I'd have that set about here. So yeah, so it depends. Yeah, whether you're trading prop or personal or what your objective in general is, I guess.
Yeah. And Mr. Davies, how would you manage this trade if you were in it?
What, that one right there?
Yeah, that one right there.
This one right here.
Yeah, that one right there.
The only other thing as we come towards
I'd probably
New York.
The way that we broke down and the way that we're currently moving, I'd move stop loss to break even.
You'd move it to here, yeah, exactly, yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So same deal as we come, especially towards like pre-New York. Like I'd start to gradually move this down. Now we're actually in that phase. I will move this down probably to like here, and it'll probably be slightly in profit. Obviously on TradingView you can't.
Yeah, it's annoying that you can't do that on TradingView.
Yeah, it is very annoying.
Yeah, I feel like they should come up with a new update on TradingView that you can move it, like the stop loss into break even.
And it shows like a different color, maybe like a purple.
Ooh.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Red plus green, as like, so you can see.
Right?
There's through there. Yeah, something like that.
How do we talk to TradingView about that?
Email them and say, "Oi, we got a better idea, and we want it to be called. We want it to be called the 5ers update."
Okay.
Master Davies has a request for you.
No.
Non-negotiable.
Master Davis does not have a request. Master Davis has a demand.
A demand, yeah.
I don't request. I command. There's a difference.
So I don't know if Martin is in the chat, but he did mention earlier this week that he has made his own indicator to use as a stop loss / risk calculator. So we may have someone in the community who can even help us with something like that.
Wait, what's this? What?
Martin has created a prop size indicator, so to calculate risk, and so on. I'm not sure if it reacts when you move the stop loss.
I don't know,
maybe
on
point
TradingView or like on
on TradingView.
It's a bit like
really? Okay.
on MT5, but for TradingView.
All right, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, if you quickly check on my screen, you can see what it might look like. I've forgotten what I set this up on.
Just by the way, I think I'm actually going to exit this trade just since we're coming up towards New York. We've still got a bit of time, but we're at a good amount of profit right now. Just by the way, for you guys that were asking, I'm out.
All right, yeah, we can switch back to your screen. I just wanted to show you that little sneak.
No, we don't have to. I just need to say I'm out. I got 1.4 4% profit at here, so that's fine. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if Martin is in the chat, so we can't get feedback from the creator himself. So, but we do have other people talking about making their own indicators. We've got Primal Light saying I made my own indicator so that I have to use a whole bunch of paid ones. That's fair enough. I don't know if anyone else has made their own indicators, but yeah, feel free to tell us about them. Who knows? We might even add them to our own on stream. We love creativity here.
We do like that creativity. Also, just seeing Raphael saying, William, 5 pips to TP. Dude, you are smashing it. I'm just watching GU now as it's absolutely tanking. It is looking good.
We are getting wrecked on FX.
Yeah, yeah.
Dollar yen's up towards 163.55 now.
Yeah, 163.54. That is definitely coming up. Well, again, they said they wouldn't touch it during July. I want to trust them. But, you know, after July, intervention time, who knows?
Yeah, it's mainly, it seems to be because the, like we were talking about this before with Victor and Will earlier when you first jumped on, the bond market right now, so the front end yields and 10-year yield and beyond, US is strengthening across the board. So that seems to be driving everything overall. So hence we're seeing that pop in the dollar across the board and then affecting everything else. Plus we're getting, what are we up, like 4% or something? 4.5%? We're up 3.5% earlier when you were on with me, or when I jumped in with you, Will. And later 4% with Victor, and now we're up 4.5%. So just like we were saying before, there's been no exact major headlines, just a lot of general kerfuffle around the whole Middle East and the Strait of Amandeb. I haven't seen anything major, so I definitely feel like there's something coming down.
Sorry, I forgot how long. I thought I could like stop the round of applause.
No, that's awesome. Congratulations on TP here.
Well done, man.
But yeah, so I'd be very careful today. We could have some volatility, either at further snap to the upside in general and then rip right down, or somehow just find some consolidation up here. But I doubt that. I think we're going to have very back and forth kind of day coming into New York.
Yeah.
A general concern.
Can you guys give me a second? I just quickly need to get something at the door.
Yeah, that's fine,
Yeah,
Mike.
Yeah, go for it. You're good, bro. So this is where we are right now on oil. This is West Texas at the moment. So Brent is a bit higher. Obviously, it's at 93, 94. WTI at about 90. Either way, we're up about 3-4% across the board. And we're still rising. And this definitely looks like we're going to keep going on. Now, some weeks ago, talking about through here with Bart, that this was a good buying point around those 60s longer term. Just like, was it back in October last year? Took that trade and held that for a long time, and I got positive swaps the whole way through this with my broker, and then bang, jumped out of there. And these lines that we had set up here was either we come up through here, fail and come down, or we start pushing forward up to the top end. Now we have clearly pushed up to the top end, so this arrow is now useless, but we're getting right up there. I got to say, from here, I would start to look to short. I don't think we're actually going to push beyond $100 a barrel once again at all. So if any of you guys are trading oil, I know it's not common, but if you want to, I think we've got a couple dollars a barrel to edge higher and then potentially see shorts. especially if you got like a long-term trading position, like more of like a swing trade, maybe on like a personal account, not always like a prop account. Probably a pretty good idea from here. So we'll see. Evolving situation, but nonetheless.
Yeah, that has been a powerful push on oil the last few weeks. I am looking at on the MCL, the futures contract, because I think that's easiest. I don't have the other ones up on my screen at the moment. Target around equal highs around 95.45 is where I'd be looking at potentially for reversals or it to do anything funny.
Yeah.
Maybe around 93.73, but that's only if we get a wick off that. But the other, like solid, I reckon is that we should be targeting up there.
Yeah, so it's basically subtract like $1. I think it's like $1.2 a barrel from the futures to the CFD. For you guys, for reference, you got this same amount on the CFD per the futures like level from that. But yeah, I agree. I think that's where we'll top, and I think we actually do fully pull back from there. Overall.
Yeah,
I've stuck my neck out every single time with all this stuff, and so far I've been on the ball, and we've done pretty well. So I'll do it again, right here. I think about 92.5 on the CFD. Maybe get like a slight flux, like overkick up to 95 at max. But I think that'll be pretty much it, and then we start to drop off once again. So I basically the primary point is I don't see us hitting $100 a barrel again.
yeah.
So yeah, that's my call. Just like all the stuff last year. So we'll see. We'll see if my record can now be broken. So find out. Maybe I start to just suck at macro. But right now, I think we're doing pretty good. So we'll see. We'll see.
Primal Light TP1 on gold. Let's go. Well done, man. Big shout out to you guys.
Nice.
TP1 on gold. Was this short from the tops or a long from earlier, like we were talking about? Oh, that was from yesterday, actually. So it would have been shorts.
Have I missed something?
No, for gold.
For gold, was it?
Well,
Oh
Primal
wait, no,
Light.
you longed gold, didn't you?
I
Will?
was gonna say I was long in gold. Yeah, I haven't.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Dude, yeah, I was cooked
no.
like.
Cooked
I was cooked for an
chicken.
hour
Yeah,
or
sorry.
two.
My bad. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Right.
You
Okay.
got
I was
burnt,
gonna
mate.
say, LJ, what are you on about?
I thought you were with Primal. I thought you were
No.
in the same span.
No.
Yeah, no. Sorry,
I
dude.
can understand the
sorry for your
logic
loss.
behind shorting gold. To be fair, like I said, I was longing based on trying to catch a reversal, but it just didn't happen.
That's right. I will just notice that dollar yen pushing these highs, we are definitely getting some kind of press point
Ooh.
right here.
Oh damn!
Big snap. This is on the 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay.
So 64 right down to 33. One candle. So, like I've said to you guys in the past, yes, there are certain fundamentals that would push dollar yen higher, but this is playing a game of chicken. I think we talked about this as well, BU, like briefly. I would prefer to be shorting highs overall. Good luck trying to jump on these longs. Yes, you might have had a nice time going long here. You got a TP up there, but just like through here as well, you can see that push right up, snap right down. If you got in through here, could have been right up, not quite by your TP, and then get cooked. I think dollar yen is definitely something to short from relative highs when you get some kind of construction, not to be buying in on longs. Very dangerous. Playing with fire. I'll have to do that. This is that very, very, very long-term marker I had set out. If we look at the 1 hour. If we go a bit further out on the 4 hour, we have this massive channel. Let's get rid of the pivot points because it's annoying. Can't see anything. Right, so we held this channel through here, popped out briefly with the Dixie, the dollar index, also rising higher, broke back into it. We formed this channel, consolidated, pushed a bit higher. This was my ultimate position for us to reach, and that was back in earlier in July, right? June, back in June, which I'm pretty sure I actually wrote that out when we took this trade as a potential skirt through there, and I push higher with Dirk. So it would have been start of June, so almost 2 months ago. We've now hit that point. I would expect us to come back in and then eventually drive lower. So pushing longs from here is very dangerous overall. At your own risk, put it that way. If I can jump over to one of you guys' screens.
Yeah, of course, one. Yeah,
I'll be
go for it.
back in like 5. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. You can see my screen again now. I was just watching the Euro at the moment. Dude, we are tanking on the Euro. But yeah. Ooh, it's gone very quiet.
Oh, yeah.
No, I can hear you. That's fine.
Yeah. So tanking on the euro, I would say I'd stay out of getting into any trades right now. We have news on the euro in less than 25 minutes now. We've got the main financing rate. How do I reckon it's going to play out? It's probably going to be a hold as predicted. But, you know, market can do funny things at times around red folder news. Yeah.
We've got what? Nearly 20 minutes. Yeah, nearly 23 minutes until the news comes out.
Yeah. And there are news rules around trading, a 2-minute window either side around news. On the higher time frames, you tend to be able to get away with it because it generally will not blast through the 4-hour levels within 2 minutes. If it does, it'll take a bit longer, but on the smaller time frames you could really get a big move through those time frames within that time period. Also, I saw a comment about summertime.
By summertime?
Yeah, something about 100K account for as cheap as $149.
Indeed. Absolutely, guys. If you haven't already as well heard about our summer deal, let me just
you go on the
let me get the 5ers website up. So literally just go over to the 5ers website. There you go, as you can see. Just over here. 5ers website, 5ers.com. Literally super simple. Go away. And then just click subscribe as well. You're probably better off doing that. But don't actually say go away. Click start trading, and then you can see the summer plan here. We do have the CFDs, as you can see. The industry's lowest 100K for only $149. You can head down, and then again, my mouse is broken. Multiple accounts, up to 6 accounts. Overnight trading is permitted, so you can overnight hold. You can indeed pass in one trade, which is pretty cool. So you got 1-step or 2-step. 100K 1-step is a little bit more expensive, of course, it's $249. And then you have got the 2-step, which you have the 8% and 5% profit target, or you have the 10% and 5% profit target. So the 8 and 5 is $179. Or you have the 100K, which is 10% and 5% two-step for $149. So that's pretty cool. As well as if you do go into the account, you do want to purchase it. A little bit complicated to actually purchase it. I'll explain it to you now. Let me just log into my hub, but I got to do that off screen so you don't see my details. I don't want you guys logging into my account when I'm not looking.
And while he's doing that, I'll just mention as well for all of those who also trade futures, there is a summer plan on the futures as well, which is quite cool to see. Again, I just got to the screen by going to the5ers.com. If you scroll all the way down, you can see all of our different plans displayed here, including the separate summer plan.
Indeed. Absolutely, exactly that. Now, if I just bring my chart up real quick. So if you do want to go onto the summer plan, guys, you've got growth and high stakes. So the growth is the one-step challenge. Go down to, so you can see 20K is default. Click the 20K, so the different options, account size. Head down to the bottom, you'll see 100K summer plan. That is 249 for the one step. Then if you want to go over into high stakes, which is the two-step, now you have two options here. So go into the account size, go to 100K summer plan. Now 149 is the 10 and 5. So 10% and 5% phase 1, phase 2. Or click classic, and then you've got the 8% and 5% for 179. So if you are on the checkout, on the cart, or whatever you want to call it, and you're wondering which one you want to go on, then, you know, if you can't find it, it is in the growth and in the high stakes, and you've just got to scroll to the bottom.
Can you click on that show details button?
Where?
Just above the middle one.
You can indeed.
Yep. Awesome. So if you want to double check that you're on the right plan that you want to purchase, whether it's the 8% or the 5%, you should.
Yes,
I believe.
if you click classic, you'll see this change. And then unclick classic and you'll see it change. Just like that.
So no worries, no confusion there. Guys, we're going to have an awesome summer. We've got some interesting things planned. I'm not going to say too much. In fact, I'm going to pretend I don't know too much.
Yeah. Exactly. Also, guys, as well, you know, the obvious then is, you know, you can find CTrader, TradingView, MetaTrader, whichever one, and you can indeed change your currency. So if your local currency is the Indian rupees, or if you go into the pound to the GBP, to the pound sterling, or if you go into the euro or the US dollar, whatever it may be, it will change for you. So go over to the 5ers, guys, and check them out. The link is actually in chat now as well. So yeah, go over and take a look.
While we're on the topic of the summer plan, is it right to just explain the consistency rules?
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, go for it.
No, I'll let you.
You want me to? Oh, sorry. So you want me to explain them? Right. Okay. So the consistency rule is, if I try and find it, because I actually don't know too much on this. I haven't done my research on these accounts yet. Haven't had time to. Let me have a look for the consistency rule. Where is it? It should say here. In fact, right. I'll tell you what. Hang on. Let me bring my screen off real quick, and it should have a definition for the consistency rule there.
I'm just gonna quickly send you something off screen. Or okay, awesome. Right. So for those who are wondering, if you on the 5ers website, 5ers.com, if you go to get funded, you'll see details of all our plans here, including the summer plan. If you want more information, there's this CFD's FAQs button right here, which gives you details of everything you will need to know, including the summer plan and the consistency rules. That's it. Which will detail how the consistency rule works. So consistency is calculated thus. One trade cannot consist of 50% of your overall profits. If you earn $1,000 in profits, one trade cannot exceed more than $500 of those profits to be eligible for payouts. I have no idea why I decided to change accent to read that, but I saw the word thus, and decided to express myself
go
like this.
posh. Boo, you decided to go to the top of the pyramid of his poshness level to read it out to you guys.
So, any questions on the FAQs, you have that section there. You can check it out. If you do still have further questions, our chat, which if you go to the bottom right, is always available. So, yeah.
Indeed. Right. I am going to wait till... Sorry, guys. I'm dealing with a pile of stuff in the background here.
Okay.
It malfunctioned on me, so I'm trying to deal with a pile of stuff. Okay, I think I'm back properly now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want
okay.
us to change
At least
your screen?
I can see you now. Which is something.
Okay.
Awesome stuff. There we go. So, right, let's have a bit of a catch up. I can see chat room now as well. Okay, awesome stuff.
By the way, just wanted to give a quick shout out to Primal Light, who said TP1 on gold hit, let's go. I'm sorry if this was a little bit of a while ago. Quick 40 pips long, he's scalping, heading for TP2 now. And he got a quick 3.5k on his 100k on a scalp trade. 50-50 consistency hit for this account. On to the next one.
Le Bosch, absolutely.
Le
Happy
Bosch.
days, man.
So
Well done,
hopefully from those comments, you know that the consistency rule isn't really restrictive. 50% is quite generous. As far as I've seen consistency rules go, I've seen some horrendous ones.
Yeah,
down
dude.
at
So
15%.
my brother was looking at a couple of funded accounts the other day, and I said to him, I was like, "Why don't you just look at the 5ers?" And he was like, "Yeah, true, but I don't want to go below in a pile of 5ers accounts and stuff like that." So he was like, "Plus, I want to get good properly and confident with my trading before I go to the 5ers." I was like, "That's fair enough." I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." And he goes, "I'm gonna have a look, see what else, what other firms are out there." He ended up coming back to me and saying, "I may just get a 5ers account." I was like, "Oh, why is that?" Because so we were chatting about the consistency rules, about the just about trading rules in general and trading conditions. And he's not got a huge amount of trading experience, and even he was like, "Dude, these props are bad." And then he was taking even with the consistency rule with the 5ers, it's better than most general consistency rules out there with other firms, which in my opinion is pretty sick. But I don't know, that's my opinion. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, I suppose, but there's a reason I'm biased. There's a reason that I am here.
Yeah. And just to double check on the consistency rules, I believe it is per trade. So again, that's also vastly different from how it works on other firms where you have...
Yeah, one trade cannot consist of 50% of your overall profits. Exactly. So so what that does then is it stops... So let's say you go for a 2K payout. It mustn't be any more than $1,000. So if you go for a 2K payout, it mustn't be any more than 50% of your overall profit. Meaning that, you've got, in other words, you've got to keep, you can't just pass the account and go, yeah, I'm going to go get a quick $4,000 trade and just get paid. It stops that gambling mentality. It keeps things literally consistent. Hence the whole thing.
Yeah. So for me, what I've experienced as well is companies saying you have a consistency rule, but per day rather than per trade.
Okay.
So they'll say, right, it doesn't matter how many different trades you had in a day. You can only make 50% or 15% in some cases, I've seen as low as, in one day of trading. Whereas this, you can have a trade on NASDAQ and you can have a trade on S&P. You make $1,000 on each, then you're good. Yeah, that's 50-50 if you were able to cut it exactly like that.
Yeah, nice.
So it is per trade.
Indeed, exactamundo. See what else is going on out there. We got 11 minutes. I can't do maths. We got 11 minutes now until the news comes out. Having a bit of a pullback on gold. I think we're going to continue down here now. I don't know. We've got some.
So you're with me on the gold shorts.
Yeah, I honestly, I was with you from the get-go on the gold short. I was just trying to catch the reversal. The overall trend has been bearish all day. I thought we could have even had a pullback before maybe even continuing short. But yeah, it didn't happen. So yeah, I think now it's, we've clearly broken through. London was a bit of a wash off or wash out, whatever you want to call it.
Wash off.
A wash off.
I think I like that better. A wash off.
Bit of a wash off. Yeah, you wash it off and get rid of it. We've come into a nice area mined on gold. Gold is nice. 4,082, so 4082. Nice little area. That sort of equilibrium zone for the consolidation. If we haven't broken and closed under it, we've broken and closed. We've broken it, but we haven't broken and closed on it. Under it. So we are still validating it.
Is it right to just switch to your screen just so we see what you're seeing?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Let me get my screen up now. There we go. So we've got this nice little area here, this nice little consolidation zone. Come back down, pulled off into it. We broke below it, but failed to close below, and now we're having a bit of a pullback back up into this level here. Potential continuation to the downside now. I think maybe even down to. Will we get down as far as 4K or 411 around this area here? I'm not sure. But guys, that is my analysis for the day. That's my analysis for the week, actually. This week is a losing week for... Well, no, it's not actually. It's just about a break-even week for me.
Dude, the week's not over. Come on.
No, for me it is. I don't trade Friday, and I won't be trading New York session. So, guys, I'm done. I'm about to enjoy my weekend. I shall see you all Monday morning, guys. If you haven't already, please smash the like button, hit that smash the like button, hit the subscribe button, click that bell for bell notification for updates on when we go live. And guys, have a fantastic weekend. Stay safe, stay fit, stay healthy, stay hydrated, and I shall see you in the next week. So, guys, thank you very much. Look after these guys, and I will see you Monday. Thank you very much, guys. Peace.
See you, Will.
Peace.
Enjoy your cooked chickens on the fry pan.
And everyone, can we get a warm welcome for Pedro?
How you doing? Pedro. Hey.
Boa tarde.
Boa tarde. Estás bem?
How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, me now good. I'm good.
Very nice.
Guys trading. I'm looking at Davarian. It just continues to rally and rally.
I'm definitely not, because it keeps rallying. So I don't want to look at it right now.
You didn't short yet?
Not yet. I'm thinking about it. So, I mean, I think we need to wait. Like I was saying, I think we're coming up to end of the month with the Kevin Walsh situation. So this was the X mark point I marked out. I think it was when we were on ages ago. Before I took this trade, I think it was actually before that. Not even in start of June. I think it was actually in May. Still, like that as the absolute high. Basically, the kickover from this channel, this very long channel that we've had. Going all the way back to December 25 when we hit those highs, and we've basically respected that a couple of times. Yes, you could say it's skewed a bit higher. We had the intervention through here. Hey,
1 second. Your chart is frozen, or if you are doing something, I cannot see anything that you are doing. Can you zoom in, zoom out, just to see if whatever you're doing on the chart?
Okay, yeah, it's not. I might have to re-enter. Yeah, because it's not working.
Okay.
Right. I'll try rejoin. Give me a sec.
No worries.
BRB.
Hold on a second. There's a comment here. Kavish is going to be you versus me. Is going to be the. Do we know already? Who am I going to trade against on Tuesday? For me, I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. Bring it on. Let's see who does best on Tuesday, or better in this case. Yep, I'm all for it. I'm out for it. I just hope there is some opportunities and volatility during that time. That's how I'm asking. But yeah, aside from that, I'm ready. B, how are you, man? What do you trade? Let me know a little bit about you, because I think it's the first time that you are live streaming here, together at least. So just let me know a little bit what do you usually trade? Like, what assets do you like to trade? Are you more of a continuation trader, scalper, day trader, reverse trader? What are you?
I like to see if I can catch the reversals on the 4-hour setup. So I wait for a retest of the equal highs and lows on a 4-hour chart. Then I go down to the 15-minute and I look for the last swing high or swing low, depending on the direction, before it reached that equal high or low. And once that's invalidated, I jump on the trade, hope for the best, and sing na 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 in my head to keep myself entertained. Because a 4-hour chart can be you have to be patient.
Yep.
You could be in the trade for a few days, maybe even a few weeks.
So you wait. So basically, this could maybe be a good example on the dollar cut. So you you have a top, you wait for the double top to happen, and then you wait for the 15 minutes time frame breakoff structure to downside to try to look for a trade. Is that what you mentioned?
Yeah. So if we switch over to my chart.
Yeah, I would show it. It's here. Yep, there you go.
So I actually also have an indicator which helps me spot the equal highs and lows, but I'll just take it off for a moment so you know exactly what we're referring to. So where those wicks, you see this line at the top, where those wicks at the top are roughly equal, those will be the equal highs, and where they are equal roughly at the bottom, those will be equal lows on the higher time frames. If I put my indicator back on, you'll see them nicely drawn out automatically for me. So what would happen is, as those areas are retested, I'd go down to the 15-minute. Let me scroll back a bit. Those levels up there. Apologies. And then where it's retested, so I think I had the red line drawn out, I would look for the last swing low before it retested those levels. So if I were to go short on this USD CAD, I'd be going short around here. Ideally, I'd be looking to see if there's any fair value gap. If I want to be extra careful on this, I might put the short position. So, you know, I'm just gonna. This is what I would have done back at that point. But I could be doing this a lot better if I use the replay button. But I've just realized how silly I am. Apologies to that audience. I know I could have made this a little bit simpler. So, you know, I'd wait until it says short, crosses that line, and then I'd be going short on that trade. And as you see on the higher time frame, it may look like a big wick. And I'd put my stop loss just above there with a target to reach the blue watts. I'm not going to... We have the red balls at the top. And down low, you have blue.
The blue what?
The blue what? Apparently, we have an immature chat, immature house. So I can't finish that sentence. I can say red balls. I can't say blue.
Oh, that's right. Do it. Your accent is your accent just, it's beautiful. All right. Come on.
Okay. So, the blue balls down there. That's where I'd be I'd be aiming for. And that's a quick summary of kind of how I trade.
Do you also respect the blue balls strategy, Pedro?
Yeah, usually yes. Usually that's for a stop loss placement.
Yeah,
that's my stop loss usually.
Placement, right?
Yeah. So for your execution, do you just kind of when price breaks that line that you mentioned, kind of sell dollar CAD? Is it just a sell stop there? Do you wait for a retest of that structure after the line is broken? How do you execute exactly your execution?
Let's see if we can get this replay button working.
Dude, the replay button like confuses me. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't use TradingView enough. Honestly.
Okay. This is decided to freeze up on me. Sorry about that. But basically, it's as soon as it dropped. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
It just gave you blue what's? You know? What was it? There we are.
Come on.
Yes, we have
It's
that
just
line.
being a bit slow today. Just needs a bit of time to wake up. So say we've just retested.
ECB coming out just by the way as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we do have pressing news. 2.4%,
Yeah,
as expected. I am not sure what effect that has had on anything. It doesn't look like much has happened, since it's just pretty much as expected. I'm in a Euro NZD trade, so I was expecting maybe it could do something, but no, decided. Or is this on? This is on the right time. I think it's on. I think that's live. I was expecting maybe a bit of a bounce, but yeah, a big fat nothing. So
keep going on. I'll go through the prelim and that kind of stuff whilst you keep talking.
yeah.
So
just to round off, where this red line is that I've just moved, that would be the retest. So I'd look for the last swing low. As soon as it touches there, I know I could use sales limits. I don't. I usually market enter, but that's just out of habit. So I would market enter there, where that line is. Wrong button. Right, let's just draw a line instead. So I'd market enter there where that line is, and my stop loss would then go just above where that red line is. And yeah, I'd then target these lows. Once it runs down there,
Okay.
I would then tighten up my stop, again expecting a reversal, so it'll be, hey, are we breaking the last swing high on the 15-minute, and so on, until I get taken out by a stop and reversal, basically.
All right. Fair enough. So you are also a counter trend trader. All right. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yes. So we had ECB coming out as expected. We're going to have a press conference in about half an hour from Christine Lagarde. Hello, Samir. How are you?
Hey.
Hello guys, I'm here. I was exploring other tab, so I didn't know. Hello guys, how are you?
I'm good, man.
All good, all good.
Amazing. All right, what are we looking at today? What is okay? I think it's Pedro screen. Yeah. So what is more interesting to you today?
I think right now Euro USD is interesting because we've just had that Euro news.
Yes.
Oh wow, we are just dropping.
Yeah.
No, interesting. Price actually touched that level. Yes, if I'm about to analyze the euro dollar, now it's at a level maybe we can find a little bit of buying pressure. Maybe price already reacted from it, but I think price can actually continue. I had marked these three levels beginning of the week where they make sense to me, where price could bounce. So apparently this morning just bounced exactly from this one. I draw this one on Tuesday, so today's Thursday, price finally touched it. The other one to be a little bit higher, close to the extreme, and then I'm looking further down in here. I did mark this level, but this level in here I don't really trust it that much that will hold price, so I'm eventually expecting now for price to move lower and to continue to move to the downside, eventually to target at least this low in here at 113.6, and then we'll see if price actually finds buying pressure in here or if eventually just continues to move to the downside, which I would not be neglecting that scenario neither. But maybe we can just continue within this range where we've been trading basically throughout the month of end of June, July. We'll see. But eventually, price will move away from this range. Question mark is are going to continue to move to the downside, which is the trend that we have been trading on the euro dollar recently. And by just looking at this chart on this time frame, I'm still inclined that price will continue to move lower. I did manage to break this structure. Price didn't really manage to go that high. I think eventually we're going to continue to push lower, which in this case would mean that the dollar would eventually go higher. We will see. But this is just a higher time frame stuff. A little bit of an understanding of where my bias is. Lower time frame, I wouldn't really trade anything right now until price. Well, the space I wanted to look for trades, that was one of them. To look for shorts there, and I'll be looking eventually for price to get to this stage. And that's going to be my next key level on the euro dollar.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Which I know it kind of goes a little bit against what you mentioned in terms of potentially the dollar moving lower, and I still like that eventually the dollar moves lower. But the way price reacted from this 100 mark, the way price reacted from this 100 mark, and the way price then hold this level again, it may be a little bit more bullish than bearish. Of course, now it's going to be interesting, right? So the same way that eventually the dollar index is going to get to this level to see if there's going to be more selling pressure. It's going to be the same thing on euro dollar when eventually gets to this zone. If you are going to find this or not, or it's going to be eventually the opposite, and price will just move to downside.
I think this is where, from the macro thing, since we have the ECB going on right now, and Christine Lagarde is going to talk soon. From that standpoint, traders have priced in basically 100% chance of 2 rate hikes from the ECB by end of year. Right now, from what we got from the statement, they're staying pretty neutral, but they still are keeping the door open for rate hikes if they have to. Right now, I think what we're seeing in the euro dollar is just like I've said to you, Pedro. I think eventually we have to start seeing the market actually calling bluff on the whole Fed, whether it's reserve banks across the world, right? With this whole high inflation hiking type cycle in general. So right now we're seeing that right away. Like we've apparently got another 2 rate hikes priced in for the ECB, and we've had the statement, and we're just tanking. So eventually we're going to get this for the dollar as well, so for the Fed, but just like you were now saying, we're not there just yet, right? So we always front one, like the ECB always comes first, and then we get the Fed later on. So the only risk element right here with the euro right now is if Christine Lagarde comes out and wants to put further pressure on the upside for the euro dollar and actually say, no, we're very serious about rate hikes overall, and we could see a bit of a bounce. But I gotta say, the market is calling bluff on this. And this is also basically goes forward to the Kevin Walsh aspect and the Fed later on at the end of the month, that we get the same kind of picture, but for the dollar. Like I was saying, Pedro. So for now, you got to play it by the by with the current situation, but be ready to flip when we go like a week, 2 weeks forward with the Fed and everything. I mean, this looks like it wants to crack. I don't know. I think we might defend these levels down here. However,
I think those will break. I think RMing already the lows next bit. I'm looking for the other lows next.
Everything the ECB has said, and they've sort of pre-released, is that they're going to still be more pressured on the upside for rate hikes. So even though the market is calling that bluff, if Christine Lagarde comes out and says like, yes, no, that's definitely still on the cards, we get this kind of picture where we jump up, consolidate, see if we then have some other kind of rhetoric, dip back low, and then potentially crack. Or no, she holds like stalwart, and we do see this consolidate and come back up into the medium level from today.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as much of a straight shot lower.
I'm looking for the other walls. I think those will break, and I'm looking for the other walls that potentially can hold. That's where I am.
Like down here.
Yeah, I'm looking for this 113.6, something like that. I think eventually price will get, and I think it's going to be quite quick, to be honest. Those two lows there, I think price already reacted to what it had to react from there, and I think everything is compressed. Price already reacted. They just already took to the month levels, and they can just go and then try to find more buying pressure below 113.6. That would be, if I was short, which I'm not, this would be my target, 113.60.
For me, I'm looking at it and I'm saying on a higher time frame, on a 4-hour time frame, we're seeing a lot of zigzaggy price action. It's kind of stuck in that range. So right now, it's going to touch my blue line. This is maybe my first point where I might try and look for a reversal, though I'd need it to get all the way back up here for me to go long, and I wouldn't want to do that because then it's close to the top of the range. So I can definitely see what you're saying about potentially coming back lower. I would actually maybe be targeting here, but I don't think we're really worried about...
Sorry. This was too funny, dude. Mate, she's very old, I will say. Sorry to interrupt you, B, but she's very old, and she's doing alright for her age, you know, right? Fair enough. Like, give her some grief.
Is it because of looks or the personality that she looks like a vampire? Is it
could be both. Mate, yeah, she was a bit of a vampire at the IMF before head of ECB, so fair enough. Anyway, move on. Sorry, B.
Yeah,
that was a very funny comment.
So I'm not really on a euro is weak side. I'm more on the dollar is unbelievably strong side right now.
Correct. That's why.
Although even that is coming up to a potential reversal zone. So for me, I'd stay out of the euro trade just from my opinion at the moment. I think there is other trades to be had potentially in the minors. Yes, you could bounce off these levels, but even if it were to bounce right now, trying to take out that top, for me, that wouldn't be a good R return, and then see where we go from there. And as Samir, the fourth musketeer.
All right.
Hey, brother.
This euro is giving me flashback of 2021, if I'm not wrong. I was seeing similar price action. I think back in the days I was earning a little bit of money, and I was not that confident. So this euro USD is giving me that kind of vibes. When I was playing the range, I was buying the support, I was selling the resistance, and almost like I was hitting like 70% win rate, and I was like, oh, I cracked the markets. So yeah, I think it was in somewhere. I forgot what day it was, but just getting the flashback, I think the probability of it going to the downside is a little bit more, because the daily candle or the daily structure is showing some impulsive legs to the downside. So that is the main thing. It is just the main part of the strategy that I use. Impulse and some kind of correction. Right now, this was the impulsive leg. This is just the corrective leg and momentum to the downside, at least till this wick, because these type of areas I like to play trades from. I can use this as a target, or I can plan my trades around these type of areas. So definitely, if anybody's planning shorts on this euro dollar, I am with you. I don't like the idea of longs unless we break this area, maybe this area.
I think we're going long.
If you break this, if you break this, then I'm with you. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame. From where you're looking for longs, right here, or maybe you want it to go lower.
Yeah, I ideally want it to go lower. I'm not saying it can't go long from there, but to break above that recent swing high that we just had, that's not a big RR. Yeah, that level. That for me, the risk reward, because you've also got that kind of resistance area just above that. That's not a good risk reward for me. even if it were to go above, I'd be out. I'd just say I'm not touching it until we see some better structure.
Yeah, because I'm not really trading FX right now. It's a bit mixed. If I had to say net, I would say we do go higher. I agree with you, BU. It's more from the dollar side rather than the euro side. And so I think you've got a lagging compensation that eventually we recover that and it does dip up. Like I can't see euro dollar, if you look at the entire complex, fundamentally being, appropriately valued at like 112 or something to the dollar. Like it doesn't make sense. Even in the 113s. I think we've got pretty much a cap low at the high 113s around 114. And basically we're pushing up. We've got extra pressure from the dollar, just like you were saying, BU. Basically we get this out of the way. We start to push up, consolidate here, don't really break anything. We come into the Fed meeting next week, and then potentially we get more news and eventually like drive higher overall. So I think this is kind of the bottoms right now. I am preferring in general with FX to not trade FX and primarily trade like the NASDAQ or the S&P and that kind of stuff right now. Because I also do agree that FX is not very clear overall with pure direction. We've had very small ranges, and that's going to continue going forward, coming into the European summer and that kind of stuff. We always get that condensed range. We see the volatilities drop. We see volume drop, all that kind of stuff. But right now, I got to say, especially if you're looking for a swing trade, I think this is looking very nice. You could have 300-400 pips to the upside, and you've got a very reasonable downside overall, longer term. So
where are you pressing your stop?
Hey? Basically wherever we'd have these recent lows here. So hang on, let me go to the euro.
Are you talking about NAS or euro? Okay, let's go to euro.
Euro, yeah. So let me zoom out. 4 hour. Let's get rid of all this junk. We'll go to the second euro screen actually, so it's clearer. So if I wanted to take a longer term view on this, I'd potentially even be happy getting in somewhere here and taking like a swing trade, something like that, even, which is 4-1 on that measure, and hold that for some time. Either you get knocked out right here and you've got some kind of clear shift. We go out to the daily. Then apparently you're coming down into here, which then you might find, I would want to re-enter a new long, slightly lower, just here, and run something like that with like a TP1 and then TP2, TP3 beyond that. Right now, where we are on the daily. Like, at this point, I can't see us lower than 113, 112, 110. Like, this seems a bit silly at this current standpoint. Could change in 2 months, but the current position, that's a bit extreme. And you do have this major support right here. I can see why you guys might want to short, see something like this, pull back down into that level, and then potentially bounce. I can see that. But we had every single reason to actually do that prior with the Strait of Hormuz situation, with everything else going on, with the ECB, with the Fed, all that kind of stuff kicking off, and we didn't quite hit those lows. So maybe we've got like a delayed reaction, but everything stacking out right now is for this to be a capitulation and then for us to drive back higher. So I go something like this, personally. Especially on a risk-reward basis, because if you're going to go the opposite way, you've got like a short from here, stops up there. You've definitely got like a lower bound down here, which is major resistance, like long term. And then potentially get as deep as like 112 flat, which is 1.6 to 1. And to get down there is going to take weeks and weeks and weeks. Those are some major barriers through there. There's so many options barriers, everything else going through. Not a good pickup overall, I think this is much more sensible, especially when we're looking forward at the dollar in general. It's been outperforming. It should come off, especially going to the next Fed meeting, and we've got the dollar yen where it is, and we start to roll off, right? You know, we've got the forward pricing of inflation expectations. This is the Fed rhetoric, like I've highlighted a number of times with this. Forward inflation from banks. These are the guys that actually give you money, right? And have to price it forward to expect whatever they're actually getting on the other side. They're pricing it down here, yet the Fed is talking with their rhetoric up as though we're at like in, you know, COVID type levels. Like this is COVID back here, right? Around those peaks when they eventually got there. And this is where we are now. And we're nowhere near that 6, 7, 8% inflation whatsoever at all. So I think this is where eventually the market has to become, you know, come back to earth and flip. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see in about a month and a half. That's about my timeline that stuff should start to kick over. So between there and then, but we start grinding these lows where we don't really get further pushes because there is portions of the market we're already seeing that are starting to realize that, and eventually we kind of go like that. So it's not going to be a straight up and push up towards here, but it'll be a bit more gradual. But shorting on the downside, I think we've got a poor risk reward situation.
And
that's my view. Anyway.
Trigger, the trigger, I forgot another word, so I'm just going to say trigger again, for us to kind of go back up. Do you reckon that will happen naturally, or will it be based on, say, news on Iran, for example, a wind down
I think it's most likely to be Kevin Walsh coming into end of the month. It's on the 29th, I believe, off memory. That's the Wednesday next week. Right, that's when we're going to have the next Fed meeting. So from there, he was very coy, not revealing anything at the previous meeting, but did reveal how he's going to kind of have these task forces and that kind of stuff. He's definitely selected a few people for various task forces so far. There's a bunch more to come through. There's going to be more organization, that kind of thing going beyond, but he definitely didn't give his own position, and it certainly seems like he's trying to stack it up, stack his chips in the right corner, basically not say anything, so he has kind of a diffusion box to put it where he wants, and then reveal, and has more of a whammy effect. So just like how before he came in and took the chairman role, obviously, there was a very heavy political discourse that came into the Fed, right? Hang on. With Jerome Powell, and talks about that, and that the new Fed chair would be a puppet of Trump. So he very much seems to be trying to discount those notions and do it his own way. He definitely has the credence. He used to be a former Fed member in the past. He was very against things like QE and all that kind of stuff, which if you look at how he should be, if he was a Trump puppet, his prior voting and opinions would be very much in opposition of that. Now, at the same time, he is definitely very good friends with the Trump family, and he's married to was it the daughter of Estee Lauder, like the makeup company, multi whatever billionaire. So he's definitely the richest Fed chair we've ever had, and he's had to, divert all of his investments, that kind of stuff. But I gotta say, I think he's going to be very pragmatic overall. It seems he's going to take both sides. He's going to take, yes, he's friends with Trump and the Trump family and that kind of stuff, and I don't think he disrespects the prior administrations with the Fed, Jerome, Janet Yellen, that kind of stuff. I think he's going to try and take all of it and combine it and see what is best and actually works. So with that, currently the market is viewing it much more through the older lens of Fed pricing. And if that flips, we've definitely got like a shock factor. Even somehow when we had the at the previous meeting, all the journalists and stuff were asking the same kind of questions as though it was Jerome Powell and not like it's Kevin Walsh. They're still looking for like forward guidance. And he's like, yeah, we're not having forward guidance. So, I don't know. I think this is where we're due for like an abrupt shift. I think we get a further market downturn. I did just hit TP on my NASDAQ trade. I think I've highlighted to you guys a couple of times. That we've probably got a bit of a further drawdown. And then we come into this Spectre, get all that central bank type stuff out of the way, and the European summer done, and we basically get this. As soon as I do this, is going to bring up everything else, but basically just kick down and then a massive, push higher going into end of year, right? Especially when you're in like a prelim year for the elections as well. So, for the primaries. Anyway, sorry, that was a way too long Monica. I probably bored everyone here. We've probably lost like half our viewers.
No. Info is important.
Yeah.
That was my condensed version.
Yeah.
As well. So, I could go
That
on
makes
and on.
sense.
Yeah.
Euro-dollar, I continue to bet today. You said it to go higher. Bet today is going to touch 1.136. Okay, so that's my bet. You can then call me that I was wrong on Monday on whenever I'm back here on the live stream.
Wait, what's this? Euro touches what level?
113.6.
You heard it here.
Let me just I'll bring it here. It's touching this line today. Okay, touching. This line.
Sorry. I think my screen is playing up. I can't change my chart.
All right.
That's no, I'm not shorting because I don't have a strategy to short this right now, so I cannot really put money on this. But I'm not going long for sure in here. So that's just my bet.
I can see 113.60. I would not disagree with that. I think current direction you might get like a snap through there, but I would see that as definitely like kind of a buy area. The main area I have down here is 113.30 or so. 113.30, 35, 40.
Yeah.
As
that's
like
good.
the base area. Absolute base.
Yes, that's good. I like that. And on the pound as well, it continues to go take this low. On the pound, there is almost a 90, I would call it 99.5% on my book, but just to normalize it, 90% probability that price will end up taking this low, and then potentially can start looking a little bit for longer opportunities, even though we already had this big week in here. So actually price and eventually can even carry on a little bit further down. But yes, actually these two scenarios, and I talked about that I think on Tuesday, or at least on the Portuguese live stream, and this is just the shape of the top. I did mention that when you do have kind of a really aggressive top, and price doesn't really manage to make at least a new high, usually those becomes a bit reversal setups. Okay, so if you do have the high, that becomes a bit more of a continuation. If you do have just price making the top and then kind of not really managing to break this again, that becomes more of a V-shape kind of a move, which eventually can end up going. It's exactly what you had in here, and we had exactly the same move as well on the dollar as well, and even on gold. It ended up also happening more or less the same on this V-shape in here as well that happened, even though it's slightly different. But this tends to happen even on the dollar as well, all the way here, back in July. So yeah, usually when you do have something like that, it becomes a bit more of a reversal type of a high instead of then continuation to the upside. But yes, one trade actually that I missed, unfortunately, actually this was a member from the Portuguese live stream that told me, or at least brought this chart to my my awareness. It was New Zealand dollar. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get the short in here. We did talk about of that on, I think it was Monday. Yeah, Monday. Then we had the news overnight on New Zealand, and the idea was to catch that. Basically, price was respecting this line. We had kind of the supply there on top. Looking left, it was also an important structure. Price has been either respected the support or resistance. Usually those are always good levels to eventually look for price to bounce, especially when price has been trending for a full month. And there you go, price started to decelerate, and this was the opportunity to try to short it. I think we were on the live stream on Tuesday, but I was looking for price to just make one last fake out in here and then move down, and price actually just kept respecting it. It respected actually the left shoulder, so this was actually a great entry. Whoever managed to get in there, that was perfect. First target was definitely here, but there was a big potential that price actually could carry on moving to downside, because below this level there was nothing really holding price. Anything, there was no structure until maybe price can get close to this level or even go all the way in there, and then all this move in alignment also with the strong dollar, this would definitely create a really nice move on New Zealand for a short. Actually, unfortunately, I didn't really manage to catch this one. And I think this is actually what is helping you on your trade on Euro New Zealand. Is also this sell off on New Zealand dollar. Most likely is helping New Zealand Euro to move higher. Or Euro New Zealand to move higher.
Which is good for me.
yeah, it looks like it. Yes, indeed. All right, Samir, let us bring into your US indices. Okay, so I was bearish yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, I was bearish on the Dow. I think I mentioned already this week as well, I think on Tuesday, that one of my targets for the week was eventually for price to get closer to these lows. Okay, so price was somewhere around here. So it still went a little bit higher, fake out these tops in here, still respected that one. But I've been looking for New Zealand to eventually now getting into this level. I think maybe we were actually in the live stream when price was somewhere around here. This was already beginning of July together. And finally price is finishing, or at least reaching this next range that was my always target for these sales.
All right.
What is your opinion? How are you going to try to aim for a trade today? And do you expect price to also break below this level, to hold this level and try to go higher? What is your take on the...
And just before that, I'm unfortunately going to have to love you and leave you. So I'm going to say, big up your chest and bless to everyone. I will see you guys next week. Hopefully, I mean, I still need to know if I'm popular enough to be brought back onto the chat. And the only way we'll know that is if we hit, how many likes are we on at the moment? At least 20 more likes. I mean, at least 50 more likes. Just smash the like button and subscribe if you want to see me back on the streams next week. And if not, I'll just go and cry in a corner. Who knows? Thank you guys for having me on. It's been a pleasure. Take care,
brother.
Cheers, man.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, B.
All right.
See you, man. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed having BU in here this past week and that kind of stuff, definitely smash the likes. I think we're at 105, so I'd like for us to hit 150 to keep BU around. Otherwise,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we are at least 160 watching right
otherwise
now.
He's gone, mate. Otherwise he's gone. Yeah. Right? We need that. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I will have to dip out in a second. Just before I do, I'll just jump over to my screen. This was the example of what I was talking to you guys about. Okay, it's not showing it. That's not very helpful. Let me see if I can...
No, it's gone.
Mic check, mic check. Oh. Yeah, all right, no problem. We are here, guys. So I was... yes, let's talk about indices US 30. Last week's candle was quite bearish, so it wicked up, came to the downside. So now where it potentially can go? For that, at least, I have this wick area. It is just the weekly time frame. I don't know if it is going to tap here or not. On the smaller time frame, definitely if structure has shifted, then definitely we can go higher. But as of the weekly time frame, definitely this is a very good area, which can be a pullback area in this current trend that we are having. This is weekly. Now let's go to the daily time frame and let's see what do we have. On the daily, we have this support area. Definitely it is very close. So I think this support area is gonna get tapped. We also have this area. But let's just forget about this area because this support area hold a little bit more value because this is the last low and then this is the higher high, this is the higher low. So definitely, as price has broken this area, it also have the momentum. Let's see how many legs we have. On the 4 hour, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth. This is the fifth leg. So I think as this is the fifth leg definitely on the 4 hour time frame, momentum is to the downside, and this area should get tapped in near future. And now let's go to the 1 hour time frame. Let's talk about intraday moves, what we can get today. Do we have anything on the left hand side? We have very ugly price action. We have this area, this area. So let's focus on the current price action because we have many areas here. We will take information from the current price action. On the 1 hour time frame, I see this is a good area because from here we saw a huge momentum. So can we retest this area in this NYSE session and we can reject, or we go more to the downside and maybe we will play a reversal pattern here at least to this area or this retest area. So this is the two trade ideas I have. If we retest this immediately, I'll look for short, but if we continued with this momentum, I'll let it go. Then I will take reference from the left hand side, maybe this area. I will wait for this area to be tapped, and then I will wait for the slowdown of the momentum, and then I will like to take longs. So these are the only two trade ideas which is making sense. Retest sells or more continuation to the downside, waiting for that squeeze, and then I will wait for that higher move. So this is some kind of reversal trading. I don't know if we're gonna play these two moves today or not, but definitely we have NAS also. NAS is a little bit more cleaner. Why? Because looking at the weekly candle, I think if you guys was on the stream, so this weekly was way too bearish. It just pulled back. Definitely I see a lot of pressure to the downside. We make and tap this weekly low. For that, let's go to the smaller time frame. Let's straight up go to the 4 hour time frame. I think this was the weekly low. Okay, 4 hour is holding good momentum. So let's just continue with this momentum. I see this is a good area. Again, this also have the same plan actually. If we retest, sell off, that will be a good retest. If we continued with this momentum, I think somewhere around this area I'll take a reversal trade. Why? Because this is a wick area, and if you guys have seen me, I like to trade from these type of wicks areas. It is a part of the strategy that I trade. Of course, it doesn't mean that I will enter immediately. I will wait for price to maybe squeeze a little bit and then I will play that move. Let's see if we have any trend line to support this idea. Actually, we don't have because this is a straight impulsive leg. Even if I draw this from here, it is, it doesn't really make sense. So we don't have a trend line here. Let's see if we have other confluence here going to the 4 hour time frame. Okay, we have this support area. Can we react from this support area, or we take this or use this area as a liquidity move? I think the price will guide us. If there is so much impulsive momentum, little bit of pullback and then continuation, I think I will stay with that selling pressure. But if we hold this area, and how will I know that? I will just go to the smaller time frame and I will wait for this some kind of squeeze that price is holding this level, and I can play that smaller move at least to these areas. So these two trade ideas I have for indices. By the way, gold was looking interesting to me. Let me delete this area on the 1 hour time frame. So price is making higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher high. Then there is a shift of momentum, and this was some kind of a quasi move here. Price reacted from this area. I gave this area yesterday on the stream. This was a breakout bias, and then price rejected from here. Now I think the momentum has shifted, but this area can be used as a pause area. If price decided to come here, some kind of rejection, I don't mind taking a buy here. I can just keep my stop loss a little bit below this area, and I can aim for 1 to 2. So this is the trade ideas which is making sense on gold. We are getting close to that area. I'm just gonna leave this risk to reward tool on. So yeah, let's see how this area holds on gold. I'm just gonna keep maybe $20 stop loss for, let's say, 1 to 2. Let's see if we have any other area which I can target. I think this fair value gap is good. I can target this 1 is to 2.2. It's really good. So let's see how this area plays. I'm just gonna delete everything else because I'm just focusing on this current leg here. I don't want any distraction. This is the last support. So yeah, let's see how this area hold. I was eyeing on GJ actually. I'm not in this trade, but this was the trade that you know, if I was trading GJ, I would have taken. This is just resistance turning into support. Why this is a high quality area to me? Because we have good momentum breakout, you know, and then price squeezing down and slowing down in momentum. That's why I think this is a high quality area. Normally I don't trade like support turning into resistance, but this leg here is convincing me that yes, this area can hold. If it was just impulsive leg to the downside, I wouldn't have traded this. For an example here, you know, just impulsive leg, I wouldn't have traded this. So this squeeze is telling me that yes, this area may can hold. Similarly, I want the same thing on gold, on Nasdaq. If I'm decided to you know, take long from here, US 30, yeah, US 30 also have this area. If impulsive leg continued with this huge momentum, I'm just gonna mark one more area because I mentioned that I wanted to take a retest sells from this area. Yes, this area makes sense. Okay, let me mark a little bit like this. Let's see, this or this, 2 trade ideas. Yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna wait now. Let's see what is making sense. I can even make it a little bit you know, according to the 30-minute. So this is the area that I have. Gold is looking more interesting, so I'm just gonna eye on this gold. If anything is happening, I'll just inform you guys if I decided to take any trade. But Euro USD, I was looking for longs based on the fundamental moves. I agree with that. If we go to the weekly time frame, I think these are the areas which you can get some reaction from. I don't know if you mentioned that you have a month or 2 period. Definitely we can see new highs from here. Let's go to the monthly time frame actually. I don't trade monthly, but we can have some kind of reference point from monthly. Yeah, it holds a good value here because we see a good reaction from this area. So definitely this area can be used as another reaction. It makes sense. Daily time frame or 4 hour. Yeah, I think once it get to this area, I'll wait for the structure shift on the lower time frame, and then definitely that can be a good move here. Yeah, I don't want to, as you mentioned, you know, right now currencies are not really having a good price action. Like this is just ranging. It can have a liquidity pop and go to the upside, liquidity pop, go to the downside. So I think in this market condition, it is good to stay away. I remember I was trading this market condition on US 30. I think it was here. I just took many stop losses this way. So this is just an advice. You can stay away from this kind of market condition. Let's see what other major pairs are doing. GU is still fine, but Euro is
Before you kick on, Samir, I do have to jump out. So if you give me 1 second just to hash out a couple things, and then I gotta jump off because I've been on here all day. So this is one of the things you guys can look at. This is the 10-year Treasury through here on TradingView. Ideally, you'd want to look at the 2-year and the 5-year right now. I was trying to look up the quotations, but I could only find, like, they've got different particulars in finding them. But you'll see that this is dumping. So basically, when the Treasury is dumping, that means the yield is rising higher. So hence, the same way that we've seen currencies like drop off, especially where we've broken these yields, and it also does hit things like tech stocks and that kind of stuff. They are rate sensitive assets overall. So if you guys want to watch that, that will give you more direction in general for the Euro, the Aussie, any of the majors you're looking at with a dollar cross today. Ideally, like dig around I don't have the time just now to find the. You just go to bonds. You can probably find it there and go to like US 2-year or whatever. See, when I search it, it's got a specific name. Anyway, but apart from that, just keep an eye on that. I think we will get some kind of bottoms from here. This was the final trade I took for you guys. I wasn't meant to. Okay, that's very elongated. But either way, I took that on the Nasdaq. That was the final trade I took. Yes, I've TP'd on that. Pretty good. So there we go. 2-1. There you go. I can't draw it back any further. But either way, I will see you guys either tomorrow on Friday in the Discord or on Monday once again next week. For now, I say sayonara and leave you here with these capable hands and ciao for now. There we go. Also, I appreciate some of you guys nice comments here. And then Unbiased always gonna comment up with the bit of a clap back. I love it. But yeah, I love you guys. Anyway, I will see you guys either tomorrow in the Discord or next week. So until then, sayonara, good luck, and still be around. Ciao for now. See you guys.
Take care,
Good luck.
LJ.
Thank you, LJ. Thank
See you. All right. Now it's just me. I don't know if Victor is gonna come. Probably
I'm not
he's
sure, I
on
don't know.
holiday. So yeah. All right. I was on GU actually. EU is not really looking good. GU is still have a little bit good market structure. This can be a bullish market structure. Right now we are in a bearish leg. Let's see if we have some areas to go, take trades from. Okay, this is a very nice area. I think we can react from this area. Yeah, I think. But if it would have been two candles, in the same direction, it would have been a high quality area. As we have, one impulsive candle, then again rejection, one huge impulsive, not to the next candle didn't follow through. So this is kind of a tricky area, but on the daily time frame, we do have, it is not really the high quality area, because this was a good candle and next candle didn't close above the wick. This was a good candle and next candle didn't close above the wick. So this is not really a good area in my eyes, but this would have been a good head and shoulder type of area, as this is not having that two same candle in the same direction. So that's why I will not consider this as a high quality area. Let me delete that area. So let's see what we are dealing with on GU. I think this is the last area, resistance area, and this already have 5 legs if I'm not wrong. 1 2 3 4 5. So I have noticed if you have 5 legs to the opposite side of the trend, so I will consider there is a change of momentum. So I would have said that we are bullish, but as we have 5 legs, so definitely I'll consider this a bearish move. So you can take some sells from here or here. Typically, if you have these 5 legs, normal high quality area is either from 3rd or 4th leg. So let's see which is the 3rd or 4th. This is 1 2 3 4. So this is a good area and this is a good area to take some sells from. I'm just gonna leave it like this, and maybe in the near future we will discuss about it, because I don't trade currencies a lot, but I'm just gonna leave this area on selling area. I know there is a spelling mistake, but still I'm just gonna keep it like this. So maybe we'll come next week or next couple of days. Let's see how this area is playing out. But if we impulse more to the downside, then these areas are invalidated. I just want a pullback and then just reaction from these area, then only this area will be valid. But let's talk about gold. I am really focused on gold. I want to take this trade. I really like this trade idea here. I just want it to go a little bit more lower, then I'm gonna take this trade. Okay, this can be a more reference point, something like this. On the 1 hour it is like this. Okay, this is a good support area. Maybe I should buy another account for just gold trading strategy. I don't want to mix up the indices and gold in one account. So I'm just debating with myself. Should I get it right now? We also have the summer plan. I also can take advantage of that.
Yeah, the summer plan is a great offer that I think many of us are taking advantage of it. I haven't got it yet, but I will also take advantage. Because first of all, it's the cheapest price, and then it's the opportunity also to have several 100k accounts, which at the moment at the 5ers we were not offering that option. Like, so many people have asked to have several high stakes 100k account, but we couldn't because it was just one option available. But now we can have actually up to 6, which is a great opportunity. To suck up some funded accounts. So I think many people are going to try to take advantage of that. Yeah,
I'll probably get the account right now on the stream, so I'm just buying it. I want to keep account for gold only. I don't want to mix up the account because that will make my probability suffer a little bit. So I don't want to be in that place. So I'm just getting one account here. I'll just take 2 minutes. I already have the screen open. So yes, I like this offer, guys. You mentioned it is not available. What was that? It is not available to you or the country?
No, you mean no? What I said is that in the past we were not we couldn't have more than one 100k account with the 5ers. So the traditional high stakes we could only have one account. 100k. But now with this program, with this summer plan, we can have up to 6, right? We can have 2 of each. So that's a unique opportunity as well to add more than just one 100k account into our portfolios, which is great. That's actually a great opportunity, to be honest. Yeah.
All right.
So why maybe buy the account? I'll just have a quick analysis as well on gold. And actually, first of all, before that, I'll just take a look also at the pound dollar, because when you mentioned before that this looked like kind of a great area to potentially trade from, I think you had drawn kind of this around of this range. I'm on the 1 hour time frame.
Yeah, it was in that green line area. Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere around here, right? So the way I looked at it, in my opinion, it was a great area, but it was already used, right? So because I think what you saw is that price had reacted in here, then maybe reacted a little bit in here, and you were looking for potential longs once price was back up, right? You were looking for potential longs in here. Maybe the traditional hadn't showed that it would be maybe price would first need to break this level to now look for longs, right? Somewhere around here. Now try to look for longs. But the area itself, we saw how beautifully it reacted. But the opportunity to go or try to go look for longs, in my opinion, at around this structure that you actually identified, it was here. And this happens sometimes. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
When you do have a structure and price kind of bounces several times, and then price bounces kind of in between kind of a structure like this several times. Sometimes the structure itself is being reacted as price is moving away from the zone. Right? So price sometimes doesn't just go up and then breaks traction, comes back, and all this becomes interesting. No, sometimes price actually, as it's moving away, it's already reacting from the level, and then it makes the move. And so the moment in this case, in my opinion, to trade it was in here, and now that price is coming back because we already reacted from the level, I think this now structure is a little bit weaker. That's why in this case I'm actually expecting eventually for price to take these levels out together and start looking for the next level to potentially look for a reaction to the upside. Because sometimes people or traders do still try to trade exactly from the same level, but ignoring the fact that price had already reacted from that level on the way up. So it's not as clean or fresh as it could have been. And nevertheless, it still worked. Okay, so I think the sentence of maybe it's not that strong. It was strong and it worked. It worked amazingly, to be honest. Whoever caught the long from here, it worked quite nicely in there. Now looking at gold. So First of all, I like the fact that you mentioned Quasimodo before. It's kind of a form of quasi in here on the left. I think you did mention that price kind of reacted the top yesterday or 2 days ago. Reacted really nicely from that top. So we definitely got back into this structure, right? So I think one of the main questions was, is price, we are stuck within two levels, right? It's either this lows or that high, which is close to the 4,200s. And price reacted really nicely from this level, kind of that I actually managed to cut that long in there, all the way until here, and then price went all the way up and got really close to the next extreme. Okay, so there you go, a fresh level that is still that was still there, a good Quasimodo pattern, and that price was left behind. Price reacted from it perfectly, and now moving to downside. I'm looking for price to take this low, just the same way with the pound. Basically, price is already taking the low, and I'm just going to be curious to see how price may react back into this next zone around here. So I would like to see gold as it's breaking now to downside, gaining some momentum. I'm going to be curious to see how gold is going to react within this level. And that would be more or less the level that I'm going to be paying attention for potential longs. Okay, so that price squeeze a little bit more at this point is quite negative. There's literally no breaks to the upside yet. I got momentum right now. So even if we do have a little bit of a bounce, I think it's going to find still selling pressure. Even if price by any chance kind of starts moving something like this, I think eventually it's going to continue to still make a little bit more up to the downside before the turn. So that's more or less what I'm going to be paying attention to see how price then is going to react from here. So any kind of longs on gold, I'll be looking a little bit further down, and then we kind of reassess to see how price may react. I'm actually going to set up an alert in here just to be aware when gold gets close to this structure in here. And we do have this nice demand zone, to be honest, to pay attention. Somewhere in there. So that's more or less my next key level in here on gold. Now we did manage to now take this low, so maybe there's some kind of liquidity underneath that level, so maybe price can actually bounce a little bit. In my opinion, then it's still going to create a new low and eventually get a little bit closer to this next structure.
All right. Yeah, I'm hanging on that same thing. We didn't react it from the area. The line, that recent line that you have, I'm just waiting for a good 15-minute close, then I can take action on this trade. But if we close below, I think this area is a tricky area. Then I have to see what I can do. This is first to third, fourth. Okay, yeah, I think this is the only area that I want to trade from. But right now we are not reacting from it. I'm just on the 15-minute time frame. I don't know why it is not going. Let me use other broker. I'm just gonna delete it. Okay, let's use Oenda. Okay, I was on Oenda only. FXCM. All right, we are on the FXCM. This area I was having. Let's go to the 15-minute. I just want a couple of rejection on the 15-minute, and I don't mind taking a trade here. So let's see.
Yeah. Let's see how price may react from there. We are 15 minutes away from the US Open, right? So maybe there's going to be a shift of momentum as we are approaching the US Open. But today it looks like even if you look at the dollar does continue to look quite strong. So it continues to move higher. So today, who knows if instead of having a day where price is going to try to retrace back to the opening, maybe we can actually have some momentum going and the separation, because sometimes that happens as well, in the sense that price has been, even looking at the dollar here, right? So dollar has been moving up, then retraces, then up a little bit, retrace again, then go up a little bit, and now finally breaking the structure. Sometimes you have some kind of momentum to create a separation between these two structures. Which eventually in the future can be the so-called fair value gap, which is maybe price is just retracing a little bit and now creates finally the gap in here in between two levels until it tries to go higher. On dollar index, I'm going to just paying attention a little bit to see how price, maybe there's a chance that can still react within the structure, but I'll prefer to actually go a little bit higher. But that's more or less what the next levels. But I'm going to be really conservative. And one of the reasons as well is because the way price has been behaving since the beginning of the year, I think we are still kind of in this bullish trend, and price respected really nicely the $100 mark. And this for me is an important value that price has been respecting in the future, but as resistance, now as support, and you can actually go all the way and eventually take these highs all together on dollar index. However, if price does want to find some kind of selling pressure from around here, it's totally okay. Maybe it's going to pause a little bit before trying to finally go. And this maybe can be the move for today or the remaining of today's session, maybe finding a little bit of selling pressure from around this level, which then the euro dollar, which is on its way to that target that I mentioned. It's dropping quite aggressively as well. That's kind of what it looked like. And no surprise that price actually is making this move quite aggressively, because as I mentioned as well, there is basically no buying orders underneath this level. Everything is basically already touched on the way up. So there's no demand levels that are fresh around here to hold price. Maybe just literally at extreme at this level. Aside from that, there's nothing else, and that's why I was already looking eventually for price to go below this low, the 113.6. That's kind of where I was looking, as I mentioned before. So yes, interesting move also in here on the euro dollar. Yeah.
Euro is a little bit in a range. So I'm more focused on gold and indices today. So just got an account for gold only. So let's see how what kind of performance I'm gonna get in if I just trade gold. Indices getting close to that area, US 30. All right, we are dropping, so I'm just eyeing on this area, how we react from this area. Let me go to the daily time frame. Am I missing anything? No, I think this is the area that I want to have as a support area, going to the 4 hour. Okay, I can even make it a little bit smaller to be a little bit precise here. All right, this can be the area. This is already tapped, so I'm just gonna use this area, and we have this. So let's see if we play a break and retest or a continuation to the downside. So yes, gold, no rejection from here. It means no trade. I'm just seeing 15-minute. I don't know why it is not letting me go to the 15-minute. Okay, let's stick to the 30-minute. Okay, if I take a trade here, I want to keep 20 point stop loss, $20 for 1 to 2, something like this. Yeah, this can be a liquidity move going to the 5-minute. I want one good bullish closure, and then only I will take a trade here. Ideally, it will be 15-minute closure on the gold. So yeah, let's see how it goes. My internet is working perfectly fine, but the screen is frozen in between. All right. I'm just gonna check Forex Factory because I'm unaware about the numbers that came up with the news. Actually, there was no news. It was Euro press conference. Do we have any news from USD? There is no news from USD. I don't know why US 30 is falling like this. Or am I missing anything? I think it was ECB only. So I don't know why it is falling. Let's check FX. What it was? FX juice.
Yeah, it can be just positioning as well, just before the opening. Maybe someone front running something. To be honest, when looking left,
financial juice.
Even on the Dow, when you are looking left as well, all that period it looks like compressed to me. So the concept of compression is really important, guys, for anyone that wants to actually pay attention. Which is basically, as I mentioned several times, when price is moving up. And if price is moving up like this, so anytime it goes up, goes down, basically cleans this low, goes up, goes down, cleans this low again, goes up, goes down, cleans this low, goes up, goes down, cleans this low, then eventually goes up. When eventually price then breaks this structure, and there is a high probability that price can easily, just in a single candle, just like we have here, just fill out this price, okay? And if you actually look left in here, and even if you pay attention to this move up, Okay, so we create this demand, price reacted, create this demand, price reacted, create this demand, price reacted. As soon as it turns, easy going. And in here, you can see how many spikes there was. Like, look at this move. Okay, so eventually when price kind of starts getting into this structure, quite easily price can, in a single candle, going all the way, because all the buy orders have been already collected in here. So when then looking left, there's nothing really much left behind, and that's why then price can just almost easily go all the way, but there is no buy orders waiting for price in here. Then you need to go maybe below this low to start looking for something in there. So it's kind of a simple concept, but it's easy to recognize, easy to see, and then help us not to be totally surprised that that price may be just moving quite aggressively. Maybe this is not even news. It's literally there's no orders in here. If you kind of had a big book kind of a situation where you could see the liquidity, most likely you wouldn't really see any strong buying pressure at around this level, because those orders are gone. Right now, unless there's maybe someone try to buy at market just because they see price going down, but those guys that are buying at market are being squeezed. They're being way under pressure because they're losing money right now. Yeah.
All right. It is SPX SMP. I've never traded S&P 500. So let's see what S&P 500 is doing. I'm trying to find a good exchange so that I can have a good chart.
Yeah, I'm using the Wanda. The Wanda, sorry. It's quite just simple in here. Doesn't really have much gaps, but this is a more kind of for CFD type of approach, not to futures one.
All right.
But
I think it is similar to US 30.
Mm-hmm.
Because US 30 is also moving to the downside. What NAS is doing, or maybe it is similar to NAS. I'm just looking at this first time. NAS. All right, let's analyze this pair also. Okay, this is a very good triangle pattern here, which on stocks, indices, these type of patterns do play out. We are breaking out. Yes, we did break, have this kind of breakout. But normally, in a strong trend, these breakouts are often a fake breakouts. I have noticed that. So I will still consider a long. Of course, it will be a swing trade type of thing. I'm just explaining a swing trade perspective here. So this is a good demand area. Can we react from this area and regain the trend line and eventually break this trend line? So this is gonna be the debate here. Can we retest that or not? We have this trend line also. I think once we move a little bit more lower, at least to this area, and there was also the order block on the daily or the demand area. Yes, this story makes sense to me because as I mentioned, trend lines do like to have a fake out first and then it can continue. For an example, this was the trend line. It break out and it tapped this kind of demand area and regain the momentum at least to this area. So similarly, I'm expecting something like this here. So let's see how much risk to reward I can have if I just play this trade-off of daily. Yeah, still I have like 1 to 2. So I think in trading 1 to 2 is very amazing risk to reward. If you're looking for more risk to reward, I don't know, but to me 1 to 2 is really good. But I'm eyeing on gold. Again, I'm coming back to gold. All right, this is a good play here. By the way, guys, I decided to take a trade here on the 5-minute closure. Right here, when candle have a no wick trying to go up, I took a trade here. So I'm in the trade right now. So let's see how this is gonna play out. I have a 220 points or $20 or 200 bip stop loss for 400 bips or $40. I planned the trade. Trade was making sense. 1 hour area was good. And let's see now. 1 to 2, 50-60% win rate. I'm good. I'm good with it. I think this was also a very crazy trade I mentioned yesterday to our viewers. This Quasimodo type of thing. I know it is old. I have
It's
to
not bad,
ask.
it's perfect. It's perfect. Actually.
Yeah, do you trade these type of areas also? If
Yeah,
it is never tested?
Yeah, that's it. Because that's already a Quasimodo from before, from the top. But that's definitely a manipulation there. Price never retested that level, and that was
Yeah.
that's a great level. That's one of my favorites. It's kind of a Quasimodo happening on the right side of the previous Quasimodo, which is if you consider the highs in there, the other highs.
This one?
Highs. Yeah, that was already kind of a Quasimodo. Left shoulder, price went down to get to the top.
Yeah, kind of retested, very close.
Yeah, and then he created the second one when you have that high, that left shoulder, price went down, fake out that one, and then like I love those dynamics, those structures. And sometimes it's exactly like that. When they are actually not touched, there you go. This level was not touched. Let price go down, and eventually when price comes back up, it's still valid. It's still a great level to aim for a twister reaction from it.
All right. Let's find out another Quasimodo if we have. So will you consider this area or this area as a Quasimodo or quasi in this scenario?
Yes, and on that scenario, the only problem is that where price is reacting on the left side, right? So because price actually broke that previous structure, so I don't know exactly
this one?
where those highs. Where is your mouse? Can you see your mouse? No.
It is on
that side. The one on the other side. The other high.
This one. This one, right?
No. The other one. I mean the structure before price dropped on the left side. That one.
This one. Oh, you want to consider the previous structure and then you consider this Quasimodo, right?
Yeah, I want to see the head and the kind of the Quasimodo itself that I want to trade. That if it is reacting from something on the left side. Because if it broke structure, that may mean that price actually, when it comes back, is going to just continue on the direction of the structure that's already broken. For example, on the one that you just showed me before, price respected perfectly the top. And then when price come back, it was still within a high. You can see that.
Yeah, this was really good.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have another example here. I'm just trying to see, or maybe you can point out if you see anything. I'm just exploring here.
At the bottom, like so. When this is sharp, this is gold.
Yeah, I'm on gold right now. So if you have any recent example,
it's just the one I took, but from the bottom, like so. This one as well. So we had the structure. Price went up, price went down, and kind of this itself is a Quasimodo as well. Okay. Now this left shoulder was already used in here, even though price didn't really manage to break that one. But we talked about this one. This was end of June. We talked about the potential long at around this level when price was somewhere around here, because especially of the structure that happened in here. And this was a great level to look for a long. 1 second, where are we? And this was then the long that I took on at the opening on Monday. And it was this here. So then price come back into the structure again. Okay, kind of completed all the way through, and then it created also this left shoulder. Price went up, and kind of made the move as well. Now in this particular case, price is kind of looks like it's the second time that it's reacting already from this left shoulder. But the reason I still liked it to take this trade was because of all this liquidity that price was creating at around here, and the way price kind of went there aggressively and got rejected and then broke this structure. This was what made me then take a long from around there. Yes, because otherwise I may have not taken, just because price had already reacted from this level because of this volume here. And this for me will be already second reaction, and these second reactions can be a bit weaker, and then price eventually could just continue to move down. But in this case, that was another trade in there. Another Quasimodo.
All right. Yeah, all right. The trade that I took, I think I'm almost about to hit the 1-to-1 on gold. So very lovely trade. If we reject it like this in 1 minute, actually we are also, the NYSE also is about to open. So I am expecting some kind of momentum. So yes.
Yeah, it's a bit of an aggressive trade. I would consider that, but there you go. Like we took that low, there is liquidity, and you just literally try to cut the immediate reaction straight away. Like, and it's that type of a trade that you feel comfortable trading. Personally, I do need a little bit more confirmation on this type of opportunities. At least that's not the type of reversal setup that I usually trade. But especially if you're looking for a shorter target, and that's what you are looking for, more which for a kind of scalp. This trade may last maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes maximum, and you are in, you are out. That's amazing.
I think the way I'm seeing this daily structure here, let me delete these areas. To me, this is a confirmed low. Why? Because this we have some kind of momentum from here. I'm considering this as a structure shift, and we again came to the support. We reacted. If we go to the 2-hour time frame, then we was printing lower lows, but now we have shifted here. So I think gold can go higher from this area. Of course, I'm not targeting the moon here, but I just want the 1 to 2, or maybe if I extend the target, I can expect at least to this 2.7 mark, because we have a fair value gap here. But the way I am, making a story here, I think from here it should go higher, at least, tap these areas, or maybe it can go even more higher. If we break this support, then of course the trend has shifted and we can go lower, but at least till this area, I think it still have the possibility to go higher. So that is just my point of view, the way I'm making the story. By the way, guys, NYSE is here. Let's talk about NAS. All right, we are going more to the downside. I don't know why my charts are having some trouble loading. Okay, let's take a look at US 30. Okay, yeah, we have broken this area. I think we're gonna go more lower, and I think today can be a long setup from this support area. And why I have this support area? Because of this area. So this is the area I want to take trades from. Yeah, I'm already in gold, by the way. I don't have any urge to take more trades. I think one trade for me can be a New York session, can be Asian. I have noticed gold is moving good in Asian also. Yeah, that's it for me. I'm just gonna make it like this. Where is my 1 to 2? Okay, here. So I don't want to have a crazy risk to reward. As I mentioned, 1 to 2 is good. I think many people got very good trades in this price action. Let me know, chat. I know you have made some profits in this leg. So I was seeing a lot of people on Instagram. They was, trading pullbacks like this leg, or maybe this reaction. I don't know if anybody traded this, but I was seeing a lot of people trading, price was really following the structure properly in this particular leg. So I know many people secured, profits in this leg. Let me know, guys, if I am wrong or right here, because I feel this price action was really good. All right, I can't really do anything about this trade because I've already planned the trade. I took the trade. I can just see it, or maybe I can, if I was not live streaming, I would have just closed the charts, done for the day. So that's it, what I would have done. NAS, I know you guys want me to.
There's a question
Yes.
here from our friend Usam. So before we take any longs on gold, it was even before he took the trade. If you should wait for the XY to start selling, basically because of the correlation that we have seen between.
Okay. I've tried that. I have tried every possible way that you can imagine in trading, but at the end, I just realized keeping the things simple is gonna make you profitable. And if for you, having correlation with the DXY makes it, confident, or makes you confidence, or your probability is enhancing that way, I think you can focus on that. But if you ask me, I don't want to analyze multiple things. I just want to have one story, and I just want to make sure that story is making sense, and I just want to react if price comes in my zone, or whatever I have planned in that particular session. So as I mentioned, this was my story. As I mentioned, this is a daily support. Price reacted from there. This is a trend change to me. Price never broke this area. and here we was bearish, but now we already have 5 legs, 1 2 3 4 5. So I think as we have 5 legs and with the good momentum, to me trend has shifted from this to this. So this is the last point where I will eye for some longs. And DXY, I don't really look at DXY, as I mentioned. It is just gonna create confusion for me, or then I will have doubt. Oh, DXY is going up, down, whatever. Should I close the trade? Should I hold the trade? This, that. So in my mind, I just want to have one story, and I just want to react on that. And having multiple things like this, it can make my decision making ability poor. So I don't do that. Maybe for some people it works out, but for me, as I mentioned, I don't want to make my decision making ability poor. So this way I do the things in trading. All right, we are retesting. Can we get a rejection from here? Very crucial moment here. Let's go to the 1 minute time frame.
Really
4
strong,
hour.
really strong opening. Yeah, I have a strong opening on the US indices.
NAS, I think NAS is also going higher. I think there is a problem in trading view only, as I'm frozen here. Let me use other exchange here.
Yeah, I'm just going to show my chart quite quickly. So you can see that basically they collected the liquidity. So Nasdaq came all the way back, took this low, and they started to find some buying pressure. Not just this low, also it took the lows next to it as well. Even this one and maybe even that one as well. So it came all the way basically to get to the extreme of this structure. And as soon as it basically reacts from that, that's all considered as an extreme structure, finding some buying pressure. Now the question is definitely what's going to happen across this level. Is going to hold or not the price. Okay, so if it starts breaking, maybe then there's a chance that price can even go higher from here. Otherwise, price may just respect the structure and try to find some more bearish price action. The Dow, it was quite similar as well, so came all the way to the extreme of these lows. So it was exactly close to that target. Actually, the mark that I have in here, usually this mark that I have in here is levels where I'm expecting price to get to and then react from once it gets there. So good reaction so far, and as you mentioned as well. Next question mark is what's going to happen across this structure again that eventually can react to find more selling pressure, or if not, price eventually break them, and that changes the trend for today potentially. And the S&P is quite similar as well. Just took all this liquidity below these lows, that low as well, and you'll see what will happen next. It can eventually even continue to move lower after taking these lows, but maybe you can definitely have a retracement before that. Yeah,
all right.
Nice move here. Are you going to do any type of management of this trade, or literally it's either your TP or your stop loss on the gold trade?
Actually, from day one, I have followed this approach. The only thing that I can do, if it close to my take profit, I can just move it to break even. So this is the only approach I do. Other than that, I use this similar analogy that I mentioned, which is either TP or stop loss. If it is close to my TP, maybe 70% or 80% close to my take profit area, I can just make it break even. So that is the practice I do. Other than that, I don't really manage the trade that way, because my foundation has been built in that way. I have listened to those guys who have taught me this way. So maybe that is the reason. So yes, maybe I should manage, but that is new to me, to be honest. So I can practice this thing in future, but right now it is just, as I mentioned, holding the trade to TP, close to the TP, just move it to break even. So yeah, took the longs on gold, holding Usam 4930. Amazing, nice call, amazing, thank you. It confusing me more. Yes, I have done that. So why not to keep it simple? So yeah, I think this is the last area for gold, as I mentioned. If it has to go higher, this is the only area which it should respect from. If we break below, Yeah, then maybe the trend has shifted. 1, 2, 3. This is the third leg actually. I just want that fourth leg. Then we have the fifth leg. I don't really care about that. But if we have that fifth leg, then it means the trend has shifted, and then you will look for shorts. So this is the analogy that I have here, or the way I'm making the story. But as NYSE session is there, let's go to the 15 minute of 30 minute. Okay, this is a good rejection candle. If anybody decided to take a long at this rejection candle also, this is still fine. Yeah, your target will be a little bit higher this way, but still this is fine. Okay, US 30 is tapping that. Can we play a break and retest in this? 30 minute, 1 hour. Yeah, it has this area on the every time frame. 5 minute. Let's wait for the 5 minute bearish close, and then I will like to sell this here. Maybe 100 point stop loss for this area, something like this. I want that bearish close. This is still bullish. It means bullish pressure is still there. We can go more higher. But if we close bearish, then I will get some kind of indication that yes, maybe we are rejecting from that area. NAS is, yeah, this was a good area actually. It reacted from this support and also acted as a liquidity. So if anybody decided to take a long on this one, good move, because the way I analyze the charts, it was the most logical decision that you could have made here. Support area, liquidity, closing bullish, maybe on the 1 minute, 5 minute, whatever your strategy is, and you reacted on it, squeezing here, slowing down on momentum. So the logic here was really solid, and yeah, if anybody decided to take a long here, that was a good move. But gold, this is a liquidity move. We're trying to go back. 5 minute. Okay, I don't want to delete this. Yeah, let's see how it plays in this area. Am I afraid? Am I having anxiety? As price is coming down here? Not really. I've already accepted that this is the area which I want to take trade from, and if it holds, good. If it didn't, okay, I'll come back tomorrow, same day, not same day, same time, and I'll just do the same thing that I did here. By the way, this was a good move here. Let me analyze this also. Can be a back testing here for you guys also. So let's back test here what we could have done yesterday to catch this bullish move here, which was, okay, it was here. As the trend was already shifted. So do we have any area to the left hand side? Actually, this was the only area, but this was really not the high quality area. We do have 2 rejection candles. Let's go to the 5 minute time frame. Yeah, on the 5 minute it was a good resistance. Yeah, if you decided to take a trade here on the rejection, stop loss could have been maybe 150 pips, $15. Yes, this trade also makes sense. Was a good trade. But as I'm in this trade, I will focus on this one. NAS, are we rejecting from that area? I'm sorry, the US 30. By the way, if you break this area, I think you should go for longs. Look for longs, I mean. Can be retests. You should look for longs. So yeah, this is a crucial area where I want to see. All right, let's see if anybody has to say something. Gold TP 4063 Leo 4063 is, okay, it was here. It's already done. Noveni, I learned the hard way to trade against volume and trend. You all should. If you have a solid plan, you can trade anyway. So that's how I will put it. If you have experience, if you have confidence, so I think that's really fine. Will you imagine I have taken shots in that market condition when there was also the competition live? I think everybody was taking a buy here, and I was shorting it. I was still managing to get some kind of gains, but that's how I will put it, answer to your statement or give my opinion on it. So if story is making sense, if you are making logical decision, and if that is proven, you have some kind of results with it, I think it's okay. You can stick with that. I think this was also a quasi here. I'm noticing here on the 1 hour time frame. Very beautiful rejection.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. Yep.
Let's go to the more higher. All right. That's really amazing. Let's see how much points it rejected. $221. Amazing.
Yeah, that's whichever to the almost to the pip on the of the left shoulder.
Yeah.
Good.
I think we are rejecting from here on the 5 minute. 3 seconds left, 1 second left. Okay, indication we can maybe hold this area. I will decide to take a shot here, at least to this area, or maybe 1 to 2. 150 points can be the stop loss. So yes, this story is making sense to me because we are already bearish. So at least till here I was bullish, but when we break this area and we already was having 5 legs, 1 2 3 4 5. So now trend is shifting. Trend has shifted in my eyes. Unless we print more higher highs, that's a different story. Yeah. Break and retest classic setup. So yeah, on Forex it doesn't play out really well, but on indices it really works out. I have noticed that. Seems like gold is struggling to go higher on the 15 minute. We have a bearish close. So yeah, let's see how it goes here. All right, on the NAS, what we have. I think this can be a opening range breakout also. Yeah, this can be a good setup here. I'm just gonna leave this on. US 30 sells is on, gold buy is on.
Yeah, the market found a little bit of a retracement. The dollar got really close to that top. Just check
You
my
mean-
chat in here.
Okay.
Yeah, the dollar index got really close now to this next structure at around here. I'm still looking for that one, but this is also still fresh. Anywhere above this high, there was definitely a fair value gap between that structure and this high. So basically, dollar index finding a little bit of that selling pressure. Again, some kind of a version of Cosimo in there as well. But now the question is definitely to see what's going to do next, right? So it already moved to the downside. It did manage to take slightly this low, but I'm still not entirely convinced that the dollar is ready to just continue to crash. So we will see what will happen next. Just check 1 minute time frame. Yeah, the structure by itself still hold price around here. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, personally, I think dollar index can still continue to go slightly higher and maybe take this high. And if it has actually the intention to, if it really has the intention to then move to the downside, I think it can go just a little bit higher and then use a little bit more of this structure or even the other one and find that selling pressure that can make a move bigger to the downside. So now it's just a little bit of a retracement. Maybe try to bring people into any kind of short because price actually managed to break below this low. So that break may attract people into selling somewhere around this level, kind of as a double top situation. But I think price actually will have still the capacity to maybe take another high, and maybe if it actually has the idea to have a big retracement or big reversal, that's going to happen after price manipulates this high. Otherwise, what can happen is just take this high again, maybe it retraces back, but then just keeps respecting this structure again in here, and then tries to go higher again, and eventually then squeezes all the way through, and eventually goes all the way to take those next highs in here on the left. And in today's particular session, because the dollar has been so dominant on the and everything else has been kind of moving correlational to the dollar, that may also have effect a little bit on even on gold type of a move in there, right? But even the euro dollar, as you can see, also euro still now respecting after making the move to downside. correcting a little bit. So we'll see also how this is going to influence the euro. Also, pound is starting to react within this level. I'm still expecting eventually for the pound to go below that low. Yeah, I think this is just kind of, in my opinion, the way I'm looking at it, and I've been burned many times in moves like this, which is now price looks like it's approaching an interesting structure. We start seeing a little bit of a buying pressure. You start getting excited, maybe even price breaks as well in here. You start getting excited to try to now get into the trade because price has been moving to downside for a while. And this is kind of just that pure manipulation of trying to give you some hope that price is actually close to reversal just before that, to then actually then squeeze that low. At least that's the way I'm looking at it. That's why I'm not really trying to be too active, trying to look for a trade right now. And I prefer price to then squeeze that level one more time before trying any attempt to go and look for a trade or any kind of reversal. So I'll be patient. Okay, I'll be patient. I want to see still these highs being manipulated before aiming for any type of short in there. And somehow that can also have some kind of an impact. Yeah, gold is coming back again. We'll see now how price is going to react from kind of around this level. Yeah, this is definitely the moment where buyers and sellers are actually going to fight for price, because price has been moving to downside, so sellers have been definitely control. We found a little bit of liquidity, as we mentioned, below that low, and now is definitely the moment. Is there actually enough buyers to actually continue to push price higher from here, creating kind of a double top, a double bottom kind of a situation here? Yeah, otherwise maybe price is going to just continue in the same direction.
All right, market is moving. Let's see how US30 is performing. All right, that break and retest seems like almost about to get the 1-to-1 mark. I think at the 1-to-1 you can move it to break even and then let it ride. If it hits the break even, just accept it. If it moves more in your favor, then just take it. That's how it goes. All right, this is not the trade that I took, but I'm just gonna, yeah, US30 is the only thing. So yeah. Gold, let's see what gold is doing. Still, I am in the trade. Am I? So let's do a psychology check here. What I'm thinking. I think if it just straight up dumped to the downside, I will take a loss. But how will I react after that loss? I think after that loss, I will look at the charts tomorrow, because that is the most that is the perfect thing that I can do as a trader. But if it reacts from this point, then I will hit a TP. What will I do after that? Will I take more trades? No, I will just end up the day and I will just come back tomorrow, trade the similar type of setups on gold. So yes, I'm just gonna make this a little bit lighter, because I want, okay, let's make it 5, because I want no distraction. Okay, now it is light. I think US30 and gold was the play for today. That's it. Are we hitting the 1-to-1? Very close to the 1-to-1 mark. At 1-to-1, move it to break even, let it go to this low, or even that support area on the daily time frame, which was around this area. Let's see how it goes.
Did you short that one as well on the Dow?
No, I didn't short it. Actually, in the morning, I took one trade on my account. So I'm already out of, not the margin, but I will call it a margin only, because I'm allowing that margin to expose in the market. So which is for me I already took a loss, so I don't want to trade that account. But that's why I just bought this summer plan, and I'm just trading one pair, which is gold. On the other one, I'm using this strategy, so which is simple price action break and retest. I didn't took this one, gold one. I'm in the trade, but this was a good call here, break and retest. As I mentioned, these type of setups have good winning probability on indices. If you try to replicate this thing in Forex, I don't think so you will have good success, because Forex move in a different way. I was a big believer in that thing, that I can trade every pair and price action is the same thing. I mean, it moves similarly in every pair. Maybe for your strategy it does, but for my strategy, every pair was having different behavior, so I didn't found success in it. Copying the same system in different assets. So that's why I mentioned this type of approach will not give you good win rate in Forex. Okay, all right, that opening breakout, 50% retracement. I think this trade can hit the TP, but I'm not in indices today. I think this was also very close to the 1-to-1. So yeah.
Yeah, we will see. Guys, last questions that you want to ask. We are 5 minutes away from finishing this week's live stream. So if you do have any questions that you would like to ask me or Samir, feel free to share it on the chat. I can see that some of you also were involved on these trades on gold with Samir. So I hope eventually it gets to your TP. And we have here Ram mentioning gold looking to take liquidity.
Right. Buy sell liquidity and sell stops at if it reset recent low does not hold. Yeah, I mean, if that's the strategy that you're following, then you can follow that system. But I just follow that support area as I mentioned. So yeah, let's see what it does. Yeah, 1-to-1 is about to hit on NAS. I don't have confidence in this buy, but yeah, this is the strategy that I use sometimes, which is opening range breakout, and this candle taking the liquidity, next candle coming to the 50%, having the 1-to-1. So yeah, that's sometimes I use that. I'm just gonna keep this chart open like this because I am in this trade here.
Yeah, we'll see. Dollar, not dollar. Oil just continues to go higher, man. And I think this can be also a sequence of why the dollar index is also moving to the upside, because we have oil, which is now going all the way above already 90, which starts getting into those 90, 100 mark again, since the situation in the Middle East continues to escalate instead of being resolved as everyone was expecting it. So it's an interesting move. If we actually are about to ignore all the geopolitical reasons why price actually is moving the way it is on oil, and just looks at the technicals on the chart, it's actually kind of course, a big move to the upside. That's when the situation started on the 27th of Feb. But it left a gap, and basically left a demand zone within a strong level of support. Price came all the way back. Okay, so price came all the way back, but after starting to break lows, showing a very bit indication that price maybe wanted to actually go all the way to maybe fill out this. Came all the way, start compressing, start losing momentum. It basically closes the gap, and since then it just shifts and it goes again. Like, and interesting enough, this is the moment where actually the escalation again restarted, or at least there was no deal anymore. Initially, it looks like that everyone was ready to sign the deal, and all of a sudden now starts escalating. And meanwhile, oil is moving to the upside again, and maybe can even try to aim to go closer to this structure, somewhere around there, which takes us really close to 100. And with excavation, maybe dollar can continue to go higher, maybe gold can continue to go a bit more to the downside, and US indices may also move a little bit lower. The reality is that this movement in here on oil is most likely also impacting, or having a big effect of what you can see going on in the market right now with the strong dollar.
All right. I think we are also at the end of the stream. So yes, we was analyzing charts. We lost the time, but here the gold has pulled back almost to the entry. So now, as I mentioned, I cannot really do anything. I have to follow my plan. So whatever the outcome is, I am accepting it. US 30, 1-to-1 is hit, move it to break even. So that is the only trades from my side. And guys, thank you so much for coming here and showing up, and make sure you are leaving the like so that we stay motivated and we do these type of things, or these type of chart analysis daily. So that's it from my side. If Pedro, you want to say anything to our lovely viewers, so then we can wind up here. We will see you guys on Monday.
Yeah, just to say thank you definitely to everyone that has been with us during our week. So many hosts that are coming here to share their ideas, their perspectives and expertise with all of you. So thank you very much again. Don't forget to press that like button and to subscribe to continue to help to grow the channel. The more we grow, the more activities we are going to continue to create and provide for everyone. So that's the idea. For anyone that speaks Portuguese, we are still going to do another Portuguese live stream in about 2 hours time. So feel free to follow us as well on our own channel. Aside from that, tomorrow we have some more sessions on Discord, not on YouTube, but on Discord. Feel free to join also our Discord. Many value also is being shared there. And aside from that, guys, enjoy your weekend. Have a good one, and come back on Monday really strong for another trading weekend. Again, don't forget to take advantage of this summer plan, because these are unique prices that we are providing right now, and this is unique, okay? And this is going to end at the end of August, so don't really just wait until the end of August. Start taking advantage of it. There are many moves going on, so start taking advantage of the liquidity that you can see in the market with the summer plan and that you are providing right now. So from that, all good for me. Thank you very much, guys. Samir, again,
That's it.
for your support. Yeah, so actually, which one do you clicking here? I don't know if Remy, if you can do it.